welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Over 99% of viewers aren't subscribed. It costs you nothing, but it's an enormous support for us to keep creating these relaxing stories. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The winter twilight enveloped my bedroom in a soothing purple glow, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain against the windows. A single candle flickered on my antique vanity mirror, casting dancing shadows that swirled in a mesmerizing dance. The fragrance of melting wax intertwined with the comforting aroma of crackling firewood downstairs, creating a cocoon of warmth and tranquility. Amidst this serene ambiance, a curious occurrence caught my eye. While arranging my hair before the mirror, a fleeting glimpse of a tall, slender figure seemed to glide behind me, like a spectral wisp in the air. Startled, I turned around swiftly, but the room remained empty. Returning to the mirror, I dismissed it as a mere trick of light and shadow. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn to reflections in a new light. The polished sheen of a freshly cleaned table, the evening view through the window glass, even the tiny mirror in my car, all seemed to capture elusive glimpses of that enigmatic presence. It was as though a parallel realm of reflections existed, where this silent figure observed me with a patient curiosity. Devoid of distinct features, it emitted a soft, silvery radiance, at times hinting at a gentle smile or a subtle gesture, as if reaching out to communicate. Rather than fear, I felt a peculiar sense of recognition, as if this ethereal companion had always been a part of my existence, now revealing itself to my awareness. One hushed evening, engrossed in a book in my favorite armchair, the figure in the window's reflection appeared unusually defined. Instead of vanishing upon direct scrutiny, it lingered, almost tangible. A faint rustle, like silk stirred by an unseen breeze, whispered through the stillness, though no wind stirred the air. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the window, mirroring the figure's movement on the other side of the glass. For the first time, details emerged, flowing, ethereal garb and graceful, weightless movements that seemed to dance on the air itself. As the figure extended a hand towards me, I found myself reciprocating almost instinctively. In that moment, a profound realization washed over me. Whenever this presence manifested, a profound serenity enveloped the room. Sounds dulled, colors softened, and time itself seemed to elongate, blurring the line between wakefulness and dreams. It carried with it a fragment of a tranquil realm where peace reigned supreme. Seeking out reflections became a ritual, not out of fear or inquisitiveness, but to bask once more in that tranquil embrace. The figure appeared most frequently in moments of stillness, when anxiety and worries faded into the background. It was as though it possessed an innate understanding of when I needed its calming influence. Over time, the figure in the reflections evolved into a silent companion, unspoken and unexplored. Some mysteries, I realized, were meant to be cherished rather than deciphered. The enigma itself held a beauty beyond explanation. Even now, as the setting sun casts its golden hues through the windows, elongating shadows across the walls, I pause to observe the reflections that surround me. In those quiet interludes, when the world hushes its clamor, I glimpse it still. A luminous figure twirling among the mirrored surfaces, carrying with it a profound peace and a gentle reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. Story 2. The snow cascaded softly on that winter night, draping the windowsill in a serene white embrace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the delicate ballet of snowflakes pirouetting in the lamplight while savoring a cup of chamomile tea. The warmth of the tea enveloped me, a comforting contrast to the cold seeping through the weathered wooden window frames. The grandfather clock's rhythmic ticking filled the room with a soothing melody, lulling me into a tranquil state. In the hush of that moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye in the window's reflection. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a vague visage materialized. Though indistinct, it possessed an otherworldly aura, as if sketched by my breath's mist on the frosty glass. The eyes, however, held a peculiar clarity. Deep and enigmatic, they gazed at me with an uncanny familiarity. Rising slowly from my seat, the floorboards groaned beneath my weight. Drawing nearer to the window, the apparition seemed to wane, yet a lingering sensation of being observed lingered. The aroma of tea now intermingled with a subtle hint of jasmine, a fragrance previously unnoticed, evoking hazy memories of a bygone summer evening. Returning to my seat, my gaze continued to seek out that elusive face in the window's reflection. The pendulum's hypnotic sway persisted, its ticking now murmuring unintelligible whispers. Retrieving my aged, leather-bound journal from the nearby shelf, I absent-mindedly flipped through its pages, a photograph slipping out. Trembling, I retrieved the faded image, its yellowed surface bearing the marks of time. The photograph depicted a jovial group captured during a summer picnic, faces oddly familiar. Yet one figure stood out, a young woman in the background, slightly blurred, with the same deep, dark eyes from the window's reflection. Heart pounding, I scrutinized the photo. Clad in a white floral dress, she clutched a bouquet of jasmine, her smile tender and wistful. Turning it over, elegant script on the back implored, "Don't forget me." A sudden gust stirred the curtains, though all windows remained shut. The scent of jasmine enveloped me, a gentle caress in the stillness. Closing my eyes briefly, fragmented memories surfaced, a joyous laughter, a distant piano melody, the rustle of a white dress among garden trees. Upon reopening my eyes, the snow fell silently outside. The reflection in the window reverted to its normal state, revealing only my weary countenance. Yet, as I placed the photograph back in the journal, I sensed that haunting face would visit me in dreams. Not menacing, but bearing a tender melancholy, like a forgotten tune resurfacing. Draping myself in a cozy blanket on the couch, the pendulum's sway persisted, the jasmine scent lingering, gradually fading like a receding memory. Drifting into slumber, I pondered the forgotten memories concealed in the recesses of my mind, patiently waiting to be unearthed. Perhaps I mused, some faces are meant to linger as gentle apparitions, guardians of veiled yet enduring memories. As sleep beckoned, a crystalline laugh seemed to echo in the wind, mingling with the ethereal dance of snowflakes in the night. Story 3. The night held its breath. A symphony of gentle whispers merging with the rhythmic melody of raindrops dancing on the rooftop. Stirred from slumber, a familiar yet unfamiliar presence beckoned me to awaken. On the nightstand, bathed in the silver glow of the moon seeping through the veiled curtains, rested an ancient brass key, adorned with intricate designs that spoke of a forgotten era. Its weight, far heavier than its size suggested, sent a subtle shiver through my being as I cradled it in my palm. The key bore no resemblance to those of modern times or antiquity. Its smooth surface hinted at a timeless journey, while ornate floral patterns intertwined with cryptic symbols hinted at a hidden language. Compelled by a mysterious force, I rose from my bed, drawn to explore the nocturnal realm that seemed to hold secrets waiting to be unveiled. The house, cloaked in shadows, appeared transformed under the moon's watchful gaze. Guided by the ethereal glow emanating from the key, a soft azure luminescence, I traversed the rooms, each step echoing on the aged wooden floor. The air carried whispers of bygone days, a blend of ancient wood and yellowed parchment. Approaching each door, I hesitated not to unlock but to commune with the wood, feeling a subtle resonance vibrating through my fingertips as the key neared. It was in my study, amidst shelves laden with tomes passed down through generations, that the key's glow intensified, pulsating in harmony with a hidden rhythm. Tracing the key along the bookcase's edge, a melodic hum, akin to a forgotten tune, resonated in the air. As the key made contact with the bookcase's heart, an invisible lock revealed itself, triggering a profound shift in the fabric of time. Shadows stirred restlessly, as if aware of my presence, while the key's glow illuminated intricate patterns etched into the wood. Without understanding, I pressed the key against the bookcase's core, eliciting a sigh-like exhale from the ancient wood. Images of a distant past flickered across the polished surface, whispering tales of forgotten realms. With the break of dawn, I found myself seated at my desk, the key clutched tightly in my hand. The morning light dispelled the night's enigma, yet the essence of the unearthly encounter lingered. The bookcase stood stoic, a silent witness to the mysteries unveiled. In the following days, the key, devoid of its luminance, retained its enigmatic weight, a silent reminder of the night's revelation. On quiet nights, a faint vibration seemed to echo from the bookcase, a beckoning call that tugged at my soul. Yet I resisted the urge to unlock the secrets that lay beyond, for some doors are meant to remain sealed, even when the key beckons. Nestled in a velvet embrace within my writing desk, the key whispers in the stillness, a reminder of a bond forged in the shadows of the night. And I ponder, perhaps it was not I who found the key, but the key that found me, unveiling a tapestry of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Story 4. The gentle glow of my reading lamp bathed my private library in a soft light, casting delicate shadows on the mahogany shelves. Outside, rain tapped against the window panes in a steady rhythm, creating a soothing background melody that had become a comforting nightly companion. Nestled in my favorite leather armchair, I savored the familiar scent of aged paper and wood polish that lingered in the air, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility. On this particular evening, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention, though I couldn't immediately pinpoint the source of the change. My gaze wandered over the meticulously organized volumes that adorned the shelves, each one a cherished piece of my collection. The leather-bound books stood out in the warm light, their golden titles occasionally catching a glimmer as if beckoning to be noticed. It was then that I noticed it, a gap between two books where none should have existed. The space was precisely the width of a single volume, as if a piece of the puzzle had been delicately plucked out of place. Rising from my chair, the soft creak of the leather beneath me, I made my way over to the peculiar void. Running my finger along the pristine emptiness, a subtle chill crept up my spine, emanating from the vacant spot. The neighboring books stood undisturbed, part of my prized collection of 19th century supernatural literature, but the missing volume, a rare acquisition from just the month before, was conspicuously absent. Puzzlingly, I lived alone, and my library remained under lock and key when I wasn't present. I distinctly remembered seeing the book in its rightful place that very morning during my routine inspection. As I pondered this enigma, another anomaly caught my eye. The books flanking the gap were impeccably clean, while a fine layer of dust coated the surrounding volumes. Drawing closer, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted from the empty space, a blend of old parchment and elusive undertones that teased my senses. Perhaps hints of vanilla or aged leather, intertwined with a hint of floral essence that defied identification. Intrigued, I reached for one of the adjacent books, half expecting to find the missing volume tucked away behind its neighbors. Yet all I encountered was the solid wooden back of the bookcase. A subtle movement within the gap drew my gaze back, a shimmer of light dancing like moonbeams on water, despite the absence of windows on that wall. Compelled by an unseen force, I extended my hand into the space, met with an unexpected warmth that seemed to pulse with a gentle energy. The rain outside maintained its rhythmic percussion, now carrying a cadence that almost resembled whispered words in a foreign tongue, just beyond my comprehension. I found myself drawn to that vacant space, captivated by its silent intrigue. The lamplight seemed to curve around the gap, casting ethereal patterns that flickered at the edge of my vision. Throughout the evening, I couldn't help but steal glances at the emptiness, each time noticing subtle alterations in its appearance. At times, the gap seemed to extend deeper than the physical confines of the bookshelf, creating an illusion of boundless depth. On other occasions, faint motes of light seemed to drift out from between the books, dissipating into nothingness when I tried to focus on them. Hours slipped by as I sat in contemplation, torn between reading and fixating on this mysterious void. As the rain softened to a gentle mist and the night deepened, I observed the room's shadows shifting imperceptibly, flowing towards the empty space as if drawn by an unseen force. The reading lamp stood steadfast, yet the shadows seemed to converge towards the gap, a slow, hypnotic movement that blurred the lines between reality and imagination. When weariness finally tugged at my eyelids, prompting me to retire for the night, I performed my customary check of windows and doors. Just as I reached to extinguish the reading lamp, a startling sight gave me pause. Within the gap between the books, a single page materialized before my eyes. Unlike the missing volume, this page exuded an ancient aura, its edges softly aglow in the dim light. Intricate script adorned the parchment in a script unfamiliar to me, captivating my gaze before dissolving like mist under the morning sun, leaving behind nothing but empty, aged paper that crumbled into nothingness. Though the missing volume remained elusive, I continued to search for it each night. With the return of rain and lengthening shadows, I found myself drawn to that empty space between the books, a silent witness to a mystery that defied explanation. On nights of profound stillness, I almost fancied the whisper of pages turning in the air, though the gap remained stubbornly vacant. Occasionally, a faint fragrance, reminiscent of that enigmatic perfume, wafted through my library, a gentle reminder of the unseen forces at play. The gap persisted, defying all my efforts to fill it with another book. Any volume I dared place there would inevitably find its way back to my desk by morning, as if the space itself yearned for the return of its original occupant. Over time, I came to embrace this enduring enigma, this pocket of uncertainty nestled within the confines of my meticulously ordered library. Perhaps some stories are destined to wander, carrying their secrets to realms beyond our reach, leaving behind only questions and a lingering essence of what could have been. Story 5. The gentle hues of sunset filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a soft, warm glow that enveloped my study in a peaceful embrace. This room, with its shelves of weathered books and mementos of days gone by, had always been my sanctuary, a place where the past whispered its secrets in hushed tones. But on this particular evening, there was a shift in the air, a subtle change that I couldn't quite put my finger on. It could have been the stillness that hung heavy around me, or perhaps it was the lingering autumn light, painting everything in hues of amber and gold that seemed to hold a hidden message. My gaze drifted to the newest addition to my study, a portrait that now hung above my antique writing desk. It was a striking piece, a portrait from the Victorian era, depicting a woman in a rich burgundy gown, her expression a mystery that eluded my understanding. The elderly dealer who had sold me the painting had spoken of its intriguing history, but at the time, my mind was preoccupied with the cost rather than the tale he wove. As I settled into the plush embrace of my leather armchair, with a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea, wisps of steam curling upwards, I noticed a peculiar shift in the portrait. The woman's eyes, once fixed in a distant gaze, now seemed to pierce through the canvas, meeting my own with an intensity that sent a shiver down my spine. I brushed it off as a trick of the changing light and the weariness that clung to me after a day of writing. The grandfather clock in the corner marked the passage of time with its rhythmic ticking, a sound that usually brought me solace. But on this night, Each tick seemed to draw my attention back to the portrait, to those eyes that seemed to follow me with an unspoken question. I found myself stealing glances at the painting as I worked, each time convinced that some subtle detail had shifted. A tilt of the head, a hint of a smile, a change in the direction of her gaze. As darkness descended and I lit the old brass lamp on my desk, the portrait took on a life of its own. Shadows danced across its surface, lending depth to the painted figure, while the background stretched into an abyss of darkness that seemed to swallow the room whole. I began to notice other peculiar occurrences in my study. Books I swore I had closed were now open to pages detailing tales of lost art and vanishing mysteries. My pen would roll across the desk of its own accord, and the room's temperature fluctuated, growing colder near the portrait and warmer as I moved away. One quiet evening, on the verge of leaving my study, a small detail caught my eye. In the background of the portrait, partially obscured by the woman's shoulder, I spied what appeared to be another painting on an easel. Stepping closer, I peered into the dimly lit scene within the scene. It was a study, a mirror image of my own, down to the smallest detail. And there, seated at a desk, was a figure that bore a striking resemblance to myself, engrossed in studying a painting. My heart quickened as I leaned in, my breath catching in my throat. The figure in the miniature study was undeniably me, captured with eerie precision. As I recoiled, the woman in the main portrait seemed to take on a new expression, knowing, almost playful. Her gaze followed me as I moved about the room, no longer content to remain a static image. A hint of a smile played at her lips, and in the silence I could almost hear a faint echo of laughter, like the rustle of ancient parchment. That night, I firmly shut the door to my study, yet I could still feel her eyes upon me, watching from the shadows. As I lay in bed, questions swirled in my mind about the previous owners of the portrait, about the secrets they might have held, the mysteries they might have unraveled. Had they too felt the weight of those unblinking eyes upon them? When morning came, my study appeared unchanged, save for one detail. My journal lay open on the desk, its pages filled with elegant script that was not my own. "Art is ever in motion, dear observer," the words read, the line between viewer and viewed blurred in the dance of perception. I chose to leave the portrait where it hung, a silent witness to the unfolding drama of my days. As I sit now in my study, pen in hand, I feel her gaze upon me, that enigmatic smile playing at her lips. And in the quiet moments, when the light casts long shadows and the world holds its breath, I see the painting within the painting shift and change, revealing new secrets, new mysteries. The portrait remains an enigma, a puzzle I have come to accept rather than solve. For who are we in the end but both observer and observed, caught in a delicate balance of reflection and reality? In the hush of my study, with the clock's steady heartbeat and the whispers of the past echoing in the air, I have learned to embrace the mystery, to dance with the unknown in a silent waltz of perception and truth. Story 6. The soft flicker of candlelight painted shadows on my bedroom walls, setting the stage for another tranquil evening in solitude. Raindrops played a gentle melody on the window panes, syncopating with the rhythm of my breath. These moments of quiet reflection always brought me solace, enveloped by the embrace of aged wooden furniture and the familiar fragrance of leather-bound books. Yet on this particular night, an unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. Seated at my antique writing desk, a peculiar sound drew my attention, a subtle scratching emanating from the wall beside me. Initially dismissing it as mere echoes of an ancient house settling, I couldn't shake the feeling of purpose behind the rhythmic noise. It was as if someone, or something, was intricately marking the wall's surface with intent. Pressing my ear against the weathered wallpaper, the scratching revealed itself with a deliberate cadence, pausing before continuing in a cryptic sequence. My fingertips explored the wall's texture, seeking out anomalies, A spot slightly warmer to the touch piqued my curiosity, prompting me to peel back a section of the aged paper. What lay beneath unveiled a world of mystery, intricate markings etched into the plaster with precision. These symbols were not random scratches. They formed a pattern of 12 repeating symbols, resembling a coded message waiting to be unraveled. As I transcribed them into my notebook, a sense of familiarity washed over me, akin to a distant memory surfacing from the depths of a dream. Time seemed to bend as I delved deeper into the enigmatic symbols, the rain outside providing a soothing backdrop to my investigation. The flickering candlelight played tricks on the symbols, morphing them into celestial constellations and cryptic messages in a language unknown to me. The house whispered softly, and the candle's flame danced in response to unseen whispers in the air. Exploring further, I uncovered more hidden symbols beneath the wallpaper, expanding like ripples in a pond. Each stroke felt alive under my touch, radiating warmth as if imbued with a mysterious energy. The rain intensified, its patter harmonizing with the symbol's intricate dance on the wall. Approaching midnight, the room hummed with anticipation. The scratching had ceased, replaced by a faint humming reverberating from the wall, a melody just beyond comprehension. Hour after hour, I painstakingly transcribed the symbols, their luminescence pulsating with a quiet intensity, almost as if alive. As exhaustion weighed heavy on my eyelids, I retired to bed, the rain's gentle lullaby still serenading the night. In the hushed moments before sleep claimed me, whispers seemed to drift from the wall, murmurs of ancient secrets shared among kindred spirits. With the dawn's light, the room took on a different essence, the symbols subdued but ever present, patiently awaiting the veil of nightfall once more. Running my fingers over them one final time before concealing them behind a painting, I realized that some mysteries are not meant to be unraveled, but cherished in their enigmatic allure. On quiet, rainy nights, echoes of that scratching sound still linger in the air, a reminder of the enigmatic message within the wall. Though the code remains unsolved, perhaps it is the journey of discovery that holds the true essence of wonder. Behind the painting, the symbols rest, a silent testament to the hidden marvels that dwell within the most ordinary of walls, waiting for the curious soul to uncover their secrets in the stillness of night. Story 7. I awaken as always, enveloped in a weighty embrace that clings to me like a leaden shroud. The room is aglow with a gentle radiance, a pearl-like shimmer that emanates from nowhere in particular. The walls display an ever-shifting hue, morphing each time I avert my gaze. The ceiling soars far higher than the norm for a bedroom, vanishing into a velvety darkness reminiscent of a starless sky. Nestled upon a bed of plush softness, the silk sheets whisper over my skin with a mesmerizing rustle as I stir. A familiar, sweet fragrance lingers in the air, evoking memories I cannot quite grasp. Perhaps it's the scent of lavender, or maybe vanilla, but each attempt to fixate on it only prompts it to transform into something new. Time in this space flows in a peculiar manner. Shadows elongate and recede as if animated by a will of their own, swaying upon the walls in a slow, hypnotic cadence. The silence, never absolute, is accompanied by a distant murmur akin to the deep, slumbering breath of another, or, perchance, the reverberation of my own heartbeat within the void. Rising from the bed, my bare feet sink into a carpet so luxuriously thick it feels akin to treading upon clouds. The room is sparsely adorned. Alongside the bed stands an aged desk of dark wood, a plush armchair cloaked in burgundy velvet, and an oval mirror framed in gold. The mirror remains misted, as if someone has just taken a steamy shower, yet no bathroom is in sight. Drawing near to the desk, an array of disparate objects greets my sight. Today, a weathered leather-bound diary, a fountain pen laden with midnight blue ink, and a cup of tea wafting a gentle vapor. The tea remains warm, though I possess no recollection of brewing it. Though the diary's pages lie blank, A touch of my finger seems to discern faint impressions of words etched upon the paper, as if inscribed with invisible ink. Prompted by the armchair's beckoning, I lower myself to its welcoming embrace. The velvet exudes warmth, as if recently vacated. From this vantage point, I notice a peculiar pulsing in the wall before me, akin to a slumbering chest's rhythmic breath. Intrigued, I rise to inspect this anomaly closer. But as I draw near, the wall solidifies into motionless solidity. Seeking an exit, as habit dictates, my hands trail along the walls, tracing every minute irregularity, every minute crack. At times, the semblance of a handle appears, only to dissolve like mist upon my touch. The mist-covered mirror captures my focus. Amidst the haze, my reflection flickers, movements slightly delayed as if hesitating to mimic me. Occasionally, within fleeting moments of clarity, it appears as though another gazes back at me through the glass. Time meanders in erratic currents. The light waxes and wanes in a rhythm divorced from day or night. Seated in the armchair, I peruse the diary for what feels like fleeting minutes, only to realize the room's shadows have shifted, as if hours have slipped away. Recumbent upon the bed once more, I gaze at the infinite expanse of the ceiling. The sheets enfold me like sentient tendrils, cradling me in a tender embrace. The tantalizing scent in the air intensifies, evoking memories of my grandmother's perfume, the aroma of freshly baked cookies, or the petrichor of summer rain on a grassy lawn. I shut my eyes, aware that upon reopening them, the cycle will recommence. The room detains me, ensconced within this liminal realm betwixt dream and reality, where time coils upon itself like a Mobius strip. Uncertain if I dream the room or if it dreams me, a fragment of my being ponders whether an escape truly exists, or if perhaps I've never sought it. The room melds with me, or perchance I have forever been a fragment of the room, enmeshed in an eternal cycle of wakefulness and reverie, where the boundaries between actuality and fantasy blend, akin to hues within a freshly painted canvas. Story 8. The autumn fog embraced the park like a gentle whisper, as leaves swirled lazily in the damp evening breeze. Walking along the gravel path, I inhaled the earthy scent of the wet ground, my steps echoing softly in the quiet. The streetlights cast hazy circles in the mist, barely lighting the way ahead. And there, on a weathered wooden bench, lay a dark coat, neatly folded with precision. No one else lingered in the park at that late hour, and the coat seemed like a deliberate offering, placed just so. Approaching cautiously, I noticed the wool garment absorbing the moisture in the air, its fabric still warm to the touch, as if recently shed. Not a sense of fear, but rather intrigue, tingled through me. I checked the pockets, hoping for a clue, only to find an old bus ticket from 1985. Time seemed to stand still as I held this relic of the past, its yellowed paper oddly intact. Sitting beside the coat, I let my mind drift as the fog thickened around me, enveloping me in a cocoon of stillness. A faint aroma of lavender and pipe tobacco wafted from the coat, conjuring memories of yesteryears, of fading photographs. Upon closer inspection, I discovered faded initials, JM, delicately embroidered inside with golden thread. A distant melody, like echoes from a bygone era, floated through the air, possibly from a forgotten gramophone. Rising from the bench to trace the music, I found it elusive, surrounding me from every direction and none in particular. Upon returning to the coat, I noticed a subtle shift in its position, as if moved while I chased the phantom music. The perfect fold altered, a button catching the light differently. Yet the park remained silent, with only the fog and shadows for company. Time seemed askew, the fog tightening its embrace, casting ethereal shadows on the fallen leaves. Lost in reverie, I pondered on the enigma of JM, their story unfurling in my mind's eye. A gentle touch on my shoulder, light as a breeze, startled me from my musings. Turning, I found only the swirling fog, the coat now aged, its fabric worn and colors faded. Respecting its mystery, I left it undisturbed, walking away as the music faded into the night. Returning the next morning, the bench stood empty but for the lingering imprint of the coat. Beside it lay a new bus ticket, dated for that very day. To this day, on misty evenings, I catch whispers of that distant melody, and the scent of lavender and tobacco lingers in the air. Sometimes, as the streetlights dance with the mist, I glimpse the silhouette of a refined figure strolling through the park. But upon closer inspection, it dissolves into the swirling leaves, leaving only a sense of mystery and wonder in its wake. Story 9. The night's hush was broken by a distant, ethereal melody. Nestled in my cherished armchair, draped in a woolen throw with a cup of chamomile tea, now chilled, resting on the side table beside me, I lifted my gaze from the book in my hands. The notes drifted through the air like delicate snowflakes, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. It was a piano, I was sure, playing a tune that eluded recognition but felt strangely familiar, like a faded memory of a long-lost dream. The house lay shrouded in darkness, save for the gentle glow of the lamp by the armchair, casting a circle of warmth around me. Shadows waltzed upon the walls, swaying in harmony with the mysterious music. Rising slowly, the throw slipped off my lap with a soft whisper. Each step on the wooden floor echoed softly as I made my way to the living room window. Outside, the night lay tranquil and mute. The full moon bathed the garden in its silvery light, unveiling the silhouettes of trees swaying gently in the nocturnal breeze. Not a soul stirred in the neighboring houses, all cloaked in darkness. Yet the music persisted, seeming to emanate from every direction, and yet nowhere at all. I traversed the house, room by room, hunting for the source of the elusive melody that shifted subtly with my every move. In the kitchen, it beckoned from the living room. In the living room, it seemed to originate from the staircase. On the stairs, the sound appeared to cascade from the upper floor. It was a mesmerizing play of echoes and reverberations that led me in a silent dance through the familiar spaces of my abode. Upon reaching my bedroom upstairs, I noticed that the door stood slightly ajar, though I was certain I had left it wide open that morning. Moonbeams filtered through the sheer curtains, painting intricate patterns on the floor. The music now rang clearer, more defined, as if I were on the cusp of uncovering its origin. Halting at the threshold, I surveyed the room intently. My ancient music box, a keepsake from my grandmother that had long sat on the nightstand, gleamed in the dim light. I had never dared to open it, convinced it was broken. Yet now, in the stillness of the night, its diminutive ballerina twirled leisurely, casting her dancing shadow on the wall. The melody that filled the room mirrored the one that had lured me there, but amplified, as though the entire house had become a chamber of resonance. Advancing cautiously, my heart drumming in synchrony with the music, I approached the music box. It seemed to radiate a peculiar warmth, almost like a living thing. The ballerina continued her graceful pirouette, and her visage, once a plain porcelain oval, now bore distinct features. Features I knew well. It was my grandmother's countenance, perfectly replicated in miniature, her familiar smile from my childhood etched upon her face. The tiny figure's eyes met mine fleetingly, and in that instant, the melody shifted, morphing into a lullaby she used to croon to me as a child. Frozen in place, I allowed the music to enfold me like a beloved embrace. No fear gripped me, only a profound sense of tranquility and wistfulness. The notes lingered in the chamber until, gradually, they ebbed away like receding waves. As the music dwindled to silence, the music box closed itself with a soft click. Peace settled over the house once more, but it was a different kind of quiet, pregnant with significance. Descending to my armchair below, retrieving the throw from the floor and enfolding myself in its warmth, I found the book still open to the page I had left off. Yet my thoughts strayed to the music box and my grandmother. I mused on how many melodies had lain captive within those silent gears all these years, awaiting the opportune moment for release. Since that night, on occasion, When the house grows particularly still and the full moon bathes the garden in its glow, a sweet, familiar melody wafts through the rooms. I no longer seek out its source. Instead, I close my eyes and simply listen, understanding that some mysteries need not be unraveled to be embraced. Story 10. The rain's gentle patter on the roof, tiles weaves a soothing melody as I settle in for the night. Droplets cascade down the window, casting playful shadows in my study. The fireplace, now dormant, lingers with a hint of charred wood, while the soft glow of the desk lamp bathes the room in a cozy light. In the hush of the moment, a ring cuts through the tranquility. An unexpected sound, considering the old rotary phone on the shelf has been disconnected for years, leaving only my cell phone. Yet its crystal clear chime hangs in the air, refusing to be ignored. Setting aside my book, I rise from the armchair, my steps muffled by the Persian rug as I approach the antique phone. Gleaming faintly in the dimness, the black device beckons with a mysterious allure. The ringing ceases as I reach out to touch it, the receiver icy to my fingertips, carrying the faint scent of aged bakelite, evoking childhood memories of watching my grandmother dial numbers with precision. Dismissing it as a trick of my fatigued mind, I turn away, only to have the phone sound again, this time with a more urgent tone, as if demanding attention. Intrigued yet unsettled, I watch as the receiver vibrates with each ring, catching the light in a hypnotic dance. Counting the rings mechanically, I find myself drawn to lift the receiver on the fifth, plunging into a profound silence broken only by the rain's steady rhythm. Bringing the receiver to my ear, the cold bakelite against my skin, I am met with not the expected dial tone, but a void of sound, an emptiness that seems to echo, and then a breath, slow and steady, resonates from the other end, a familiar rhythm stirring buried memories. It mirrors my grandmother's breathing as she drifted off to sleep in her cherished armchair, phone always nearby. "Hello?" I whisper, barely audible over the rain's cadence. The breath on the line hesitates, then transforms into a poignant sigh, tugging at my heartstrings. Listening intently, I find myself enveloped in a sense of peace, mingled with nostalgia, as if the silence between us is telling a profound tale without words. The breathing continues, punctuated by pregnant pauses, drawing me into a cocoon of warmth and familiarity. Time slips away as I surrender to the sound, allowing it to weave a tapestry of emotions around me. When I open my eyes, the room has shifted subtly. The lamp's light is softer, more comforting, and the air carries a hint of lavender, my grandmother's beloved fragrance. With a sense of reluctance, I place the receiver back on its cradle. The phone falls silent, yet now it exudes a soothing presence, as if it has imparted its message. Settling back into the armchair, I gaze at the phone in the dimness, the rain outside continuing its gentle serenade, blending with memories of the past. Since that night, the phone has remained silent. But on rainy evenings, when the silence grows profound, a faint breath, a familiar sigh from another time, seems to brush against my senses. And in those fleeting moments I smile, knowing that some connections transcend physical boundaries, existing beyond mere wires and walls. Story 11. The soft patter of rain against the window panes painted a soothing melody in my grandmother's ancient house. My task was to sift through the layers of memories tucked away in the dusty attic, a duty that carried both a weight of solemnity and a strange tranquility. Each creak of the wooden stairs under my feet released a hint of aged cedar and faded reminiscences with every step I climbed. The attic welcomed me with a gentle, diffused light filtering through a small, circular window. Dust motes pirouetted lazily in the gentle beam, crafting ethereal patterns in the air around me. The space hummed with whispers of bygone days, each box and trunk safeguarding fragments of lives long lived. As I wandered through the attic, my fingers tracing along weathered cardboard boxes, the rain's lullaby served as the perfect backdrop to my exploration. In the far corner, Tucked behind a stack of leather-bound photo albums, something caught my eye. A diminutive music box, its surface weathered by time, perched on a faded pink blanket. What drew me in was not its appearance or position, but the slow rotation of its metal key, as if it had been wound just moments ago. The movement, almost imperceptible, stood out vividly in the attic's stillness. Approaching it, a subtle chill enveloped me, the temperature shifting slightly. The music box's ornate lid featured intricate carvings of woodland creatures, their details softened by years of touch. My grandmother had never spoken of this piece, a fact that struck me as odd given her fondness for recounting tales of her cherished belongings. When I gingerly lifted the music box, I noticed it emitted an unusual warmth, contrasting with the attic's cool embrace. The key continued its gentle revolution, defying logic and reason. With trembling hands, I opened the lid, anticipating the familiar tinkle of a lullaby. Instead, a different sound emerged, the faint giggle of a child, distant and otherworldly, drifting through the air like a forgotten echo. The sound held no menace, rather it carried a poignant sense of yearning and solitude that stirred a deep place within me. Nestled beneath the music box lay a petite porcelain doll, no larger than my hand. Its painted visage bore a tranquil expression, though one glass eye gazed askance, imparting an oddly knowing gaze. The doll's dress, once white, had aged to a delicate ivory hue, its lace trim fragile as gossamer. What struck me most were the tiny hands, outstretched as if in anticipation of being embraced. While I studied the doll, the rain's rhythm seemed to shift, growing more deliberate, akin to footsteps traversing the attic floor. Dust particles in the air twirled in peculiar formations, resembling small handprints before dispersing into chaos. The air cooled further, though not unpleasantly, more akin to the gentle touch of a summer evening breeze. Memories, not my own, began to surface in my mind. Flickers of a young girl at play in this very attic, her laughter resonating off the rafters as she cradled the porcelain doll. These visions appeared as watercolors, soft-edged and muted in color, yet carrying an undeniable essence of truth. I recognized her as my grandmother in her youth, though how I knew eluded explanation. The music box's key halted its rotation, the spectral giggle fading into silence. Holding both objects, an urge swelled within me to bring them downstairs, to infuse them with new life in the warmth below. Yet a hesitance held me back. The doll's misaligned eye now seemed to gaze past me, fixed on something, or someone, unseen. Carefully, I returned both items to their original positions, arranging the pink blanket precisely. In that act, a subtle shift rippled through the air, akin to a sigh of satisfaction. The rain resumed its natural cadence, and the dust resumed its lazy waltz in the sunbeam. A newfound understanding dawned upon me. Some playthings are not meant to be forgotten, even when they seem relegated to obscurity. They exist in a realm between memory and reality, between past and present, frolicking with phantom children during the silent hours when none watch. That evening, as I readied to depart, a distant melody from the attic seemed to caress my ears, accompanied by the sound of light footsteps dancing across creaking floorboards. I chose not to investigate. Some enigmas are destined to remain unsolved, dwelling within that tranquil space between wakefulness and dreams, where the inconceivable becomes conceivable, and memories pirouette eternally in the dust-kissed glow of aging attics. Perhaps this explained why my grandmother never spoke of the music box. Some treasures are meant to be unearthed rather than bestowed, their enchantment unveiled solely to those who chance upon them at the perfect moment. When the rain whispers softly and the world hushes enough to heed the echoes of the past. Story 12. The rain cascaded down in a mesmerizing cadence upon the roof of the dwelling, crafting a natural symphony that serenaded the stillness of the night. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a cup of now chilled chamomile tea in my hands, I idly absorbed the soothing melody, when a faint whisper of a sound seized my attention. A subtle, nearly imperceptible noise intertwined with the pitter-patter of the rain, delicate footsteps echoing from the depths of the basement. Initially, I dismissed it as the ordinary settling of the house. Aged abodes possess their unique voice, their own method of communicating through groans and gentle sighs. Mine was no exception, particularly on damp nights when the wooden beams swelled slightly from the moisture. Yet this time, there was an unfamiliar quality to the way those sounds materialized, as if they adhered to a distinct rhythm, a cadence that eerily mirrored human footsteps. Rising from the chair with deliberate movements, I placed the cup on the petite table beside me. The wooden floor beneath my feet exuded a faint warmth, residual heat from the day's warmth. Drawing closer to the basement door, I noticed the air turning progressively colder, as though an icy breeze ascended from the stairs. The brass handle felt surprisingly frigid to the touch, and as I twisted it, the mechanism emitted a click that reverberated in the house's hush. The staircase spiraling downward was swallowed by darkness, pierced only by a faint bluish glow filtering through the diminutive skylight. Descending cautiously, step by step, I was accompanied by the fusion of my own footfalls with the enigmatic ones I had perceived earlier. The distinctive aroma of the basement, a blend of aged wood, damp soil, and something indefinable, intensified as I delved deeper. In the subterranean chamber, shadows pirouetted on the walls each time lightning illuminated the skylight. Laden shelves adorned with antiquities cast contorted silhouettes that seemed to sway in synchrony with the rain's tempo. It was then that I discerned something peculiar. Etched onto the dusty floor were footprints. Not ordinary footprints. They resembled faint trails of dampness, as though an individual with moist feet had meandered in circles at the room's core. Approaching the footprints leisurely, I endeavored to decipher their origin. The skylight remained unscathed, devoid of any signs of water seepage. While scrutinizing those enigmatic imprints, a motion in the periphery of my vision seized my focus. In the darkest recess of the basement, where light dared not venture, something appeared to stir languidly. My heart quickened slightly, not from trepidation, but rather a blend of curiosity tinged with an uncanny sense of recognition. Inch by inch, I drew nearer to that shadowed alcove, and with each step the air grew colder still. The echoes of footsteps I had perceived from above reverberated, yet this time it was unmistakable that they emanated not from a single point, but seemed to encircle the entire space, as though an unseen presence traversed every corner simultaneously. It was in that moment of realization that a peculiar truth dawned upon me. The footprints on the floor were not haphazardly arranged. They delineated a precise configuration, a spiraling pattern converging towards the room's nucleus. Tracing that spiral route with my gaze, I observed that the freshest footprints, those nearest to the center, remained damp, as though freshly etched into the dust. Motionless, I stood for what felt like an eternity, beholding those traces as they gradually dissipated, evaporating into the frigid basement atmosphere. The echoes of footsteps faded into a mere whisper, blending seamlessly with the rain's persistent symphony outside. Ascending the stairs once more, a peculiar sense of tranquility enveloped me, as if I had borne witness to an ancient and enigmatic ritual, a timeless enactment transpiring in the bowels of the house. That night, as I readied myself for slumber, I discerned that the rain's melody upon the roof had metamorphosed. It was no longer a random downpour of droplets, but seemed to harmonize with the footsteps I had encountered in the basement. Drifting into sleep with that haunting refrain in my ears, I pondered whether the footsteps would return on the morrow, and if perchance I would summon the fortitude to linger long enough to unveil the source of those enigmatic footprints in the dust. Story 13. The night held a special essence, a hint of autumn seeping into your very being, murmuring promises of endless nights. Nestled in the cozy armchair of my study, I savored the soft touch of the wind caressing the leaves outside, weaving a gentle, natural symphony. Amidst this tranquil moment, a faint noise emerged from the depths of the basement, a subtle rustling akin to the whisper of ancient paper. Initially, I dismissed it as the routine settling of the house, the familiar sounds every edifice emits as it readies itself for slumber. Driven by curiosity rather than fear, I rose leisurely from my seat. The warm glow of the desk lamp enveloped me in a golden aura as I approached the basement door. Each wooden step murmured under my weight, murmuring age-old secrets. The air grew cooler as I descended, carrying with it a faint fragrance of damp soil and forsaken books. In the basement, shadows pirouetted on the walls to the flickering rhythm of the light bulb. It was a space I knew well, filled with neatly arranged boxes and antique furniture draped in white sheets resembling slumbering phantoms. Yet that night, a peculiar detail captivated my attention. Nestled in the farthest corner, where light struggled to reach, stood a door. Unadorned, crafted from dark wood, it bore no distinctive markings. What puzzled me was my lack of recollection regarding its existence, despite spending countless hours organizing my belongings in the basement. The brass handle gleamed as though freshly polished, drawing me towards it. Step by step, I approached, the frigid floor pulsing beneath my feet as if alive. The air around the door felt colder, as if exhaling a chilling breath. My fingertips grazed the uneven, weathered surface of the wooden door. To my touch, it vibrated faintly, almost sentient. The silence in the basement thickened, interrupted solely by the reverberations of my own heartbeat. With caution, I reached for the handle. Surprisingly warm, it contrasted sharply with the icy air. Turning it slowly, the inner mechanism shifted with an unexpected smoothness. The door swung open noiselessly, revealing an astonishing sight. Instead of a wall or another room, a thin, silvery mist undulated, swayed by an unseen breeze. Emitting a soft, hypnotic light, the mist beckoned like a pleasant dream fading upon awakening. Within it, a delicate melody played, distant yet enchanting. The air carried a sweet, familiar scent of spring blooms and freshly brewed tea. Standing at the threshold, torn between curiosity and caution, I beheld the mist swirling, morphing into transient shapes that eluded definition. Faces, landscapes unknown to me, materialized and dissolved in a mesmerizing dance. It felt as though I peered through a veil, separating reality from a deeper, enigmatic realm. Stepping back, I gently closed the door. The click of the lock shattered the enchantment. Familiar sounds of the household returned. The clocks ticking upstairs, the wind's whisper in the trees, a dog's distant bark in the slumbering neighborhood. Ascending the stairs slowly, a sense of having unearthed something extraordinary lingered. In the days that ensued, I revisited the basement, but the door had vanished, replaced by an insurmountable brick wall. Yet, on the quietest nights, when the world teeters between wakefulness and slumber, I sense that distant melody, pondering if the door still lingers, concealed somewhere, awaiting another's discovery. Some doors, I've learned, open only at specific junctures when time and space intertwine in unfathomable ways. Perhaps it's for the best, for the mystery of that basement door taught me that not all queries require answers, and certain secrets hold a beauty in their enigma, akin to dreams that briefly brush against reality before dissolving into the silvery mist of memory. Story 14. The autumn breeze whispered gently as I meandered down the rural road, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. The GPS had long ceased its guidance, but I remained unperturbed. Familiar with these lands, or so I thought, I continued my journey. The dirt path wove serenely amidst hills adorned with barren vineyards, while the crisp scent of earth and fallen leaves embraced me through the cracked window. Time seemed to stretch, inviting me to relish each passing moment. Turning right at a weathered wooden sign, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. This road was a stranger to my mental map. Pausing briefly to recalibrate, I watched as elongated shadows weaved intricate patterns amidst the trees. The road beneath my wheels, impeccably maintained, defied its obscure existence, devoid of any imperfections on its smooth surface, disappearing into the evening mist. Leaves drifted lazily in the air, as if time itself lingered in this realm. Proceeding cautiously, I found myself captivated by the evolving scenery. Trees lining the path appeared ancient and twisted, their canopies intertwining to form a natural canopy through which filtered the fading twilight. In the distance, faint lights flickered like misplaced fireflies, dancing between the tree trunks, their presence transient yet enchanting. The silence enveloped me, broken only by the gentle hum of the engine and the rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. As I advanced, subtle transformations befell the road. Its boundaries blurred, as if softened by an unseen hand, while shadows deepened without menace, but rather with a tender embrace. Reality seemed to melt, its edges dulled in a surreal haze. Abruptly a sight caught my eye, an ancient brass mailbox, gleaming as if newly forged, adorned with an intricate compass rose. Upon reaching out, a faint warmth emanated from the metal, defying the cool night air. The road continued to wind, unveiling curious details. Dimly glowing milestone stones lined the path, their luminescence seemingly intrinsic rather than painted. The sky above me donned an indescribable hue, unique to this forgotten sanctuary. Stars emerged, yet even they bore an otherworldly aura, as if plucked from a distant time or place. After what felt like an eternity or a fleeting moment, I crested a hill to discover a circular clearing, paved with ancient stones. At its heart stood a weathered lamppost, casting a welcoming glow. Stepping out, the air hung still, as if time itself paused to witness. From this vantage point, the distant city lights appeared distant, veiled by an unseen boundary from this ethereal reality. Observing the metamorphosis of the road behind me into a path of ancient stones, I pondered the nature of my journey. Returning to my vehicle, I retrieved a map, illuminated under the lamppost's warmth. Confirming my suspicions, the road I traversed existed solely in this elusive realm. Folding the map, a gust of wind caused it to quiver, revealing fleeting golden traces before dissipating. Lingering in this surreal haven, I absorbed its tranquil essence before departing. The lamppost extinguished silently as I drove into the darkness, guided by an unseen force toward home. Glancing back, the lamppost flickered to life once more, its glow diminishing with each passing moment, leaving behind a golden shimmer dancing in the night. A road uncharted, yet unforgettable. In the days that ensued, I searched tirelessly for that mystical road, navigating every path and crossroad, yet it eluded me like a dream upon waking. A faint golden imprint on my aged map was the sole remnant of my voyage, a hidden secret awaiting rediscovery in the light of a new dawn. Story 15. The autumn garden lay veiled in a delicate mist that morning as I gathered the fallen leaves that had silently descended during the night. The brisk air tenderly kissed my cheeks, carrying the earthy fragrance of moist soil and the chrysanthemums I had carefully planted just a few weeks prior. A tranquil hush enveloped the surroundings, interrupted solely by the soft whisper of dried leaves underfoot and the sporadic melody of an early bird's song. It was amidst my task near the weathered stone bench that a glimmer caught my eye, faintly shimmering amid the fallen foliage. A silvery dazzle seized my attention, akin to a dewdrop capturing a sunbeam. Bending down gracefully, I delicately brushed aside the damp leaves, unveiling an antique necklace. A masterpiece of craftsmanship it was, with an oval pendant embellished with intricate floral motifs and a small azure gem at its core, radiating light in a mesmerizing manner. Holding the necklace in my hands, I savored its feathery weight and the chill of its surface against my skin. Undoubtedly, it belonged to no one I knew. In solitude had I dwelled in that abode for over 2 decades, and never had I beheld any neighbor adorned with such elegance. The blue gem retained its peculiar luminosity, almost as if it possessed a light of its own. Come evening, after tenderly cleansing the necklace, I positioned it on the nightstand beside my bed. Drifting off to sleep, I beheld the moonlight filtering through the window, casting ethereal shadows upon the walls from the necklace's gleaming surface. Throughout the night, I stirred from slumber numerous times, sensing a distant melody wafting through the air, akin to a music box's gentle refrain echoing within the house. A sweet, melancholic tune, almost imperceptible, dissipating upon my attempts to focus on it. With the dawn's arrival, I observed the necklace had shifted on the nightstand, as if moved by an unseen hand during the night. In daylight, the blue gem appeared more subdued, yet as I clasped it, a faint warmth emanated from the metal, distinct from the coldness it had exuded before. Intrigued, I resolved to delve into its origins. In the days that ensued, subtle changes unfolded within the household. Objects on the kitchen table appeared displaced in the morning, as though scrutinized during the night. Family portraits adorning the hallway seemed subtly askew each new day. The nocturnal melody persisted, growing clearer, more recognizable, yet remained elusive in its origin. One twilight, while immersed in reading within my armchair, the necklace resting on the adjacent table, I distinctly heard the sound of dainty footfalls emanating from upstairs. Gentle steps, akin to a child treading softly on tiptoe. Rising slowly, ascending the staircase with care to minimize noise, I reached the upper floor to find it deserted. However, within the guest room, repurposed as a storage area, lay an unfamiliar wooden box, intricately adorned with the same floral motifs as the necklace. Nestled within, atop a cushion of faded velvet, rested a photograph aged by time. It depicted a young woman bedecked in an identical necklace to the one I had discovered. Inscribed on the photograph's reverse in faded ink was a date and a phrase, to remember the happy days in the garden. From that night onward, the music box melody grew in frequency, no longer unsettling but rather comforting. It was as though the house itself serenaded a lullaby, a gentle tune that filled the rooms during the quietest hours of night. At times, amid the autumnal evenings in the garden, I fancied glimpsing a blurred figure flitting among the trees, akin to a memory attempting to materialize. The woman in the photograph remained a mystery, as did the necklace's enigmatic appearance in my garden. I have learned to embrace this enigma in my life, akin to embracing the ebb and flow of seasons or the march of time. The necklace still rests upon my nightstand, and on serene nights when the moon is full and the breeze whispers through the leaves, distant laughter seems to mingle with the music box's melody, an echo of bygone days steeped in joy, veiled by time's passage. Story 16. The mist clung to my ankles as I wandered the winding path behind my grandmother's old house. It was early morning, yet a blanket of darkness enveloped the area, refusing to yield to the dawn. The air was heavy with moisture, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, mingled with something else, something ancient and enigmatic that eluded my senses. Only a fortnight ago, this estate had become mine, and while the house exuded a welcoming charm, it was the peculiar garden that called to me from the shadows. Stretching out behind the Victorian manor, encased by weathered stone walls cloaked in ivy, the garden held me captive with its mysteries. The tall trees that encircled it seemed to lean in, creating a natural canopy so thick that even the midday sun struggled to pierce through. This garden had been in my grandmother's possession for over 6 decades, yet in all my visits as a child, I had never witnessed her tend to it. Inquiring once, she had simply replied with a knowing smile, "Some places prefer to care for themselves, dear." Back then, I had dismissed her words as whimsical ramblings of age. But now, as I strolled through the perpetual twilight of this enchanting realm, her words took on a profound significance. My footsteps fell silently on the moist ground, as if the earth itself absorbed the sound. The vegetation here flourished in a peculiar manner, Ghostly white roses bloomed devoid of any hint of color, their petals seeming to radiate in the dim light. Ferns spiraled in intricate patterns, their tendrils reaching out like delicate tendrils whenever I drew near. Yet it was the mushrooms forming perfect circles throughout the garden that captivated me the most. Their caps bore a rare hue of blue-gray, pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow. Delving deeper into the garden, a peculiar behavior of the plant life caught my attention. Every flower, every leaf, every blade of grass appeared to lean away as I approached, only to slowly turn towards me as I passed by. It wasn't the wind causing this motion, no breeze touched this sheltered sanctuary. The movement was deliberate, almost inquisitive, akin to children peeking at a stranger from around a corner. At the heart of the garden stood an ancient stone fountain, dry yet untouched by time's embrace. Carved with cryptic symbols unfamiliar to me, the curves and lines seemed to shift and dance when viewed from different angles. Tracing a symbol with my finger, the stone emanated warmth despite the chill in the air. A gentle vibration hummed through my touch, and for a fleeting moment, a distant melody seemed to echo in the air. It was then that I noticed the butterflies. These were not the vibrant, common insects of ordinary gardens. They were pure white, with wings that appeared translucent, like snowflakes caught in morning sunlight. Flitting amidst the pale flowers, they left trails of shimmering dust in their wake. Instead of settling, the dust lingered in the air, forming intricate patterns resembling constellations. As I watched, mesmerized, I discerned a pattern emerging, a script that teased at the edges of my memory, like words from a dream swiftly forgotten upon waking. The temperature plummeted, prompting me to pull my sweater closer. I realized my watch had ceased its ticking, time frozen in this timeless garden. Though the light remained constant, I sensed I had lingered here for hours, swallowed by the garden's temporal distortion. In my grandmother's diary, discovered in her study posthumously, a single entry spoke of the garden. It existed before us, and it shall endure long after. We do not possess it, it possesses us. While some gardens cultivate flowers, this one nurtures secrets. Standing amidst the silent ballet of spectral butterflies and swaying foliage, I grasped the truth. Other peculiarities revealed themselves. The absence of birds overhead, shadows moving independent of any light source, and flowers blooming and withering in moments only to bloom anew. The garden pulsated with a vitality that defied the laws of nature, governed by its own enigmatic rules. As evening approached, though how I discerned this in the unchanging light remained a mystery, I retraced my steps towards the house. The path appeared altered, yet my footprints lingered in the soil, marking my passage. Fresh blossoms had bloomed where none existed before, their petals clasped tight around secrets not yet ready to be unveiled. Before departing the garden's confines, I cast a final glance backward. Amidst the mist, the pale blooms, and the eternal twilight's whispered invitation of "Welcome home," a figure near the fountain caught my eye. A figure that might have been my grandmother, tending to the flora that defied reason. But with a blink, she vanished, leaving behind only the garden's mysterious allure. That night, as I readied myself for slumber, a solitary white butterfly perched on my windowsill, its wings casting shadows resembling inscrutable words on my room's walls. Drifting into dreams, the fountain's ethereal melody serenaded me, unraveling the realization that some places eschew the sun's rays in favor of their own enigmatic luminescence, born from secrets as ancient as time itself. Story 17. The night draped the house in a hushed embrace, as the wind whispered softly through the leaves of the ancient tree in the garden. Nestled in the armchair in my bedroom, I watched the shadows waltz on the walls, painted by the flickering lamplight. It was that magical hour when sleep beckoned, yet a strange resistance lingered within me, defying the call of Morpheus. Night after night, for weeks now, a recurring dream had woven its intricate threads into my consciousness with eerie precision. The warmth of the room and the gentle cadence of the old pendulum clock swayed me towards slumber. My gaze settled upon the open diary resting on the desk, where I had meticulously transcribed every detail of that haunting dream. The pages bore witness to my meticulous account, narrating a familiar tale. A spiraling gray stone staircase plunging into the unknown depths, the distant melody of water droplets echoing, and a massive wooden door adorned with cryptic symbols. Leafing through the diary, a detail caught my eye, one that had eluded me before. In each iteration of the dream, the chill seemed to seep into my bones as I descended the stairs. My fingers grazed the icy stone, my breath forming ethereal clouds in the air. Yet, what set this dream apart was the uncanny sense of recognition that trailed me through the journey, as if the staircase led to a realm I intimately knew, despite never traversing it in waking life. The door at the staircase's nadir remained firmly shut, but each night I inched closer to deciphering the enigmatic symbols etched upon it. They flowed like liquid, shifting under my scrutiny, as if alive. In the dream, my fingertips danced along the curves of the mysterious glyphs, eliciting a faint hum that rippled through the wood, as though the door itself pulsed with life. That evening, as I readied for bed, a peculiar sight awaited me in the room. Nestled next to the lamp on the nightstand lay a small object I couldn't recall ever beholding before, an ancient bronze key, its ornate design strangely reminiscent of the door's symbols in my dreams. I grasped it, taken aback by its heft and the coldness it exuded. The key's origins eluded me, yet its presence felt intrinsic, as though it had always been intertwined with my existence. Drifting into bed, the key clutched in my hand, its tangible weight grounding me in reality amidst the realm of dreams. As slumber beckoned, a premonition whispered that this night held an otherworldly allure. The dream unfurled in its familiar sequence. The spiral staircase, the haunting echo of droplets, the air growing colder with each descending step. But this time, upon reaching the door, the key nestled within my palm throbbed in synchrony with the door's enigmatic carvings. Drawing the key towards the lock, a hidden mechanism unveiled itself amidst the symbols. With bated breath, I inserted the key, the lock yielding with a melodious whisper, akin to an ancient, forgotten tune. The door creaked open slowly, revealing not an unfamiliar chamber, but a mirror reflecting the staircase behind me. Yet, in the mirror's reflection, the steps ascended instead of descended. Startled awake in my room, the soft glow of dawn filtering through the window, the key still cradled in my hand, now pulsating with a warmth that felt almost alive. Upon the diary sprawled on the desk, a new page greeted me, its characters resembling the symbols on the door, undulating like waves on an ink-black sea. Since that fateful night, the dream has remained elusive. The key rests upon the nightstand, occasionally vibrating faintly on tranquil nights. I ponder what awaits at the apex of that mirrored staircase, and whether one day I shall summon the courage to ascend it. For now, I content myself with observing the dancing symbols in the diary, their cryptic narrative unfolding in the shadowed hours of the night, whispering a tale that perhaps I am not yet prepared to decipher. Story 18. The autumn mist draped the streets like a soft silver shawl, casting a dreamlike haze over the night. After a long day's work, I found myself driving home, the world around me obscured by the fog. That's when I noticed them, a pair of headlights trailing behind me, unwavering in their distance. It was a subtle feeling, a whisper in the back of my mind, hinting at something peculiar about the way that car stuck to me like a shadow through every turn. The engine's gentle hum behind me matched the rhythm of my journey, a steady heartbeat in the night. When I slowed, it slowed. When I quickened, it mirrored my pace. Through the mist, all I could discern was a dark outline, a sedan, its headlights like twin beacons watching my every move. The road meandered through the quiet neighborhood, the houses standing in silent repose, a stark contrast to the unease creeping into my thoughts. Curiosity led me to test the waters. Instead of my usual turn, I carried on straight, taking a detour. And still, the car followed, maintaining that eerie proximity that now felt oddly familiar. The soft patter of rain on the windshield added a soothing backdrop, a calming counterpoint to the tension in the air. Rivulets of water cascaded down the glass, distorting my view of the persistent presence behind me. One side street led to another, a silent dance unfolding between us, linked by an invisible thread. The headlights remained a constant companion, neither drawing too close nor lagging behind. The neighborhood slumbered on, oblivious to our nocturnal waltz. A red light halted my progress, affording me the first glimpse through the rain-splattered rear window, a figure, motionless as stone, occupying the driver's seat of the pursuing vehicle. Deciding to return home, I found the car still trailing me like a faithful shadow. Parking in my driveway, I killed the engine, enveloping myself in the sudden hush broken only by the rain's soft cadence and the thump of my own heart. Glancing back, I watched as the car halted a few yards away, its headlights piercing the darkness, a silent sentinel. Minutes stretched into eternity until, gradually, the lights dimmed, leaving only the silhouette of the vehicle against the night. Summoning my courage, I stepped out into the rain, jacket shielding me from the downpour. But as I turned to inspect the street, there was nothing, no sign of the car that had trailed me, no trace of its presence. Since that fateful night, every drive after sunset finds me stealing glances into the rearview mirror more frequently than before. And on misty evenings, a peculiar sensation tugs at my senses, as if those familiar headlights linger in the distance, patient, watching. I cannot help but wonder if that car still roams the night, trailing another unsuspecting traveler, or if it bides its time, waiting for the perfect moment to reprise our eerie dance through the city's nocturnal labyrinth. Story 19. As I stirred from slumber, a rhythmic tick-tock filled the darkness, resonating like a mechanical heartbeat in the stillness of the night. The steady pulse of the pendulum marked the passage of time in this enigmatic realm. Slowly, my eyes fluttered open, revealing a room bathed in the soft glow of twilight. None of the surroundings seemed familiar to me. I found myself reclined on a weathered burgundy velvet couch, its comforting softness telling tales of years gone by. A delicate fragrance lingered in the air, a mix of aged timber and dried blooms, with an elusive hint of an unfamiliar scent. Through heavy brocade curtains, feeble light filtered, casting ethereal patterns on the faded Victorian wallpaper. Gradually adjusting to the dimness, I observed the intricate details of the room. Antique dark wood furniture stood guard in the shadows of the corners. A colossal bookshelf dominated one wall, its shelves laden with untouched leather-bound tomes from a bygone era. On a petite table beside the couch, a delicate porcelain teacup cradled steaming liquid, likely tea. Rising slowly, every muscle protesting as though I had been in slumber for an eternity, I made my way to the window. Drawing back the curtains, a misty garden unfolded before me, where vague silhouettes of trees and shrubs swayed rhythmically in the evening breeze. My reflection in the glass revealed a disconcerting truth. I was clad in garments not my own. A crisp white linen shirt, a brocade vest, and velvet trousers, impeccably tailored yet fashioned in an antiquated style. Fingers trembling, I felt the fabric, appreciating its fine quality beneath my touch. A flicker of movement in the periphery of my vision caught my attention. Turning back to the room's interior, all remained still. Only the pendulum persisted in its unwavering motion, as if measuring time's elusive flow within this peculiar realm. Determined to explore beyond the confines of the room, I pushed open the door, its faint creak echoing in the dimness, unveiling a lengthy, dimly illuminated corridor. Portraits of unfamiliar faces adorned the walls, their eyes seemingly tracking my cautious advance. The wooden floor groaned underfoot, each step reverberating in the profound silence. Ascending a staircase to the upper level, I noticed a gradual drop in temperature. The banister, cold to the touch, carried a sense of eerie familiarity. Upstairs, a row of shut doors lined the hallway, each bearing brass nameplates inscribed with indecipherable text in the subdued light. It was then that a melody drifted through the air. Faint piano notes, barely discernible, wafted like a gentle zephyr. The music appeared to emanate from the final room at the hallway's end, beckoning me closer. Yet as I approached, the notes seemed to dissipate, growing ethereal and distant. With trepidation, I pushed open the door. The room lay empty save for a grand piano draped in a white sheet. No one occupied the stool, yet the air resonated with the echo of that haunting melody. Drawing near, I lifted the sheet, unveiling a scene bathed in the dying light of day. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams, creating an almost mystical ambience. Resting on the ivory keys, I discovered an aged, yellowed photograph. Carefully examining it, I beheld a sight that sent shivers down my spine, the very room depicted in the image, but in a different time. Seated at the piano was a figure that mirrored myself, garbed in the same antique attire I now wore, though the photo appeared to be from a century past. Descending the stairs once more, an eerie calm washed over me despite the surreal circumstances. The pendulum's hypnotic beat seemed to synchronize with my own heartbeat. Settling back onto the couch, I noticed the teacup still radiated warmth. Peering into the amber liquid, a realization dawned upon me. Perhaps I had never truly awakened. Or perchance, I had stepped into a dream long dreamed by another. The pendulum persisted in its rhythmic dance, tallying moments of a time that may have never been, within a house that seemed to hold more knowledge of me than I possessed of myself. Sipping the tea, relishing its familiar flavor, I gazed out at the garden swallowed by the thick mist, blurring the boundaries between reality and reverie. And in that moment, a certainty settled within me. I was destined to remain in this unfamiliar abode, a house that appeared to have awaited my arrival for eons. Story 20. In the soft glow of a flickering candle, I ventured down the worn steps of the ancient cellar. The familiar creak of the wooden floor echoed around me, a melody of memories from countless trips to retrieve Grandma's preserves. The air wrapped me in its cool, damp embrace, carrying the earthy fragrance of aged wood, transporting me back to the innocence of my childhood. But on this particular evening, a subtle shift lingered in the shadows. The candle flame danced erratically, untouched by any breeze, and a thin veil of dust blanketed the surfaces, though I had been there only the day before. The shadows on the stone walls stretched longer than usual, reaching eagerly into the darkness below. Halfway down the stairs, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, halting my descent. The wooden shelves, which typically ended within a few yards, now appeared to extend endlessly into the unknown. The feeble candlelight failed to penetrate the depths, as if the corridor itself was expanding before my very eyes. The silence in the cellar was tangible, broken only by the rhythmic beat of my heart and the distant trickle of water seeping through the stones. Fueled by a curiosity that overshadowed my fear, I pressed onward. The jars of preserves glimmered faintly under the wavering light, but their labels told a different tale. Dates from bygone eras adorned the jars as I progressed: 1980, 1960, 1940. Some labels were so weathered that they defied deciphering. As I ventured deeper, the air grew colder, carrying a musty aroma intermingled with the faint scent of ancient manuscripts. The shelves continued to stretch into the abyss, revealing walls adorned with intricate patterns of ancient bricks. Strange symbols, unfamiliar to my eyes, were etched into the stone with a precision that defied logic, given the cellar's age. Pausing before a specific shelf, a singular jar captured my attention. Crafted from obsidian glass that seemed to swallow light itself, It bore a label with a nonsensical date, 1820. Quivering hands reached for the jar, disturbing the seller's silence. Amidst the quiet, a subtle sound brushed against my senses, a whisper devoid of words, akin to the rustle of time turning ancient pages. Slowly pivoting, I caught a fleeting glimpse of blurred figures moving in the shadows, ephemeral memories striving to materialize. Sensing the need to depart, I pivoted towards the stairs, but found the distance had inexplicably multiplied. The light above now a mere speck, akin to a distant star in an endless night sky. With measured steps I ascended, willing calmness to reign, recounting each stride akin to childhood games. The shelves metamorphosed once more, returning to their familiar state, the labels displaying contemporary dates, and the walls reverting to their usual appearance. Yet, the jar from 1820 remained in my grasp, a grounding weight affirming the reality of my journey. Reaching the top of the stairs, the warm kitchen light enveloped me in a comforting embrace. Placing the jar on the first step, I glanced back into the cellar's depths. A fleeting movement stirred in the darkness, a distortion of time itself that beckoned me to delve further. Sitting in the kitchen that night, cradling a cup of steaming tea, I pondered the events of the evening. The jar now bore a mundane label, Blackberry Jam 2023. Yet upon opening it, a fragrance unlike any other wafted forth, the essence of time, sweet and ancient, reminiscent of childhood innocence. Since that enigmatic evening, each descent into the cellar stirs a whisper of anticipation within me. The stairs remain unaltered, the shelves stocked with familiar preserves. Yet, in moments of dim light and profound silence, I sense the cellar's latent secrets awaiting discovery. Perhaps one day, I will summon the courage to traverse that infinite corridor to its culmination, to unveil the enigma where time itself loses its hold. Story 21. Time appeared suspended on that autumn evening, the rain whispering on the rooftop of the ancient family abode. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the gentle glow from the floor lamp, a legacy from my grandfather's will. This lamp held a unique charm, its stained glass lampshade casting whimsical patterns on the walls. On this particular evening, however, a peculiar detail in the shadows captivated me like never before. The silhouettes dancing on the walls seemed to possess a life of their own, weaving intricate designs that eluded my previous notice. Initially dismissing it as a play of light induced by the wariness of the day, I soon realized that these shadows defied the laws of nature. When a breeze caused the lampshade to sway, the shadows did not mimic its motion, but followed an enigmatic cadence of their own. Intrigued, I rose from my seat and approached the lamp, drawn by curiosity. The colored glass exuded a subtle warmth, pulsating almost as if safeguarding a hidden secret within its geometric patterns. Tracing my fingertips over the surface of the lampshade, I detected the minute imperfections in the artisanal glasswork. Then, a revelation unfolded before me. Etched into the metal base of the lamp was a symbol, faint as a whisper, softly glowing in the light. Meanwhile, the shadows continued their silent ballet, revealing more distinct shapes, elegant human forms, swaying trees, and elusive creatures materializing and dissolving like fleeting reveries. It felt as though the lamp was not casting shadows but projecting memories, narrating tales of a bygone era through the silent dialect of light and darkness. Enthralled, I seated myself on the floor, spellbound by the surreal spectacle. The shadows seemed to acknowledge my presence, drawing closer as I leaned in and receding as I moved away. Occasionally, a distant melody, akin to a musical murmur, accompanied this enigmatic dance. A gentle embrace of wonder enveloped me, devoid of fear but brimming with contemplative awe. As the night unfurled, the projected figures grew more intricate, blending snippets of ordinary life with flights of fantasy. A child at play, morphing into a soaring bird, a seamstress transforming into a dancing butterfly. The lamp endeavored to communicate through a lexicon of light and shadows, narrating stories existing in the liminal space between reality and dreams. Then, an extraordinary realization dawned upon me. Some shadows depicted scenes from my own childhood, memories I believed had faded but now resurrected by the lamp on the room's walls. The rain persisted outside, orchestrating a melodic backdrop to this intimate and mysterious performance. The droplets tapping against the window pane seemed synchronized with the shadowy choreography, as though all elements were part of a cohesive, silent symphony. Time lost its significance, and I found myself adrift in a state of tranquil contemplation. Gradually, the figures began to slow, akin to dancers weary from an extended recital. The shadows softened, their outlines less defined yet no less captivating. It felt as though the lamp was tenderly whispering the concluding verses of a bedtime tale, preparing to revert to its guise as a mundane furnishing. Upon rising from the floor, I noticed the rain had ceased. The room enveloped me in a serene hush, the shadows returning to mere projections of the lamp. Nonetheless, a shift had transpired. Gazing at the ancestral treasure, I understood that I would never view it in the same light again. I pondered how many more stories this lamp harbored, how many untold memories and dreams awaited projection on my house's walls during tranquil nights like this one. Drifting onto the couch, I allowed the gentle lamplight to lull me into slumber. In my final moments of wakefulness, I glimpsed one last shadow pirouetting on the wall. The visage of my grandfather, a wistful smile gracing his features, as if to impart that certain enigmas need not be deciphered to be cherished. Story 22. The autumn breeze whispered secrets as I strolled home from work, the deserted streets bathed in the warm glow of amber streetlights. The rain had left behind shimmering puddles that glistened like scattered treasures. In the hushed evening, sounds lingered longer than usual, footsteps echoing and fallen leaves rustling a haunting melody in the air. It was on an ordinary Tuesday that I first laid eyes on him, a figure cloaked in layers of weathered garments at the bend where Main Street meets the old bookshop. What struck me was not his stillness or ragged appearance, but the way people instinctively avoided him, forming a perfect circle of vacant space around his silent presence. As I neared that corner along my usual route, I too found myself veering wider, as though caught in an unseen dance. When his gaze met mine, I was captivated by his eyes, not the typical brown or blue, but pools of pure darkness, absorbing the light around them like polished onyx. Each night thereafter, he stood there, unmoving and silent. I sometimes detoured to evade that spot, yet his gaze seemed to follow me, a weightless presence even when I was blocks away. Strangely, he never begged for alms or sustenance, never extended a hand for charity. He simply observed, his obsidian eyes fixed on passers-by with a serene yet disquieting intensity. On quiet nights, his faint hum would drift on the wind, a lullaby that resonated deep within, evoking memories of ancient songs and celestial harmonies. One rainy evening, a subtle shift occurred. As I approached, he raised a hand, not in supplication but pointing skyward. Intrigued, I halted and looked up, feeling the raindrops caress my skin with a significance beyond mere moisture. When I met his gaze again, his lips moved, barely audible over the rain, yet his words bypassed my ears, imprinting directly on my mind. "You see it too," he murmured, a statement that felt like a question, his voice echoing the unearthly melody of his hum. That night, my dreams were filled with visions of watchful black eyes overseeing slumbering cities, of silent sentinels guarding corners through the ages. I dreamt of melodies shaping existence and rain carrying enigmatic messages from distant realms. Upon awakening, frost patterns adorned my window, a paradox in the warm autumn air. Subsequent evenings passed without his presence at the corner. The empty space he occupied felt charged with significance, a void that held a presence more potent than his physical form. Sometimes in the flickering lamplight, I glimpsed what seemed like his reflection in the puddles, his eyes peering outward from beneath the water's surface. Others continued to avoid that spot, unknowingly preserving the circle of emptiness. Occasionally, when the wind carried his haunting tune, I'd pause to gaze skyward, pondering the mysteries woven within the rain's gentle cadence. He wasn't just a beggar with black eyes. He embodied something deeper, a watcher, a guardian of enigmas beyond mortal comprehension. Night after night, I passed that corner on my homeward journey. At times, I'd pause to listen for the ancient lullaby, and in the perfect alignment of light and water, I'd catch glimpses of those obsidian eyes gazing back at me from every reflection. It brought me solace, knowing that whatever his essence, whatever his purpose, he continued his vigil over our tranquil streets as the world embraced the cloak of night. Story 23. The gentle wind whispered through the evening, carrying the delicate fragrance of night-blooming flowers from the garden. Nestled in my favorite armchair, I found myself captivated by the graceful shadows dancing upon the walls of the living room, painted by the flickering glow of a single candle. Beside me, resting on the small table, lay my trusted companion, an old Polaroid camera, a precious heirloom gifted to me by my grandmother long ago. Though it had been ages since I last held it in my hands, an inexplicable urge stirred within me to reach for it on this particular night. The familiar weight of the camera brought a sense of solace as I examined it in the dim light. My fingers instinctively found their place on the shutter button, a well-practiced motion from years gone by. Without deliberation, I aimed the lens towards the darkest corner of the room and pressed down. The flash of light momentarily brightened the space, followed by the mechanical hum of the photograph slowly developing before my eyes. As the colors materialized on the blank canvas, a peculiar discovery caught my attention. Within the corner where my lens had focused, an ethereal figure materialized in the image. Its form was vague, almost translucent, hovering like a wisp of smoke taking on a faint human shape. My immediate impulse was to peer into that corner of the room, only to find emptiness staring back at me. Intrigued, I snapped another photo in the same direction. To my astonishment, the figure in the subsequent picture appeared more defined, drawing closer to the camera. A semblance of a face emerged, though the features remained blurred and enigmatic. A subtle chill traversed my spine, not born of fear, but of a profound and curious fascination. Compelled by an unseen force, I continued capturing images, each frame revealing the figure drawing nearer, gaining clarity with each snapshot. It was as though the entity utilized the photographs to materialize, each click granting its substance in our world. The hazy outlines gradually morphed into distinct features, unveiling what seemed to be attire from a bygone era, reminiscent of the 1940s. The room fell into a profound silence, the air heavy with an invisible presence that I could sense but not see. A slight chill crept into the atmosphere, causing the candle's flame to dance without a breath of wind. Engulfed in a surreal moment, I persisted in taking photos, each click a whispered communion with the mysterious being. In the final photograph of that captivating evening, the figure stood so close, nearly filling the frame. A gentle smile graced the woman's countenance, her eyes seemingly connecting with mine through the glossy surface of the Polaroid. A profound familiarity washed over me, stirring dormant memories from my childhood. It was only when I rose to retrieve an old photo album that I noticed my hands trembling ever so slightly. Leafing through the aged pages, I unearthed a treasured image, a photograph of my grandmother in her youth, captured by the very same Polaroid. The mirrored smile in that vintage portrait mirrored the one I had just immortalized in the last photograph. Arranging the photos in chronological order on the small table, they wove a silent narrative of a bridge spanning two realms, bridged by the lens of an ancient camera. I never attempted to recreate that peculiar encounter, and the Polaroid found its place back on the shelf. Yet, on quiet evenings bathed in the golden hues of twilight, I revisit those images. At times, it feels as though the smile in the photograph subtly shifts, as if my grandmother is imparting a message from beyond. In those transcendent moments, the boundary between memory and reality blurs, akin to the fragile surface of a freshly developed Polaroid. Story 24. The doorbell remained silent on that tranquil autumn afternoon, a light knock barely audible, akin to the delicate flutter of a moth's wings against a window pane. Nestled on the couch, enveloped in a cozy blanket, I indulged in a book while the rain outside whispered a soothing melody as it tapped against the glass. Rising from my seat with grace, I assumed the sound was simply the wind teasing an object on the landing. Upon opening the door, a void greeted me, devoid of any presence save for a perfectly squared brown package resting serenely at the threshold. Unanticipated deliveries were absent from my schedule, and the package bore no labels or addresses, only my name inscribed in a script of ancient elegance, as if penned with ink dipped in darkness. The cardboard felt smooth to the touch, dry despite the persistent rain outside. Surprised by its modest weight, I carried it inside, the silence now amplified, punctuated solely by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock in the entryway and the soft pitter-patter of the rain persisting outside. Seated once more on the couch, I scrutinized the package from every angle, its flawless edges hinting at expert origami skills. A subtle fragrance wafted from within, a blend of familiar scents evoking memories of ancient books, black tea, and a hint of sandalwood. As I cradled it in my lap, a faint murmur of movement seemed to echo from inside, a delicate shift like the gentlest breeze. The dwindling afternoon light cast elongated shadows in the room, the natural twilight enveloping everything in a gentle embrace. The package seemed to absorb the light in a peculiar manner, its surface playing with reflections in a mesmerizing dance. After moments spent in contemplation, I sought a way to unveil its secrets. My fingertips glided along the edges, tracing every crease and corner, discovering sporadic warmth as if the cardboard held a mysterious internal heat, fluctuating in a cryptic rhythm. As I pondered the enigma before me, a distant memory surfaced, vague and elusive, reminiscent of a forgotten dream upon waking. I recalled a similar package from my childhood, encountered in my grandparents' home, its only distinguishing mark being the elegant handwritten name. The rain outside intensified slightly, its patterns on the window mirroring the warmth I sensed on the package. Was it mere coincidence, or a deeper connection my mind sought to decipher? Lost in contemplation, the room's temperature shifted imperceptibly, reaching a state of serene equilibrium. The scent emanating from the package intertwined with the rain's fragrance, creating an ethereal atmosphere. Astonishingly, luminous imprints appeared where my fingers touched the cardboard, glowing briefly before fading like ephemeral stardust in the night sky. Time seemed to slip away as I observed this mystical phenomenon, only realizing the encroaching evening when I lifted my gaze. In the bluish twilight that enveloped the room, the package emitted a faint, almost imperceptible glow, the sole source of light in the dimness. Electing to postpone its unveiling, I placed it gently on the coffee table and illuminated the room with a lamp. In the artificial light, the package appeared mundane once more, a simple cube with my name adorning its surface. In the days that followed, the package sat on the coffee table, a silent enigma in my midst. At times a faint glow would grace the twilight, a subtle dance within its confines. The elusive scent shifted with the hours, forever familiar yet elusive in its essence. The mystery of its origin and contents remained unsolved, inviting contemplation rather than solution. To me, the true magic lay not in what it held, but in the mystery it embodied, a puzzle meant to be savored, not unraveled. Even now, on autumn evenings when rain taps gently against the windows, I find myself revisiting that mysterious package and its silent allure. I ponder if, in another dwelling, someone else gazes upon a similar enigma, their name inscribed in that same elegant script, debating whether to unravel its secrets or let the mystery linger undisturbed. Story 25. That night, the snow descended in a hush, draping everything in a flawless cloak that glimmered under the soft luminescence of the street lamps. As the night watchman, I wandered through the labyrinthine halls of the ancient museum, embraced by a solitude that only the night could offer. The time-worn wooden floors whispered beneath my every step, harmonizing with the gentle hum of the heating system. Pausing by a towering window on the second floor, I watched in awe as snowflakes pirouetted through the air, their delicate descent painting the world in white. Yet amidst this tranquil scene, a peculiar sight unfolded in the museum's inner courtyard. A figure, shrouded in darkness, wove through the skeletal trees, a phantom in the wintry night. What captured my gaze was not the presence of this mysterious visitor, but the absence of any trace left on the fresh snow in its wake. Instinctively, I made my way to the control room, where a constellation of monitors illuminated the walls with their cool, bluish glow. Each screen was a portal to a different corner of the museum, and on one of them, amidst the inner courtyard, the figure appeared once more, indistinct, as if veiled by a spectral curtain. Driven by a blend of curiosity and unease, I ventured downstairs, the silence of the museum enveloping me like a heavy shroud. My footsteps reverberated through the empty halls, a ghostly echo bouncing off the glass cases housing priceless relics. The air crackled with a static charge, foretelling the imminent arrival of the inexplicable. Through the glass doors leading to the courtyard, the snow fell ceaselessly, a silent witness to the unfolding mystery. And there, amidst the swirling flakes, the figure materialized once more. Cloaked in shadows, it moved with an otherworldly grace, gliding across the snow with eerie silence. My hand trembled as I grasped the flashlight, its beam passing through the figure as if it were but a specter. Slowly, the figure turned towards me, its features blurred and insubstantial, mirroring the nebulous substance of its form. Should I approach or retreat? Professional duty warred with primal instinct as I stood at the threshold, the cold glass a barrier between me and the unknown. Approaching me with an ethereal gait, the figure exuded a chill that permeated the very air around me, frosting the glass with a delicate filigree of ice. Objects in its wake seemed to lose their solidity, as if reality itself bent and warped in its presence. Despite the lack of a face, I felt its gaze bore into me, a sensation of familiarity tinged with an inexplicable recognition. A hand extended towards the glass, not in menace but in greeting, tracing cryptic runes in the frost. Struggling to decipher the enigmatic script, a distant tolling of bells momentarily distracted me. When my attention returned, the figure had vanished into the night, leaving behind a courtyard untouched by human presence. The frost on the glass melted away, tears of water trailing down in silent lament. In the days that followed, I pored over the security footage, seeking answers that remained elusive. Snow fell in the courtyard, a silent witness to the enigma that had unfolded. On snowy nights, when the museum slumbers beneath a blanket of silence, I find myself drawn to that same glass door, a silent sentinel awaiting the return of the inscrutable visitor. In moments of perfect stillness, when the light dances just so and the snow whispers its secrets, I catch fleeting glimpses of shapeless forms amidst the flakes. It is then that I ponder if that encounter was a harbinger of mysteries beyond our grasp, a reminder that some truths leave no trace, like the enigmatic figure that graced the pristine snow that fateful night. Story 26. The gentle glow of my desk lamp caressed the aged surface of my grandfather's antique writing desk, casting soft shadows that swayed with the rhythm of the rain outside. The evening was enveloped in a tranquil melody, the patter of raindrops against the window panes lulling the world into a peaceful hush. Lost in a sea of old letters and postcards, my fingers traced the delicate paper, exploring the whispers of the past. Amidst the yellowed envelopes and faded memories, a pristine white envelope stood out, untouched by the passage of time. Its paper, crisp and unmarked, held a familiarity tinged with an inexplicable difference, like a dream that lingers upon waking. My name, elegantly scripted in deep blue ink, adorned the envelope, its shimmering letters drawing me in. What caught my breath was not the absence of a stamp or the quality of the paper, but the date inscribed in the corner, December 27th, 2025, a year from this very moment. A shiver passed through me as I turned the envelope over, revealing a seal of dark red wax imprinted with a mysterious design that seemed to shift beneath my gaze, a puzzle waiting to be solved. The air carried hints of old books and leather, mingling with a subtle touch of lavender and a metallic tang, like the promise of a storm on the horizon. Placing the letter on the desk, I watched as rain-kissed shadows danced upon its surface, painting a scene of ephemeral beauty. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9 times, its deep tones resonating through the stillness of the night. Amidst the haunting echoes, a faint sound like the whisper of paper unfolding teased my senses, though the envelope remained motionless. With trembling fingers, I broke the wax seal, unleashing a world of possibilities held within. A single sheet of paper, folded with precision, greeted me, bearing my own hurried handwriting in that same mesmerizing blue ink. The scent of lavender and ozone grew stronger, electrifying the air as I traced the words that spoke of choices yet to be made, paths waiting to be explored, and futures yet to unfold. With each word, a choice is made, the letter began, its essence pulsating with an enigmatic energy that seemed to transcend time itself. Each sentence painted a portrait of a future not yet realized, a tapestry of unknown destinies woven with threads of uncertainty and hope. The lamplight flickered, dancing in harmony with the rain's gentle cadence against the window, as if nature itself conspired with the words on the page. The final paragraph halted abruptly, leaving a void pregnant with unspoken truths, a silence pregnant with untold revelations. Beneath the unfinished sentence, a postscript emerged in a different hand, inked in a darker hue, its message cryptic yet compelling. Remember, the choice awaits at midnight. The door opens but once. Glancing at the clock, I saw the hands inching towards the fateful hour, the world holding its breath in anticipation. The rain had ceased, leaving behind a profound silence that enveloped me in its embrace, broken only by the steady ticking of time passing by. As the midnight hour drew near, the paper in my hands seemed to transcend the physical realm, growing weightless and ethereal, as if on the verge of vanishing into the night. Rising from my seat, I approached the window, the moon's silver gaze illuminating the room in a surreal glow. The words on the page began to fade, melting away like shadows at dawn, leaving behind only the lingering scent of lavender and the echo of boundless possibilities. In the days that followed, the elusive envelope eluded my search, disappearing into the tapestry of time and memory. Yet on quiet nights when the rain whispered against the window, the scent of lavender and ozone would drift through the air, sparking a tingling sensation in my fingertips, a ghostly reminder of the letter's touch. I pondered the choice foretold in the letter, a decision made, a path taken, or a future yet to unfold. Perhaps all three coexist in a delicate dance of fate, intertwined like threads in a cosmic tapestry, suspended between the realms of what was and what could be. The grandfather clock continued its steady march, each tick a reminder of the relentless passage of time, or so it seemed. But on nights veiled in rain and shadow, I found myself drawn to the door, a silent sentinel awaiting the stroke of midnight, wondering if a future version of myself stood on the precipice of time, penning a letter to bridge the chasm between past and present, between reality and the ethereal realm of dreams. Story 27. The rain poured relentlessly, crafting a hypnotic melody that serenaded me on my journey home. Each raindrop pirouetted on surfaces, mirroring the warm amber hues of the streetlights, painting the slick road like delicate strokes on a dark masterpiece. The atmosphere was cool and moist, carrying the unmistakable fragrance of damp earth through the slight openings of my car window. I traversed the vacant parking lot, a typically mundane space that on that evening crackled with an enigmatic vitality. Wisps of mist ascended from the ground, enshrouding the parked vehicles in a gentle, noiseless embrace. Pausing before entering my car, I gazed at the flickering reflections of the streetlights on the puddles. In that moment, a presence made itself known, not menacing, but undoubtedly peculiar. A faint silhouette lingered a few yards away, barely discernible through the mist's veil. Its features eluded my sight, yet its stillness captivated me. Motionless with bated breath, I observed as the figure gradually dissolved, melding into the surrounding humidity until it merged seamlessly with the night. No fear gripped me, only a surreal tranquility, as if I were witness to something beyond rationale. Inside my car, I ignited the engine and drove homeward at a leisurely pace. The sensation of encountering the extraordinary lingered, an intangible presence that defied explanation yet felt strangely familiar. The rain persisted, cocooning me in its endless symphony. In the ensuing days, whenever rain graced the night, I found myself scanning the shadows for elusive figures. Not out of dread, but in anticipation of rekindling that sense of marvel, that peace that seemed to transcend time and place. Even my abode, ordinarily a sanctuary of familiarity, now bore a subtle veil of enigma. Every creak of the wood, every gentle draft that stirred the curtains, seemed to murmur a concealed narrative. One evening, as rain tapped against the windows, I opted to leave a lamp lit in the living room. The wavering glow cast playful shadows on the walls, orchestrating a dance of shapes choreographed by the wind. Nestled in my armchair, a steaming cup of tea in hand, I observed those movements with a tranquil inquisitiveness. It felt as though I awaited something, though I couldn't articulate what. It was then I noticed a detail previously unnoticed. An antique mirror on the wall reflected an eerie light, seemingly emanating from an invisible source. Intrigued, I drew nearer and fixed my gaze on my reflection. Yet it wasn't solely my visage that met my eyes. Lurking behind me, barely perceptible, a figure seemed to materialize from the shadows, indistinct, akin to the one encountered in the parking lot. No fear seized me, only a serene acceptance, as if that presence had always lingered, waiting for me to acknowledge it. I turned slowly, but found nothing save for the rain's patter and the faint creak of the wood. Resuming my seat, I endeavored to rationalize the occurrence. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, a reflection birthed by the rain and the dancing shadows. Yet deep down, I sensed there was more. Not menacing, not ominous, but profound and elusive. Even now, when the rain descends heavily and the night's hush envelops all, I find myself seeking traces of that presence. I decelerate when passing vacant parking lots, observing the gaps between the streetlights where the darkness seems to pulsate. The figure has not reappeared definitively, but occasionally, under perfect conditions and profound silence, I feel a semblance of its presence. It doesn't evoke fear, rather a peculiar solace, as if that entity were a forgotten fragment of myself or a memory unwilling to fade. And so, as the rain persists in its descent and the world dissolves into a tapestry of sound and shadow, I allow myself to be carried by that sensation, understanding that some enigmas need not be unraveled, only embraced. Story 28. Silence embraced the streets of the quaint hillside town like a soft, velvety blanket. It was an autumn evening, filled with the scent of burning wood and damp leaves, as tendrils of fog slithered through the narrow alleyways like silent phantoms. From my perch on the third floor, I gazed at the windows of the neighboring houses, each bathed in a cozy amber glow. It struck me as peculiar to see so many lights still ablaze at this late hour, yet no signs of life stirred behind the misty panes. The church bell tolled 10 in the evening, its chime ringing out with an eerie hollowness, as though the sound itself was wrapped in a cloak of cotton. Though I had only recently arrived in this town 3 weeks prior, never had I witnessed its streets so devoid of activity. Normally, even at this hour, a lone figure would be out walking their dog, or the chatter of young folks from the corner pub would drift through the night air as they lingered under the glow of the street lamp. Seated in my favorite armchair, cradling a cup of chamomile tea in my hands, I observed the absence of even the usual stray cat that prowled along Mrs. Miller's windowsill. The wisps of steam rising from my cup waltzed gracefully in the air, forming fleeting shapes that dissolved into the darkness of the room. Opting to keep only a small reading lamp aglow, it cast gentle shadows upon the cream-hued walls. A sudden rustling noise piqued my curiosity, emanating from the hallway that led to the bedroom. Slowly rising from my seat, I placed the cup delicately on the wooden side table beside me. As I ventured closer to the hallway, I sensed a chill in the air, not the harsh bite of winter, but a coolness reminiscent of entering a centuries-old church. The wooden floor murmured softly under my steps, a familiar sound that oddly comforted me. Upon reaching the threshold of the bedroom, I paused. The door stood slightly ajar, a faint bluish light seeping through the crack, unlike any other illumination in the house. With a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing a scene that gave me pause. The window was shut, yet the curtains swayed as if stirred by a gentle breeze. At the foot of the window lay a single sheet of paper. Bending to retrieve it, I noticed it was a page torn from a newspaper. The date at the top bore October 15th, 1954, and the headline of the article seized my attention. Mysterious Night of Silence in Pine Grove. The article recounted a night when the townsfolk had all retreated to their homes, as if compelled by an unspoken agreement whose origins had faded into obscurity. As I perused the text, movement beyond the window drew my gaze. Across the street, lights began to extinguish one by one, akin to candles snuffed out by a passing breeze. Yet within the darkened windows, motionless figures stood, their gaze seemingly fixed upon the street. A buzz from my cell phone in my robe pocket startled me. It was a message from the building's WhatsApp group. Tonight, everyone stays indoors. It's crucial. Peering out the window once more, I noted that all lights had now dimmed, save for mine. In the deepening hush, the rhythm of my heartbeat slowed, aligning with something ancient and enigmatic. Perching on the edge of the bed, clutching the newspaper scrap, I marveled at its astonishing softness, as if it had been handled by countless hands. Beyond the window, the fog thickened, enveloping the streetlights in a luminous shroud. From my vantage point, the entire main street lay deserted, cocooned in an ethereal silence. Recalling the words of the article, it spoke of how, after that fateful night, the townsfolk had no recollection of what had transpired. Life had resumed its course as if untouched, yet sporadically, the phenomenon would repeat itself. Standing up, I made my way to the light switch. Before flicking it off, I stole a final glance through the window. The mist outside twisted into sinuous, almost dancing shapes, and for a fleeting moment I fancied I saw spectral forms flitting within, like shadows adrift in a sea of moonlight. With the room plunged into darkness, I settled upon the bed fully clothed. The silence now reigned supreme, broken solely by the steady ticking of the clock on the nightstand. Drifting into a profound slumber, I pondered whether I would recall this night come morning, or if, like the town's denizens, I would remain oblivious to the enigma cyclically woven into our lives. As sleep beckoned, the distant toll of midnight bells echoed faintly, their resonance oddly muted, as if echoing from a realm where silence was the universal tongue of all beings. Story 29. As the first whispers of autumn crept through the evening air, I found myself drawn into a mesmerizing phenomenon that unfolded right outside my study window. Lost in the pages of an ancient tome, I lifted my gaze to witness a peculiar sight. A patch of sky above my dwelling was gradually cloaked in darkness, while the surroundings basked in the glow of the setting sun. It was a subtle yet undeniable contrast, as if a hidden veil had been drawn over the heavens solely above my abode. The scent of damp earth and fallen leaves mingled in the breeze that caused the lace curtains to gently dance, their movements weaving a soft melody that harmonized with the unfolding spectacle. Night after night, this enigmatic display repeated itself, with the sky above my home morphing into a canvas of deepening hues as the sun bid its daily farewell. I found myself ensconced in my old velvet armchair by the window, the creaking of the wooden floor beneath me, accompanying my vigilant observation of this celestial anomaly. The room grew cooler, and a delicate mist adorned the window panes, casting intricate patterns that seemed to sway in tandem with the shadows. Amidst my contemplation, a new revelation emerged. Within that darkened expanse of sky, pinpricks of light flickered into existence, their erratic dance akin to stars performing a private ballet. Their movements, devoid of pattern yet strangely hypnotic, were accentuated by the profound silence enveloping the house, punctuated only by the rhythmic beat of the hallway clock. With each passing week, the ordinary objects within my abode began to respond to this mysterious phenomenon in subtle ways. The aged mirrors reflected a gentler, more ethereal light, while shadows stretched and twisted into enigmatic shapes reminiscent of ancient symbols. Even the plants on the windowsill seemed to flourish under the selective shroud of darkness, as if drawing sustenance from the twilight that enveloped them. One evening, as I sat immersed in my observations, a fleeting caress brushed my shoulder, as if borne by a phantom zephyr. Startled, I turned to find emptiness around me, yet the air was heavy with the aroma of aged parchment and weathered wood, as though the very essence of time had paused in that singular moment. Compelled by these inexplicable occurrences, I began chronicling them in a diary, meticulously recording every nuance of the shifting light, the dancing shadows, and the intangible vibrations that seemed to pulse through the air. In the tranquility of the night, a peculiar melody seemed to emanate from the darkened sky above. It was not a sound to be heard with mortal ears, but rather a sensation that resonated deep within, as if the very fabric of the cosmos whispered a lullaby meant solely for my dwelling. Gradually, I embraced this enigma, recognizing it as a gateway to a realm beyond the mundane, where the boundaries between reality and mystery blurred into a seamless dance of light and shadow. Night after night, I found solace in the veiled sky that darkened solely above my abode, understanding that some enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. My house had transformed into a sanctuary of marvels, a threshold where the mundane intertwined with the extraordinary in a timeless waltz of illumination and obscurity, of the familiar and the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the darkened heavens, I reveled in the beauty of this twilight dance, a silent ode to the mysteries that dwelled within the shadows of my home. Story 30. The wooden floor whispered beneath my feet as I wandered through the hallway bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Grandma's house had a language of its own, each creak and groan a tale waiting to be heard. The air carried the sweet scent of lavender mingled with the essence of aged wood, a comforting aroma that had lingered with me through countless summers of yesteryear. Yet, on this particular evening, an unfamiliar aura enveloped the old house. My steps faltered before the weathered attic door, a detail catching my eye that had eluded me before. The once pristine white paint now bore peculiar marks, not the random wear of time, but deliberate etchings that seemed to convey a hidden message. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting amber hues through the windows, elongated shadows danced upon the walls, embracing the silence broken only by the rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock downstairs. and the rustle of leaves stirred by the wind outside. Intrigued, I traced my fingers over the intricate markings, feeling the rough texture of the scratched wood beneath my touch. The patterns were precise, almost geometric in their arrangement, some etched deep while others barely visible, hinting at multiple instances of their creation. How many times had I passed by this door, oblivious to its secrets? Recollections surfaced of Grandma's avoidance of the attic stairs, a subtle detail that now seemed to whisper warnings in the air. A chill brushed against my neck, sending a shiver down my spine as the hallway stretched into an endless expanse, shadows thickening around me. With trepidation, I retrieved the heavy brass key from its hook, its cold surface adorned with faded floral designs. Inserting it into the lock, I hesitated, feeling a faint resistance before turning the key, a soft exhale echoing from the other side, like a ghostly breath stirring the stillness. Startled, I illuminated the door with my phone's flashlight, revealing hidden intricacies previously concealed in shadow. The scratches formed a circular motif, a spiral unfurling towards the center, where a series of delicate numbers caught my eye, barely discernible to the naked gaze. A distant memory flickered to life, recalling Grandma's mention of a secret diary tucked away in the house, its contents veiled from prying eyes. The wind outside intensified, a mournful wail seeping through the aging windows, orchestrating a spectral symphony that seemed to guide my thoughts. A connection between the etched numbers and the elusive diary beckoned, yet an unspoken barrier held me back, a sense of ancestral wisdom cautioning against unraveling the mysteries within. As I retreated, a soft scratching sound emanated from the attic, not menacing but methodical, as if a patient hand scripted a new message within the confines of the old space. Glancing back, the faint glow of the scratches seemed to pulse with a mysterious energy, a silent invitation or warning left unanswered. That night, nestled in bed, the enigmatic numbers lingered in my mind, transcribed in my notebook with a vow to return and decipher their meaning. But with the dawn's light, the attic door stood unmarred, devoid of any traces of the previous night's revelations. Only the brass key, suspended on its hook, exuded a faint luminescence, preserving a secret yet untold. Since that elusive evening, each visit to Grandma's house finds me pausing before the attic door, where shadows play tricks and whispers echo in the hallowed halls. Sometimes, the scratches seem to reappear in the dim light, a subtle reminder of the mysteries that lie dormant within. Yet, the door remains unopened, a silent sentinel, guarding secrets best left undisturbed, ensconced in the timeless embrace of an ancient abode, and cherished in the memories of those attuned to its cryptic murmurs. Story 31. The night was shrouded in a blanket of silence, broken only by the rhythmic clatter of the train wheels on the tracks. Nestled in the final carriage, I found myself enveloped in a soft, dim light that hung from the ceiling fixtures. The air carried a gentle warmth, and the steady motion of the train induced a hypnotic sway. Outside the window, the fog pirouetted lazily in the darkness, morphing into fleeting shapes that dissolved into the night. In that moment, it seemed as though I was the sole passenger in the carriage, lost in the solitude of the night. My reflection in the window blended with the shadows outside, conjuring an illusion of an unseen presence observing me from the other side. The comforting hum of the rails whispered a mechanical lullaby, coaxing me towards slumber. It was then, in the stillness of that carriage, that a peculiar anomaly caught my eye. A shadow lurked behind me, a figure seated a few rows away. I had not noticed anyone boarding, yet there they sat, a silent specter in the darkness. The train journeyed onward, its wheels spinning tales of times long forgotten. I turned my gaze slowly, cautious not to attract attention. The amber light bathed the carriage, casting elongated shadows across the vacant seats. The mysterious figure, shrouded in a dark coat and obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, remained motionless, Time seemed suspended as I studied that enigmatic presence, feeling the weight of unspoken stories saturating the air. The passenger made no movement, uttered no words, simply existing as an enigmatic passenger on this midnight train. With a feigned purpose, I rose from my seat, feigning a need to visit the restroom at the rear of the carriage. As I drew closer to the mysterious figure, I noticed the peculiar material of their coat, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. A chill permeated the air around them, carrying a faint scent of lavender and aged books. Passing by the vacant seat occupied by the mysterious passenger, time seemed to halt momentarily. The distant rumble of the rails faded into oblivion, as if from another realm. It was then that I made a disquieting realization. The figure beneath the dark coat remained ominously still, devoid of any visible breath. Reaching the end of the carriage, uncertainty lingered in my mind. The corridor stretched endlessly, the hypnotic dance of dim lights captivating my senses. When I glanced back, the seat once occupied by the mysterious passenger stood empty. In its place lay an ancient train ticket, its yellowed edges hinting at its age. Trembling fingers picked up the ticket, revealing a date 50 years past, on that very day. The ticket exuded a warmth as if freshly held by an unseen hand. Returning to my seat, I clutched the ticket, a tangible relic of the surreal encounter. The train pressed on through the night, the rhythmic melody of the wheels a comforting refrain. Beyond the fogged window, shadowy figures seemed to walk alongside the train, companions on its nocturnal voyage. As weariness crept over me, I pondered how many others had crossed paths with the mysterious passenger on the final train of the night. The ticket in my grasp, once solid evidence of the encounter, began to fade like a vanishing dream upon waking. The train bore its secrets and passengers, both seen and unseen, through the night. Drifting into slumber, a whisper of lavender lingered in the air, accompanied by the distant echo of retreating footsteps down the corridor of the carriage. Story 32. The antique grandfather clock in my cozy study sang out the hour of midnight, its deep, resonant tones enveloping the room in a familiar embrace. I lifted my gaze from the worn pages of my leather-bound journal, anticipating the customary single chime that marked the hour, but to my surprise, the clock's tolling persisted. Each note cascaded seamlessly into the next, weaving a mesmerizing symphony that seemed to elongate time itself. The soft glow of lamplight bathed my vintage desk in a gentle radiance, casting shadows that danced in harmony with the steam curling from my cup of chamomile tea. A subtle shift in the atmosphere whispered of a subtle change on this particular night, not foreboding, but rather a delicate alteration, akin to a painting slightly askew on the wall. The darkness beyond the window appeared denser, almost palpable, as if it could seep through the glass at any given moment. Compelled by a mysterious pull, I rose from my chair, the aged wooden floorboards offering a hushed accompaniment to my wool-socked footsteps. Drawing nearer to the window, I noticed my reflection in the glass, yet something about it seemed amiss. The mirrored image of myself lagged ever so slightly behind my movements, as though time itself struggled to keep pace with reality. A fragrant breeze, heavy with the perfume of night-blooming jasmine, wafted through the room, evoking a sense of nostalgia for summer nights long past, though the scent was foreign to my home. It carried with it a sweet intoxication, teetering on the edge of memory, evoking distant recollections of childhood evenings that hovered just beyond reach. Meanwhile, the grandfather clock's melodic chiming continued, each note now spaced farther apart, stretching like molasses dripping from a spoon. Turning away from the window, I intended to document these peculiar occurrences in my journal, only to find the ink upon the pages shifting and swirling of its own accord. New patterns and sentences emerged, penned in my hand, but detailing a future I had yet to experience. A subtle flux in temperature enveloped the room, a gentle undulation that mirrored the rhythm of my breath. Each exhale brought a tender warmth, while each inhale bestowed a cool caress upon my skin. The shadows nestled in the room's corners seemed to pulsate in synchrony with my heartbeat, expanding and contracting in a hypnotic ballet. When I reached for my teacup, the vessel offered a perplexing sensation, simultaneously warm and cool to the touch. The liquid within shimmered under the lamplight, creating constellations of ripples that mimicked stars scattered across a boundless sky. With each sip, the cup refilled itself, as if by magic, the liquid remaining constant despite my consumption. The gentle ticking of my wristwatch harmonized with the grandfather clock's ceaseless chimes, weaving a melodic lullaby of time. I observed as the watch's hands began to move in opposing directions, the hour hand advancing while the minute hand traced its path in reverse. Yet this paradox felt harmonious, as if unveiling the intrinsic essence of time rather than its conventional linear progression. Words materialized upon the journal's pages without my hand guiding them. Time is not a river, but an ocean. In that moment, a profound understanding washed over me. This night was not interminable because it refused to conclude. Rather, it spanned all moments concurrently, encapsulating past, present, and future within a single breath. The darkness beyond the window transformed into a tranquil void, no longer menacing but beckoning, like a tender embrace awaiting the world. Through its depths, glimpses of alternate versions of my study flickered, fragments of this eternal night existing in parallel. My reflection in the window glass moved autonomously, engaging in activities divergent from my own, selecting different volumes, penning alternate words, savoring tea at distinct intervals, as if revealing the infinite potentialities nested within this singular night. Acknowledging each other with serene nods, my mirrored self and I coexisted as voyagers traversing the same space across different epochs. Settling back into my chair, a profound tranquility settled upon me. The grandfather clock's chimes, now elongated like lifetimes, cradled worlds of experience within the intervals between each resonance. The night enveloped me like a cocoon woven of infinite moments, each one whole and pristine in its essence. I came to realize that this night would never truly fade, not due to the cessation of time, but because time had expanded to unveil its authentic nature. In some realm, I forever remained within this study, witnessing the pulsating darkness, attuned to the eternal tolling of the clock, existing in this flawless instant that encapsulated all instants. And here I remain, within this eternal night, eternally penning these words that have eternally existed, sipping tea that never loses its warmth, beholding time as a dance of the present rather than a sequence of occurrences. The darkness outside pulses with boundless potential. The clock's chimes weave their endless melody, and I dwell within this everlasting moment, serenely united with the infinite night. Story 33. The night had enveloped the ancient house in a velvet hush, broken only by the soft patter of autumn rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, cradling a warm cup of tea in my hands, I found myself gazing absent-mindedly at the painting adorning the wall across from me. A keepsake from my grandmother, the painting portrayed a woodland scene at sunset. Though not a valuable piece, it never failed to draw me in with its melancholic tranquility. As the golden glow of the floor lamp cast dancing shadows around the room, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The painting appeared askew, tilting slightly to the right, a deviation from its usual alignment. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose slowly, the wooden floor murmuring beneath my feet. Drawing closer to the wall, I carefully straightened the painting, my fingertips tracing the rough edges of the antique frame. Returning to my seat, I picked up the neglected book, the ambience of the tea and the soothing rain serenading me into a peaceful drowsiness. It was only after a while, when I glanced up, that I noticed the painting had shifted once more, this time to the left. A subtle chill tingled down my spine, though I attempted to reassure myself that it was merely a trick of exhaustion or a play of light and shadow. Rising again, more cautiously this time, I approached the painting, my senses heightened. To my astonishment, I beheld a revelation previously unseen. The colors of the sunset seemed to pulsate with vividness, the tree shadows elongating in a mysterious dance. With trembling fingers, I brushed the warm canvas surface, noticing a peculiar luminosity in the paint. In the days that followed, my attention became fixated on the painting. Each time I entered the room, it had shifted ever so slightly, sometimes imperceptible, other times glaringly obvious. Not only did its tilt vary, but the details within the painting itself underwent subtle metamorphoses. The density of the trees fluctuated. The clouds in the painted sky morphed shapes. I began capturing the painting in photographs at dawn and dusk, meticulously comparing the images. The changes, though minute, were undeniable. Within the painted woods, ephemeral elements emerged and vanished. A hidden clearing, a bird's nest nestled among the branches, a faint path materializing where none existed before. The sunset seemed to progress imperceptibly, as if time within the painting flowed at a different cadence. One tranquil evening, ensconced in my familiar armchair, a flicker of movement caught my eye. The painting shifted of its own accord, a slow and graceful motion. Instead of fear, I was seized by an unyielding curiosity mingled with a surreal calm. The motion was fluid, as if an unseen hand was tenderly caressing it. Stepping closer to the painting, I observed a faint vibration in the canvas beneath my gaze, and in the reflection of the protective glass, fleetingly, a familiar figure materialized. The blurred contour of my grandmother, ethereal and fleeting like a distant memory, appeared to smile as she nudged the painting back into place. Since that moment, I've embraced these subtle changes as part of the house's enchantment. Each night before retiring, I devote a few moments to studying the painting, delving into its newfound mysteries. Sometimes, I believe it to be my grandmother's way of assuring me of her continued presence, watching over me through this enigmatic canvas that breathes and shifts like a living entity. This tale remains my secret, a sweet mystery nestled within my heart. The painting continues its subtle dances less frequently now, as if it has found equilibrium between revealing itself and harboring its enigma. And I, seated in my armchair each evening with my cup of tea, lulled by the rain's gentle cadence on the windows, observe the painting that lives its own quiet existence, engaged in a silent dialogue that only we share. Story 34, Winter nights hold a mystique that beckons me in, especially when the fog blankets the world in a hushed embrace. Picture me in my cozy study, cocooned in the softness of a woolen throw, as outside the mist weaves a silvery tapestry beyond the window pane. A gentle lamp on my desk casts a radiant, reassuring light, painting playful shadows on the book-clad walls. And in that serene moment, my gaze caught a peculiar sight in the glass reflection. A small, enigmatic wooden box, its dark surface intricately etched with ever-shifting patterns. A box unfamiliar to me, yet its presence felt oddly intimate, as if it belonged to a forgotten memory. Perched on the desk's edge, the box seemed to pulse faintly in the dim glow, as if whispering a tale only it knew. Intrigued, I rose from my chair, the woolen blanket slipping to the floor with a soft rustle, the old floorboards creaking beneath my steps. Drawing closer, a nostalgic scent of aged wood and beeswax enveloped me, stirring echoes of childhood long buried within. My fingertips grazed the warm surface of the box, its carvings alive with a story in flux. Now a moonlit forest, now a tempestuous sea, then a sky ablaze with timeless stars. Seated once more, bathed in the lamp's warm embrace, I scrutinized every nuance of this enigmatic artifact, and a disquieting realization dawned upon me. This box, with its ever-evolving carvings, had visited my dreams in myriad forms over recent nights. It had manifested itself repeatedly, each time shrouded in the same veil of mystery now palpable in my waking hours. In the room's silence, Even the grandfather clock's steady tick seemed to slow, as if the universe held its breath in anticipation. The lamp's shadows danced intricately across the walls, weaving a mesmerizing tapestry of light and dark. Taking the box in hand, I marveled at its weightiness, belying its diminutive size. No visible lock adorned its surface, yet an undeniable gravity hinted at concealed significance within. As my inspection deepened, the carvings began to converge toward the lid's center, forming a pattern previously unseen. The wood seemed to quiver under my touch, responding to the energy between us. A medley of beeswax and an elusive, ancient fragrance wafted around me, evoking a sense of long-forgotten wisdom. And then, a melodic hum emanated from within the box, a lullaby of ages past, stirring memories I couldn't quite grasp. Unforeseen weariness draped over me, my eyelids growing heavy as the lamp's glow pulsed in harmony with the otherworldly melody. When I awoke, hours later, still seated at my desk, the fog had dispersed, revealing a star-spangled night sky outside. The box had vanished, leaving behind a ghostly imprint on the desk's surface, as if it had dwelled there for eons. Puzzled, I scrutinized my hand and found a faintly glowing carving resembling those on the box, etched into my skin. Since that night, the box has haunted my dreams, morphing with each visit as if striving to impart a cryptic message. And every dawn reveals a subtle alteration in the carving on my hand, as though it is slowly inscribing a riddle only time can decipher. I muse on whether others have encountered this enigmatic box in their dreams, bearing invisible marks of a mystery that unravels solely in the realm of slumber. The line between dream and reality blurs, and the box emerges as a conduit bridging two worlds that have always been intertwined more closely than we realize. As I pen these words, the scent of beeswax lingers in the air, a harbinger of the box awaiting me in the nocturnal realm, laden with untold secrets yet to unfurl. Story 35. The gentle patter of autumn rain whispered against my office window, a soothing lullaby as I immersed myself in the quiet sanctum of my study. It was a night when time itself appeared to slow down, cocooned in a symphony of raindrops that painted a hypnotic melody across the world outside. The soft golden light from my desk lamp bathed the weathered pages of ancient manuscripts, each one a treasure waiting to be cataloged for the city's historical archive. And then she appeared, a solitary figure cloaked in mystery, traversing the square beneath a scarlet-red umbrella. In a canvas of autumnal grays and browns, she stood out like a vibrant stroke of color, an enigma amidst the rain-kissed landscape. There was a peculiar grace to her stride, a rhythm that danced in harmony with the falling raindrops, creating a mesmerizing cadence that captured my attention. Every evening, without fail, she graced the square with her presence, becoming a part of my nightly ritual, a moment imbued with a sense of anticipation and wonder. Her face remained veiled, obscured by the shadows of her umbrella and the ethereal mist that clung to her like a faithful companion. One fateful night, as I observed her customary passage, a subtle shift occurred. The woman halted in the heart of the square, her gaze momentarily veering towards my window. In that fleeting moment, I thought I detected a hint of a smile playing upon her pale features, illuminated by the soft glow of the street lamps. And then, as swiftly as she had paused, she resumed her journey, vanishing into the shroud of evening fog. In the days that followed, subtle disturbances began to manifest. Water stains materialized on the manuscripts I handled, as if touched by rain-dampened fingertips. The delicate fragrance of antique roses permeated the study, lingering in the air long after the windows had been shut tight. And one evening, a forgotten relic surfaced on my desk, a black and white photograph depicting the square from 50 years past, a figure with a red umbrella standing out amidst the monochrome crowd. Intriguingly, the back of the photograph bore a date, October 15, 1973. Delving deeper into the archives, I unraveled the tale of Sarah Thompson, a young librarian who who had once dwelled within the very walls I now inhabited. Her red umbrella and fervor for ancient tomes had etched her legacy into the annals of time, her life meeting a tragic end in that very square on a rainy night, much like the ones we now shared. As I delved into Sarah's history, the scent of roses intensified, the rain outside transforming into a melodic whisper that seemed to echo a forgotten lullaby. The pages of the documents fluttered gently, as if brushed by an unseen hand, a phantom breeze that stirred the stillness of the room. And when I lifted my gaze to the window, there she was, closer than ever before. The red umbrella lay folded, unveiling her countenance to me. Kind eyes met mine, a serene smile gracing her features. In that moment there was no fear, only a profound sense of melancholy mingled with understanding. And as the evening waned, the woman with the red umbrella retreated from the square, leaving behind a lingering essence of antiquity and enigma. Yet on rainy nights, when the archive fell into a hushed embrace and shadows pirouetted along the walls, I could sense her presence lingering in the air. The echo of her footsteps, the delicate fragrance of roses, ghostly remnants of a bygone era. And occasionally, as I perused the yellowed pages of ancient texts, I would discover fresh droplets of water, as if a spectral hand had just grazed the parchment. I often pondered whether Sarah still safeguarded her cherished books, her spirit perpetually strolling through the rain with her red companion. This tale, a silent reverie shared solely between myself and the whispers of the library, remained a cherished secret, treasured in the heart's hidden alcove. And whenever rain serenaded the windows with its gentle rhythm, a smile would grace my lips, for in the tapestry of time, a woman with a red umbrella continued her eternal promenade. Story 36. The gentle patter of rain on the roof of the ancestral home filled the air with a soothing melody as I delved into the remnants of my grandmother's legacy. Nostalgia lingered thickly, mingling with the fragrance of aged wood and swirling dust particles, illuminated by the sun's fading light seeping through the cream drapes. Each item I unearthed seemed to whisper tales of bygone eras, painting vivid memories with every touch. Amidst the final boxes, I stumbled upon a weathered, leather-bound photo album. Though time had weathered its corners, the album retained a softness that only the passage of years could bestow. My fingertips traced the aged cover as I placed it gently on the weathered oak table in the dimly lit living room. The musty scent of aged paper and faint traces of mold wafted from the album's pages. Within its confines lay a collection of black and white photographs capturing snippets of family life. Weddings, birthdays, summer escapades. A smile graced my lips as I recognized the faces of long-gone relatives in their youth, noting resemblances that echoed through generations. The rustle of pages melded harmoniously with the rain's rhythmic cadence against the window panes. Pausing at a particular photo taken in the garden, I spotted my grandmother, radiant in a floral dress, seated at a table with her siblings. Sunlight from yesteryears cast gentle shadows upon their joyous faces. Yet, a figure stood apart, clad in a light dress that brushed her ankles, her visage partly obscured by the broad brim of a hat. This unknown presence intrigued me. She seemed unfamiliar amidst the family lore recounted during festive gatherings. Carefully lifting the photograph from its confines, I examined it closely. On the back, my grandmother's elegant script bore a solitary inscription, Summer 1956. No further clues surfaced about the enigmatic figure's identity. As I scrutinized the image, a chill breeze whispered through the room, causing the curtains to sway. Dusk descended, veiling the surroundings in a haze of uncertainty and blurred outlines. Flicking on the antique table lamp, a soft, warm glow bathed the room, illuminating the photograph anew. Under the lamp's gentle radiance, a disconcerting detail emerged. The mysterious figure's shadow defied logic, casting in a direction incongruous to the others in the image. While familial shadows stretched towards the right, in sync with the sun's trajectory, Hers diverged, as if bathed in an alternate light source. A shiver traced my spine as a distant conversation overheard between my mother and aunt resurfaced, recalling a woman who had fleetingly graced the family's presence before vanishing without a trace. No one knew her name or origins. The rain's tempo seemed to amplify, weaving an almost hypnotic symphony. Fixated on the photograph, the figure appeared to sharpen, while the background softened, as though she harbored a message waiting to be unraveled. Turning the photo, faint markings in the corner caught my eye, barely discernible words etched with delicate pressure. With a tilt and the aid of the lamp's glow, I deciphered the cryptic message, "She always sees." Returning the photo to its place in the album, I found myself unable to close it shut. An unseen force beckoned me to delve deeper into its mysteries, hinting at concealed narratives embedded within the house's walls. How many untold stories lay dormant, captured by the lens and veiled by time's silence? The rain persisted in its gentle descent as night enveloped the dwelling in a tranquil embrace. Seated in an armchair by the window, the album nestled on my lap, I pondered the enigma shrouding the mysterious woman. What had she witnessed? Was she still a silent observer? Deciding to leave the album open on the table, I readied for bed, stealing a final glance from the threshold. For a fleeting moment, beneath the flickering lamplight, it seemed as though the figure had shifted, as if casting her gaze towards me. Yet, it could have been a trick of shadows, a play of light, or perhaps a deeper mystery destined to linger within the aged pages of a family chronicle. Story 37. In the hushed embrace of the night, a delicate mist waltzed through the air, casting an ethereal veil over the world. Nestled in my cherished armchair, the rich burgundy velvet cradled me as I delved into a book under the gentle glow of a vintage lamp. The rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock echoed through the room, weaving a hypnotic melody, while the crackling warmth of the fireplace wrapped me in a comforting cocoon. Amid this symphony of tranquility, a subtle anomaly caught my attention. A fleeting whisper of movement brushed past my senses, akin to a ghostly touch at the edge of perception. Lifting my gaze from the pages, I beheld my reflection in the antique mirror. The ornate golden frame shimmered faintly in the flickering firelight, casting intricate floral patterns across the room. Yet, as my eyes met my mirrored self, a chill traced a path down my spine. An imperceptible wrongness hung in the air, a discordant note amidst the peaceful night. A slight tilt of my head revealed the disquieting truth. My reflection moved with a disconcerting delay, as if dancing to a silent melody of its own creation. A sense of unease crept over me, a silent warning whispered by the shadows. The air grew heavy, pregnant with a tension that slowed my breath. The scent of ancient candle wax mingled with the faded fragrance of old books, a symphony of forgotten memories. With deliberate slowness, I rose from the armchair, every movement measured and deliberate. The mirrored image mimicked my actions, yet there was a fluidity to its movements that bespoke a hidden agenda. As I drew closer to the mirror, details emerged that chilled me to the core. The reflected room bore subtle differences. Books shifted, objects unknown to me appeared. An old photograph, once a serene seascape, now held a blurred visage that seemed to watch me with unseen eyes. The pendulum's steady beat continued, yet in the reflection time flowed at a different pace, a languid dance of shadows and light. The flickering flames painted phantoms on the walls, whispering of silent watchers in the darkness. Reaching out, I felt the icy touch of the mirror, while my reflection's fingers brushed mine with an unsettling familiarity. A sensation of wrongness pervaded the room, an uncanny mimicry that defied logic. Retreating, I veiled the mirror with a swath of velvet, a shroud to conceal the enigmatic doppelganger within. And yet, even now, in the quietest hours, I sense a presence behind the fabric, a phantom echo of footsteps in a parallel world. In the depths of night, when the world slumbers and the house holds its breath, I ponder the existence of that mirrored twin. Was it a trick of the mind, a fanciful creation born of solitude? Or does a reflection dwell within the glass, a silent sentinel of a world unknown? The truth eludes me, lost in the shadows of uncertainty. Each passing mirror beckons a question. Is it truly me that gazes back, or a specter of imitation waiting to blur the lines between reality and reflection? Story 38. The ancient grandfather clock in my study announced the witching hour with its deep melodic chimes, each reverberation spreading through the tranquil air like gentle ripples on a serene pond. I lounged in my weathered leather armchair, an old tome cradled in my lap, entranced by the soft patter of raindrops dancing against the window panes. The house murmured softly, its time-worn wooden structure settling into the hush of the night. My gaze drifted towards the hallway door, its shadowy wooden frame illuminated by the warm radiance of my reading lamp. Tonight, there was a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a whisper of change that eluded my grasp. Perhaps it was the brass handle catching the light in a different way, or the grain of the wood appearing mysteriously altered. Despite residing in this house for 15 years, this door now felt like a stranger in the night. I rose from my seat, using a silk ribbon to mark my place in the book. The floor felt cool beneath my slippers as I approached the enigmatic door. With each step, the temperature dropped, as though a sliver of winter had crept into this singular corner of my abode. My fingertips brushed against the handle, surprising warmth emanating from the metal, a stark contrast to the chill in the air. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing the familiar hallway beyond. Everything seemed ordinary: the faded wallpaper, the worn carpet, the framed photographs adorning the walls. Dismissing my unease as mere fancy, I closed the door and chuckled at my own imagination. That night, my dreams were woven with doors. They materialized and vanished in improbable locations, amidst lush gardens, suspended in the sky, solitary on deserted shores. Each door bore the same brass handle as the one in my hallway, radiating warmth despite their incongruous settings. As dawn broke, I carried on with my routine, barely sparing a glance at the hallway door as I passed through it. Yet as evening descended and the sun's glow began to fade, a peculiar sight greeted me. The door appeared to have aged overnight, its hue lighter as if decades had slipped by in a whisper. The brass handle now bore a weathered patina that hadn't been there before. Stepping closer, I scrutinized the door with newfound curiosity. The wood had transformed, now lighter with an unfamiliar grain pattern. Even the hinges had shifted, exchanging their iron black for a burnished copper sheen. However, upon opening the door, the hallway remained unchanged. Night after night, the door underwent subtle metamorphoses, aging and rejuvenating, shifting minutely in appearance. The handle would alter its position, or the frame would gain intricate carvings, yet the hallway on the other side remained a constant. I began meticulously documenting these changes in a journal, capturing each shift with intricate sketches and detailed descriptions. The door never transformed under my watchful gaze. It was always during the deep of night, when the house slumbered and my attention wandered, that the alterations unfolded. Determined to unravel the mystery, I resolved to stay awake one evening and observe the door throughout the night. Positioning my armchair to face it directly, I brewed a pot of strong tea and settled in for my vigil. The grandfather clock ticked away the hours as I watched, my eyelids heavy but my resolve unyielding. At 3:17 a.m., a flicker of darkness swept through the room as the lights momentarily dimmed. In that fleeting moment, a subtle shift in the air hinted at a change. When the light returned, the door had transformed once more. The warm oak had morphed into rich mahogany, delicate silver inlays dancing across its surface, seemingly alive when viewed askance. Drawn to the new details, I reached out for the handle, now crafted from crystal, a departure from its usual brass form, yet hesitated at the threshold. A gentle hum vibrated through the air around the door, a lingering resonance akin to a bell's fading chime. And then the realization struck me. The door bore no keyhole. It never had one, in any of its iterations. However, every morning when I passed through, a keyhole had always been there, just below the handle. This fact was indisputable. Perplexed, I scoured my journal entries, searching for any mention of the keyhole. To my surprise, there was none. Had I overlooked such a fundamental detail, or was there a deeper force at play? The question gnawed at my thoughts, akin to a word lingering on the tip of my tongue. Now, as night falls and I sit in my study, I ponder the enigmatic door and its nightly transformations. Occasionally, I catch glimpses of alternate hallways through the gap beneath it, passages adorned with different carpets, wallpapers, and photographs. Yet, upon opening the door, it always leads to my familiar hallway. I contemplate rearranging the photographs, testing the reality of my perceptions. However, an unspoken warning holds me back, cautioning against delving too deeply into the threshold between the known and the unknown. The door continues to change, each night unveiling a new guise. I have grown accustomed to its silent evolution, even finding solace in its mysteries. I wonder if it is the door itself that transforms, or if it is my perception that shifts with each viewing. Perhaps both are true, or perhaps neither. All I am certain of is the anticipation that stirs within me as midnight approaches, and the rain taps against the windows, beckoning me to uncover the secrets that lie beyond the ever-changing door in the quiet hours before dawn. Story 39. In the hushed embrace of the night, a thick fog veiled the world outside, turning the streetlights into faint, twinkling stars. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I idly observed the playful shadows pirouetting on the walls of my study, choreographed by the flickering candle perched on the side table. The aged wooden floor exhaled a familiar scent, a blend of history and memories, while the tranquil ambience was gently punctuated by the rhythmic ticking of the pendulum clock. Lost in contemplation, a peculiar sight caught my eye amidst the familiar dance of shadows. Amidst the familiar silhouettes, there was one shadow that seemed to march to its own clandestine tune. While the others swayed in harmony with the flame's flicker, this particular shadow moved with purpose, as if on an expedition across the wall. Initially dismissing it as a trick of my fatigued mind, I closed the book resting on my lap and rose to investigate further. The shadow, sensing my scrutiny, timidly retreated to the corner of the room. Drawing closer, I scrutinized the wall's surface, seeking answers. The textured plaster naturally birthed fleeting shadows, but the one that captivated me was different. Darker, more substantial, as if composed of more than mere absence of light. Tentatively, I reached out to touch the wall where the shadow had halted, encountering a chilling coldness that set it apart from the rest of the wall. In the ensuing days, I unearthed more enigmatic details. The shadow materialized at varying hours, always in solitude, always when the light hung in delicate balance, enough to birth shadows, yet insufficient to vanquish them entirely. Sometimes it lingered in the hallway, other times in the kitchen, but always with a curious and almost bashful demeanor. One twilight, engrossed in writing at my desk, a gentle presence caressed my senses. Not an eerie sensation of being watched, but akin to detecting a feline observer. Turning slowly, I beheld the shadow projected upon the shut door of my study. This time it held its ground, as if evaluating me in turn. It was then that I noticed a crucial detail that had eluded me. The shadow bore no origin. Every known shadow emanates from a source, a figure, an object, a creature. Yet this shadow stood alone, autonomous, as if a sentient entity in itself. I commenced a silent dialogue with it, not through words, but through gestures and motions. It responded in kind, waltzing on the wall, crafting shapes that almost resembled letters, ephemeral and elusive. At times, a message seemed within grasp, while others dissolved into meaningless arabesques. With time, its presence became a source of solace, a nocturnal companion, a custodian of the night's solitude. During restless nights, I found myself seeking it out, anticipating its distinctive movements amidst the ordinary shadows. It was akin to harboring a silent confidant, a sentry of the twilight hours. The shadow's origins remained shrouded in mystery. I delved into research, consulted ancient tomes, even sought counsel from experts in the realm of paranormal phenomena, yet no definitive answer emerged. Theories of physical anomalies and residual energy manifestations floated about, but none encapsulated the essence of its existence. Now, as I sit in my armchair penning these lines, I spy the shadow's gentle stirrings in my peripheral vision. It has woven itself into the tapestry of my daily existence, a riddle I've embraced without unraveling. I often ponder if it, too, contemplates my essence, if I am as much an enigma to it as it is to me. The candle on the side table wanes, foretelling the shadow's imminent retreat into the abyss of darkness, only to re-emerge when a fresh light beckons its presence. And here I shall remain, awaiting its return, engaged in this tranquil discourse between a man and a bodiless shadow. Story 40. The hush of that autumn night held a weight all its own. Meandering down the gravel path toward the ancestral abode, the crunch of my steps resonated in the all-encompassing darkness. Crisp leaves pirouetted lazily around my feet, carried by a gentle zephyr that murmured through the ancient tree's boughs. The dwelling had stood vacant since Aunt Mary's farewell, and the duty of ensuring all was well had fallen to me. With a metallic echo, the antique key twisted in the lock, resounding through the desolate porch. A distinct fragrance lingered in the air, a fusion of aged timber and an indefinable essence that evoked memories of childhood afternoons spent within those walls. Crossing the threshold, I observed the crepuscular light filtering through lace curtains, casting intricate patterns upon the wooden floor. The stillness within seemed profound, punctuated solely by the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the corridor. Yet within that silence lurked an eerie quality, as if concealing an imperceptible presence. Progressing through the main passageway, my familiar footfalls creaked on the hardwood beneath. The walls, adorned with family portraits from my youth, now seemed to regard me with altered gazes. Halting before my grandmother's portrait, a peculiar detail caught my eye. Her smile appeared subtly different, more enigmatic. It was then that I perceived it, faint at first, a distant echo that seemed to be a lullaby drifting from a remote chamber. The melody, though familiar, eluded full recognition. I followed the sound, ascending the staircase where each step narrated tales through its distinctive creaks. The music grew clearer yet remained elusive, akin to a fleeting memory upon waking. Reaching the landing, I deduced the source to be the old playroom where childhood hours had been spent with my cousins on rainy days. The door stood ajar, allowing a sliver of moonlight to filter through. Pushing it gently, the room unfolded before me as a relic of the past. The rocking horse, the bookshelf laden with children's tales, the time-worn toy chest. But there, upon the windowsill, sat a music box previously unseen. Approaching cautiously, I beheld the tarnished brass box adorned with delicate floral engravings. Strangely, it remained silent, though the haunting melody lingered in the air, as if the very walls sang it. Observing the music box, its reflection in the window appeared to show movement in the dancer atop despite its stillness before me. A blink dispelled the illusion. Recollection struck me, the lullaby my grandmother sang before bedtime, a memory vivid despite her long absence from this room turned playroom. Taking the music box, its warmth under my touch felt peculiar. Upon its base, a nearly faded engraving revealed a date matching my grandmother's birth. The melody gradually waned, merging with the house's silence until it faded to silence. Seated upon the ancient toy chest, the music box in my grasp, I watched as the moon painted dancing shadows on the floor. Since that night, the music box accompanies me on each visit. Though it never plays, on the quietest evenings, a distant echo of the lullaby seems to resonate, as if the house harbors the memory of all melodies sung within its walls. Perhaps, I muse while shutting the door, certain places retain echoes of the love and care they once cradled, reverberating softly through time, a perpetual reminder that nothing truly vanishes. Story 41. Snow drifted down like soft whispers outside my quaint antique shop, painting the windows with delicate flakes that pirouetted in the glow of vintage lamps. The shelves, crafted from aged wood, murmured gently as they bore the weight of forgotten treasures. The pendulum clock, a faithful guardian of time, swung lazily, its rhythmic tick echoing through the hushed air scented with the must of old books and the sweet embrace of beeswax. Lost in the choreography of arranging ancient volumes, I was startled by the crystalline chime of the doorbell. A frigid breath of winter crept in, ushering in a few snowflakes that melted upon touching the wooden floor. Turning towards the entrance, I beheld a figure cloaked in mystery, their form draped in darkness that seemed to swallow the very light around them. A broad-brimmed hat shielded their features, while a scarf of gray wool concealed the lower half of their countenance. "Good evening," I murmured, a veil of unease descending upon me as I attempted to maintain a professional demeanor. The visitor offered no reply, gliding through the aisles with a grace that mesmerized, their gloved hands caressing the relics on display as if in a silent dance. Shadows clung to them like loyal companions, deepening and thickening in their wake, as if possessing a life of their own. Pausing before an 18th century mirror, the mysterious guest traced the gilded frame with a deliberate tenderness. A heavy silence enveloped the shop, broken only by the sluggish heartbeat of the clock that seemed to falter with each passing moment. Peering at the mirror, I was met with a disconcerting revelation. The reflection revealed nothing but the empty shelf behind the enigmatic visitor, as though they existed beyond the realm of reflections. Approaching cautiously, I inquired, "Can I assist you in finding something specific?" My voice barely above a whisper, I watched as they turned towards me, their obscured face a canvas of shadows beneath the hat. From within their coat emerged a yellowed parchment, unfurled delicately upon the counter beside the cash register. The script upon it, elegant and aged, detailed a list of peculiar items: a mirror that remembers, a clock that counts backwards, a key that opens forgotten doors. As I perused the list, a chill descended upon the shop, my breath materializing in wisps of frosty air. The objects on the shelves seemed to stir subtly, as though recognizing a kindred presence in the visitor. "I'm afraid," I whispered, "I do not possess these particular items." The figure remained motionless, a silent sentinel amidst the stillness, before retrieving the parchment with a fluid motion and tucking it away within their coat. With a graceful stride, they made their way towards the door, pausing only briefly before departing. A whisper, more felt than heard, slipped from beneath the scarf like a wisp of fog, "You will." It wasn't a query, but a declaration of fate. The bell tolled as they exited, its resonance carrying a weight of significance, reverberating into the night. Outside, the snow continued its descent, yet for a fleeting moment, it seemed as though time itself held its breath, the flakes frozen in a suspended dance. Later, upon closing the shop, I found myself drawn to the antique mirror, its reflective surface seeming to conceal secrets within its silvery depths. The pendulum clock, a faithful timekeeper, had ceased its eternal march at the precise moment of the visitor's arrival. Since that enigmatic encounter, each evening as shadows lengthen and light wanes, I find myself gazing towards the door, a silent vigil for the return of the mysterious figure. And in those moments, every object within the shop appears to share in the anticipation, as if they too await the inevitable reunion. For in the realm of antiquity, every artifact holds a tale untold, and perhaps, just perhaps, some objects are on the cusp of unfolding their own enigmatic narratives. Story 42. The fall breeze whispered through the trees, weaving a delicate melody that harmonized with the hushed murmurs of the passing crowd. Seated on my cherished bench in the park, I watched as people meandered along the paved pathways. The air carried a crisp tang of moist earth and rain-kissed wood. Though I held a book in my hands, my focus strayed to a subtle, almost elusive sensation that had lingered with me for days. It began ever so discreetly. One morning, on my way to work, a tingling shiver crept up my neck, as though unseen eyes were fixed upon me. I turned, yet found only the usual throng of commuters hastening to their destinations. In the days that followed, that sensation grew more frequent, more palpable. During lunch breaks, grocery runs, even while sipping at my favorite cafe, people streamed past my bench, some solitary, others in clusters. A woman in crimson paused briefly to check her phone. An elderly gentleman ambled by with a gleaming wooden cane. Yet, amidst the familiar faces, I sensed a subtle shift, something indefinable. Closing my book, I rose and decided to stroll. The sky blushed with amber hues while the first street lamps flickered to life. I paced along the main boulevard, the echo of my steps mingling with the rustle of gravel. The sensation lingered, a phantom shadow trailing me at a fixed distance. Halting before a shop window, I feigned interest in the wares on display. In the glass reflection, I scrutinized the passers-by behind me. And there I glimpsed a peculiar sight, a face in the crowd that seemed ever present, indistinct, slipping between figures with seamless ease. Resuming my walk, my senses heightened. I veered down side streets, then another, the throng thinning, yet the presence enduring. Seated on a bench in a tranquil square, encircled by ancient edifices aglow with lamplight, I felt the chill of evening settle. It dawned on me then, unsettlingly. It wasn't a singular gaze following me, but many. A shifting ensemble of eyes, passing the unseen baton in a silent, choreographed ballet. Some visages recurred more frequently than others. A young woman in azure scarf, a bespectacled middle-aged man, a lad with a backpack. Standing, I made my way home, burdened by the weight of their stares. The streets lay nearly deserted now, yet the sensation only grew in the hush of nightfall. At my apartment window, I watched the world below, figures drifting by, pausing fleetingly, or continuing their journey. I pondered how many were truly bound for a destination, and how many were players in this enigmatic performance, of which I had unwittingly become the focal point. Most unnerving was their utter normalcy, blending seamlessly with the populace. As city lights blinked to life, I pondered the essence of this silent vigil. Who were these watchers? What drove their ceaseless gaze? And above all, why me? Queries hung in the air while night enshrouded the city in its dusky cloak. Since then, I've acclimated to this newfound awareness. At times I seek to discern my observers. At others, I feign ignorance. Yet they linger, like shadows flitting at the periphery of my everyday existence. In the stillness of night, as I peer from my window onto the dimming streets, I muse whether they, too, ponder me from their abodes, poised for another day in this cryptic waltz of gazes and specters. Story 43. The gentle moonlight filtered through my bedroom window, casting soft shadows on the wooden floor. I've always been a light sleeper, attuned to the quiet moments when the world holds its breath. That night, the autumn wind whispered through the trees, creating a serene melody against the window panes. During one of my midnight wanderings in the old house, I noticed a subtle change in the wallpaper pattern along the hallway. Initially, I dismissed it as a trick of light, typical of how shadows can dance in the darkness. However, as my fingers traced the wall, the texture transformed beneath them, feeling smooth and polished, like aged wood instead of the familiar textured wallpaper. This discovery became a nightly ritual. Each dusk, as the world grew hushed and the air carried hints of cedar wood and ancient secrets, I awaited the transformation. It always began with a delicate shift in the atmosphere, a slight chill, accompanied by scents of old leather-bound books and forgotten chambers. Gradually, the door materialized like a developing photograph. An ornate wooden door emerged against the wallpaper, its intricate carvings seeming to shift and change with my gaze. The brass doorknob gleamed warmly, as if lit from within. Night after night, I sat in the hallway, observing the door's gradual appearance. Sometimes I would bring a cup of chamomile tea, its fragrance mingling with the mysterious scents surrounding the door. Though I never touched the doorknob, my fingers hovered near it, sensing its gentle warmth. A voice within me cautioned that opening it would alter everything, and I hesitated. As I kept vigil in the night, I noticed subtle shifts in the house. The shadows deepened, moving with purpose. The familiar creaks and settling noises took on a rhythmic quality akin to a distant lullaby. The air grew heavy with untold stories, pregnant with possibility. On quiet nights, I fancied hearing soft sounds from behind the door, the rustle of pages, the ticking of an ethereal clock, and a faint hum of an unfamiliar melody. Research into the house's history yielded no clues about the door, only tales of past inhabitants who spoke of strange dreams and tranquil nights. An elderly resident's journal hinted at a passage to peaceful slumber that appeared in the darkest hours, dismissed by many as the musings of a lonely widow. But now I understood her words. The door became my nocturnal companion, exuding a comforting presence. I read by its gentle light or simply sat in contemplation, attuned to the enigmatic sounds that seemed to emanate from beyond. Far from menacing, the door brought a sense of peace, as if safeguarding something precious. One memorable night, the carvings on the door seemed to tell stories. Figures journeyed through forests, scaled mountains, and sailed seas. Yet the patterns shifted whenever I tried to follow, weaving new narratives. The door itself became a storyteller, sharing endless tales with patient listeners. Years have passed, and I've never turned the handle. I wonder if that's why it persists, because I've honored its mystery, preserving its secrets. The door serves as a reminder that some queries are best left unexplored, some mysteries more alluring when untouched. On sleepless nights, I still find myself in the hallway, tea in hand. The door unfailingly appears, radiating its warmth and solace. In its soft glow, I realize that perhaps its essence lies not in unveiling what lies beyond, but in the tranquility it offers to those who cherish its presence in the stillness of night. When morning comes and sunlight bathes the room, the door fades into ordinary wallpaper. I question its existence, but with night's return comes the subtle shift in reality, reminding me that some wonders are reserved for those who sit quietly in the dark, waiting for magic to unfold. Story 44. In the stillness of the night, my footsteps echoed softly through the ancient wooden corridor. Each step I took created a gentle cadence, harmonizing with the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the window panes. A sweet fragrance lingered in the air, a blend of aged wood and the musty aroma of old paper. Pausing before the door at the hallway's end, a door I had avoided for months, I felt a pull towards it, as if it beckoned me with a silent plea. The lock on the door caught my attention, its gleam faintly visible in the dim light cast by the wall lamps. I vividly recalled locking it last, the key turning thrice, the handle checked twice. It was a ritual, a security blanket I clung to. Yet, that evening, a shift in the air hinted at something different. The door exuded an unusual chill, a thin layer of dust coating the brass handle in intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the dim light. Drawing closer, I noticed the dust arranged in delicate concentric circles, as if a ghostly finger had traced them in the stillness. The wood of the door emitted a subtle warmth, a sensation I felt as I pressed my palm against its weathered surface. How odd, for the room within had been sealed off, devoid of any source of heat. Leaning in, I strained to listen, and in the hush, a faint sound reached me, akin to the slow, steady breath of one in slumber. Retrieving the key from the folds of my robe, I felt its warmth seep into my skin. With deliberate care, I inserted it into the lock, the metal sliding in smoothly. Yet when I attempted to turn it, a resistance met me, as though the lock had been tampered with from within. A flutter stirred in my chest, not fear, but a tantalizing blend of curiosity and anticipation, akin to standing on the cusp of a revelation. Switching directions, the key yielded with a soft click. Pushing the door ajar, a wave of warmth and a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of freshly brewed vanilla tea, wafted out. Moonbeams filtered through gauzy curtains, casting a silver sheen over the room. Familiar yet altered, the space greeted me with a sense of the uncanny. Books on shelves arranged in new patterns, an armchair subtly shifted towards the window, an empty cup adorning a side table, all seemingly untouched by my hand. Tracing my fingers over the mahogany desk, I noted the unevenly dispersed dust, as if words once inscribed had vanished into the ether. Beside the inkwell lay a yellowed sheet of paper, bearing a sentence scribed in a script akin to my own, yet foreign to my memory. Time flows differently here. Reading those words, I felt my breath sink with the gentle sway of curtains, a silent dance devoid of wind. The room's silence pulsed, alive with whispers too faint to decipher. Sinking into the velvet armchair, I glimpsed the room's reflection in the window, catching a fleeting shadow that dissolved upon inspection. Eyes closed, I surrendered to the room's embrace, and upon reopening them, a subtle shift had occurred. Objects seemed displaced by mere millimeters, the cup now warm, tendrils of steam curling upwards. Rising, I carried the weight of the room's enigma as I moved towards the door, my steps soundless upon the wooden floor. Pausing at the threshold, I cast a parting glance, the room seeming to breathe, a slumbering entity in repose. Closing the door gently, I turned the key. The final click, a lullaby in the hallway's silence. Since that night, a hint of vanilla tea lingers near the door, accompanied by the whisper of pages turning by invisible hands. Though unopened, the room harbors its secrets, mysteries best left undisturbed in the embrace of silence. Story 45. The hotel corridor was bathed in a soft amber glow, filtering through glass lampshades, casting a warm hue over everything it touched. The night had descended, wrapping the space in a blanket of silence, broken only by the gentle hum of air conditioners whispering in the background. With a heavy heart from a long day of business dealings, I made my way towards the elevator, dragging my suitcase effortlessly across the plush burgundy carpet that muffled each step I took. As I reached the elevator, I pressed the button and waited, my reflection appearing hazy in the polished metallic doors. The digital numbers above the elevator ticked down slowly. 6, 5, 4. A soft, soothing green light bathed the space, casting an ethereal glow on the walls. The doors slide open with a melodious chime, inviting me into the compact chamber, adorned with mirrors and dark wood accents. I selected the 7th floor, the pinnacle of the building, and leaned back against the wall, closing my eyes for a fleeting moment. The elevator began its ascent with a seamless, gentle motion, the machinery whispering a rhythmic lullaby as we ascended. When I dared to open my eyes again, a peculiar sight greeted me in the mirror's reflection. It seemed as though my reflection lagged slightly behind my movements, a surreal and fleeting illusion. Dismissing it as a trick of the tired mind, I shook my head and focused on the journey ahead. As the elevator came to a graceful halt, the doors parted, revealing a hallway that felt subtly different. The carpet underfoot had transformed into a rich emerald green, a stark contrast to the burgundy I had left behind. The wall lamps exuded an antiquated charm, their Art Deco design whispering of a bygone era I couldn't quite place. Consulting the display, it confirmed my floor as the 7th, yet the ambience was shrouded in an enigmatic aura. The hallway stretched before me, elongated and narrow, suffused with a scent of ancient tomes and aged wood. The room numbers seemed askew, 7A, 7B, 7C. deviating from the conventional sequence I was accustomed to. Attempting to retrace my steps, I pivoted towards the elevator, only to find the doors sealed shut. Pressing the call button yielded no response, the display above dark and lifeless, as if the elevator had dissolved into the ether. Silence enveloped me, thick and palpable, as I ventured down the corridor, each step echoing softly in the strange realm. The lights flickered imperceptibly, as if drawing breath, and each door I passed exuded a distinct energy, hinting at untold stories hidden behind their veiled facades. At the corridor's end, a figure sat nestled in an antique armchair, a venerable doorman in a uniform of a bygone era, his white hair impeccably groomed. Raising his gaze from the book cradled in his hands, he greeted me with a knowing smile. "Are you lost?" His voice, serene and familiar, resonated with a sense of belonging, as though he had anticipated my arrival. "I believe so," I murmured. "I sought the 7th floor, but this isn't what I expected." "Ah, but this is the 7th floor," he interjected, his smile bearing a hint of mystery. "Just not the one you were seeking. This elevator possesses a peculiar trait. It guides weary travelers to where they truly belong, not necessarily where they believe they ought to go." Observing my surroundings with renewed clarity, I discerned subtle details. The portraits in golden frames depicted smiling faces from a forgotten era, and the clock defied logic with its backward-spinning hands. "Do not fret," the doorman reassured, closing his book gently. "Time is but a fleeting concept here. The elevator shall return when the moment is ripe. For now, why not rest? We have all the time in the world." Easing into the adjacent armchair, I felt the wariness dissipate, replaced by a sense of serenity. The silence, once disquieting, now cradled me in its embrace, lulling me into a tranquil reverie. Lost in the dance of shadows painted across the walls by the flickering light, time ebbed and flowed, its passage indiscernible. The clock's reversed ticks wove a hypnotic melody, akin to a gentle lullaby that caressed my senses. Abruptly, the familiar chime of the elevator pierced the stillness. "It is time," the doorman remarked without looking up from his tome. "You may return to your designated floor now." Rising to my feet, a newfound vigor coursed through me. As I made my way back to the elevator, a gesture of gratitude poised on my lips, I discovered the armchair empty, the book resting atop it, a silent testament to the ephemeral encounter. The elevator doors glided open soundlessly, ushering me inside, the journey swift and seamless. Stepping out, I found myself back in the familiar corridor with its burgundy carpet and contemporary fixtures. Unlocking my room, I cast a final glance towards the elevator, where the display momentarily flickered, unveiling a symbol unknown to me before reverting to its mundane numeral 7. Since that fateful night, every elevator excursion in a hotel evokes a sense of anticipation. Will it ferry me to my chosen destination, or to a realm where I am meant to tread? And on the hushed nights, a whisper of rustling pages drifts through the air, a reminder of a spectral hallway bridging the gap between one floor and the next, where time dances to a different tune. Story 46. The rain whispered softly as it descended that evening, draping a glistening veil over the pavement, capturing the glow of the street lamps. I strolled homeward, weary from the day's toil, relishing the earthy fragrance in the air and the soothing patter of raindrops on the rooftops. And then amidst the misty veil of rain, it appeared. A diminutive book with a somber cover, forsaken on the sidewalk. The rain had caressed it gently, leaving no trace of harm, as if it had been abandoned mere moments ago. Stooping to retrieve it, I felt its velvety touch, the supple leather that enfolded it. Devoid of any markings, no name, no clue. Just a black satin ribbon, a silent sentinel, marking a spot within its yellowed pages. The weight of the journal in my hand belied its small frame, hinting at secrets veiled within. Shielding the first page from the rain beneath the refuge of a nearby balcony, I unfurled the elegant script, penned in black ink that seemed to gleam afresh. The date atop the page bore the mark of the present day, yet the year whispered a distant echo, 1887. The opening lines ensnared my gaze. I have unearthed the existence of an anomaly. Shadows transcend their nature. Time ebbs and flows erratically. I must chronicle all before the veil is drawn. A tremor coursed through me, not of fear, but of profound intrigue. Flipping the page, the narrative unfurled, weaving a tapestry of enigmatic occurrences. The author recounted time looping, objects shifting in nocturnal silence, mirrors mirroring with a subtle delay. As I delved deeper into the text, a peculiar cadence infused the rain, a melodic rhythm orchestrating the descent of each drop. They fell in a choreographed sequence, as if following an unseen symphony. Startled, I scanned my surroundings, discovering the street bereft of life. The street lamps cast perfect orbs upon the slick ground, overlapping in arcane geometries hitherto unseen. The journal mirrored these revelations, hidden patterns within the mundane, unveiled only in fleeting instants when perception widened its gaze. The author's journey into this labyrinth commenced upon discovering a peculiar artifact, an aged brass key etched with cryptic symbols, and as the account unfurled, I sensed a metallic presence within my jacket's recesses. Retrieving it, my fingers brushed against a key identical to the one described, antique brass, adorned with enigmatic glyphs. My pulse steadied as I scrutinized the key under the lamplight, its intricate engravings hinting at mysteries untold. The following pages divulged whispers of a door, not of wood and iron, but a threshold between realms, visible solely when light caressed reflective surfaces just so. The key, it seemed, held sway not over mundane locks, but over the very fabric of reality. Glancing up from the journal, I beheld the street lamp shadows contorting into impossible shapes, morphing into glyphs of yore. The rain's cadence grew hypnotic, a lullaby murmured from afar. The final page bore a solemn caution. Should these words meet your gaze, the journal has chosen you, no happenstance. Serendipity does not dwell here. The key shall reveal truths untold, yet remember, some doors, once opened, remain ajar. Securing the journal, the key nestled in my pocket, I proceeded homeward. Each raindrop now bore a fragment of a celestial melody, orchestrating a nocturnal symphony. The lamplight's dance painted the walls with shadowy figures, a spectral ballet unfolding. The world around me blurred as if a dream intermingled with reality. How many before me had chanced upon this journal, discovered the enigmatic key? Drawing closer to home, I discerned a shadow on the building's wall, etching the outline of a door unseen until now, or perhaps concealed until my eyes were attuned to its presence. The key weighed heavier, as if recognizing its purpose. I lingered, transfixed by the doorway of shadows, rain weaving its nocturnal spell. The journal had found a guardian anew, ushering in a tale yet untold. A narrative destined for another night, another moment suspended betwixt reality and reverie. Story 47. The November rain softly tapped against the windows of Grandma Rose's attic, crafting a soothing melody that always lulled me into a state of tranquility. Returning there after many years to sift through her belongings, now that she had departed, I was enveloped in the scent of aged wood and weathered books that lingered in the air. The dim light of twilight filtered through the partially closed shutters, casting dancing shadows upon the vintage wallpapered walls. In a secluded corner, concealed beneath a thin layer of dust, I stumbled upon Grandma's old brass record player, gleaming as if it were a polished mirror. It stood as a relic of a bygone era, adorned with a mechanical arm intricately designed with delicate floral patterns, and the turntable impeccably preserved. Beside it lay a collection of vinyl records neatly housed in weathered cardboard sleeves, a testament to the passage of time. As my fingers skimmed over the records, they came to rest on one in particular. The cover, a pure white expanse devoid of title or author, featured only a slim golden border that shimmered in the muted light. Though unfamiliar, I knew every record in Grandma Rose's collection by heart. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, I resolved to listen to it. With a gentle hum, the record player sprang to life. Placing the mysterious record on the turntable, I lowered the arm, initiating the music. A melody unfurled, unfamiliar yet strangely captivating. A waltz performed on the piano, but with a peculiar twist. The notes seemed to shift subtly with each revolution of the record, rearranging themselves into new harmonies. Closing my eyes, I surrendered to the enigmatic composition, and a hint of jasmine, Grandma Rose's beloved flower, seemed to waft through the air, though it was midwinter. Upon reopening my eyes, I observed the shadows within the room moving in a peculiar manner, swaying to the rhythm of the mysterious melody instead of the natural light. Before me, on the wall, a figure's shadow pirouetted gracefully, a sight both surreal and mesmerizing, considering I was alone. The waltz persisted, and within the piano notes I discerned the soft laughter I knew so well. Grandma Rose's laughter, as clear as crystal. A shiver coursed through me, not of fear, but of a wistful nostalgia mingled with awe. Rising from the armchair, I approached the window. Peering into the glass, the room's reflection revealed nothing out of the ordinary. Yet for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed Grandma Rose, radiant and youthful in her favorite dance gown, twirling at the heart of the attic. When I turned around, she was nowhere to be found. The record played on until its final note faded into silence, leaving a lingering sense of transformation in the room. It seemed warmer, more alive, as if that brief musical interlude had stirred dormant memories within the very walls of the house. That evening, as I returned the mysterious record to its white sleeve, I noticed a detail previously overlooked. Inscribed on the inner rim in Grandma Rose's graceful script was a date, her wedding day. Beneath it, in nearly imperceptible letters, a message read, "Music is the key to our most cherished memories." Since that day, whenever I revisit the attic, I search for that particular record. Sometimes it reveals itself readily, while other times it seems to hide among the other vinyls. Each time I play it, the melody varies slightly, as if it contains infinite renditions of the same memory. I've pondered whether it was a unique gift for Grandma Rose or something more mystical. Yet one thing remains certain. On those rainy evenings when the record player spins that enigmatic melody, the attic is infused with a subtle magic, blurring the lines between present and past, reality and memory, akin to the fragile paper of an old photograph. Perhaps during those fleeting moments Grandma Rose dances on, eternally youthful, eternally joyful, lost in an eternal waltz. Story 48. The soft patter of rain against my bedroom window had been a constant companion all evening. Nestled in bed, I teetered on the edge between consciousness and slumber when a gentle, steady hum broke through the rain's soothing melody. Initially, I brushed it off as the distant hum of a passing car on the nearby road, but as moments slipped by, the sound persisted, a car engine idling somewhere close by. The digital clock on my nightstand bathed the room in a gentle red light, signaling the approach of midnight. Intrigued by the persistent hum, I rose from my bed and gravitated towards the window, seized by an unexplained curiosity. Peering through the rain-streaked glass, I discerned a shadowy sedan parked across the street. Its headlights lay dormant, yet a faint bluish glow emanated from within, while wisps of exhaust twirled into the misty night air. The scene unfolded before me in a tranquil bubble of silence. No movement emanated from the vehicle, no figure visible through its rain-drenched windows. Still, the unwavering purr of the engine cast an eerie, yet oddly familiar presence in the tranquil night. Raindrops cascading through the glow of the street lamp painted transient patterns on the car's hood, rendering it almost fluid in the obscurity of the night. My breath created a misty veil on the window as I observed, framing the enigmatic vehicle in a hazy embrace. I found myself captivated by minute details with a dreamlike intensity, the way water purled on its surface, the dance of exhaust merging with mist to form fleeting ethereal shapes. The longer I gazed, the more queries surfaced in my mind. Who would abandon their car running at this late hour? Why here, on this nondescript street? In response to my musings, the engine's tone subtly shifted, resonating at a lower frequency. The sound reverberated through the stillness, palpable more than audible. It dawned on me then that the car's windows were entirely fogged over, concealing any glimpse of the interior. Yet the opacity hinted at a presence rather than vacancy. My hand hovered towards my phone, contemplating whether to alert someone, perhaps the authorities, though I struggled to articulate the nature of any potential wrongdoing. Rational explanations flitted through my mind. A rendezvous, a weary driver seeking respite, a neighbor preparing for a night shift. But these justifications withered against the uncanny weight of the scene. Time seemed to stretch as I lingered at the window. The rain continued its gentle serenade, and the car maintained its silent vigil. I noticed subtle alterations in details, condensation patterns morphing on the windows, the shapes of exhaust clouds evolving. Yet the vehicle itself remained immutable, akin to a snapshot flickering to life. As drowsiness crept over me, I tore myself from the window and retraced my steps to bed. Yet an inexplicable force compelled me to cast one final glance. The car persisted, engine humming, but this time I could have sworn a shadow flitted behind the fogged windows, a mere trick of light or a phantom in the rain's embrace. Nestling beneath the covers, the engine's hum amplified, permeating the walls and glass. Drifting towards sleep, the sound melded with the rainfall, weaving a hypnotic, eerie lullaby. My last conscious musing fixated on those misted windows and the enigma concealed within, watching, waiting in the nocturnal stillness. With the break of dawn, I hastened to the window, half expecting the street to be deserted, dismissing the night's events as a mere reverie. Yet there, in the soft morning light, I spied fresh tire tracks etched in the damp pavement, marking the car's erstwhile presence. Beside them, a lingering puddle shimmered with a substance catching the sunlight, perhaps transmission fluid, its iridescence oddly striking in the early rays. The car never reappeared, but on hushed rainy nights, when the world hushes to a whisper, I catch faint echoes of what could be an engine idling in the distance. And I ponder, as I lie awake, how many others share in this mysterious vigil, peering through rain-streaked windows, yearning to glimpse the secrets veiled behind those misted panes of glass. Story 49. In the quiet confines of my study, the grandfather clock stood as a stalwart guardian of time, its gentle ticking a soothing lullaby that echoed through the room like raindrops on a window pane. On this particular morning, as I sat amidst a sea of old papers, a subtle shift in the air caught my attention. The familiar rhythm of the clock seemed to falter, each tick elongating into a pregnant pause that hung heavy in the stillness. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind, a fleeting mirage in the vast expanse of the mundane. The morning sun filtered through the curtains, painting the room in a warm, golden hue, casting everything in a soft, ethereal glow. My cup of tea sat untouched beside my journal, its steam frozen in time, while outside, the autumn breeze whispered through the leaves in a ghostly symphony. But as I reached for my pocket watch, a peculiar sensation gripped me. My hand moved through the air as if wading through molasses, each motion burdened with an otherworldly weight. The watch's hands quivered in a state of suspended animation, caught between seconds that refused to march forward. Bewilderment clouded my thoughts as I rose from my chair, the room enveloped in a profound stillness that bordered on the surreal. Dust motes hung motionless in the sunbeams, frozen in their graceful dance, while the very essence of time seemed to hold its breath. Venturing towards the window, I beheld a world suspended in a quietude that transcended reality. A bird hovered mid-flight, wings outstretched in a celestial display, while below, the garden lay frozen in a tableau of autumnal beauty. A neighbor's cat perched on the wall, its tail poised in a perpetual curve, a portrait of elegance frozen in time. As I wandered through the house, every detail seemed magnified in this suspended reality. Water droplets hung suspended in mid-air, clocks stood still in silent protest, and the morning paper lay dormant, its headlines rendered meaningless in the absence of time's relentless march. Returning to my study, a peculiar sight awaited me. My reflection in the old mirror above the fireplace moved in tandem with me, yet there lingered a subtle distortion, a ripple in the fabric of reality. The mirror beckoned, its surface a portal to a world beyond where time danced to a different melody. Hours might have passed, or mere moments. Time was a fickle companion in this timeless realm. Seated once more at my desk, I pondered the enigma of existence without the confines of time. The pen hovered above the blank page, poised to capture the ineffable, yet what words could encapsulate a reality unbound by the ticking clock? Slowly, imperceptibly, the world around me stirred from its slumber. Dust motes twirled back into motion, steam dissipated into the air, and the curtains swayed with newfound life. The grandfather clock's pendulum swung tentatively before resuming its steady beat, heralding the return of time's relentless flow. The world outside my window resumed its dance. The bird completed its flight, the cat unfurled its tail, and the leaves descended to the waiting earth. Normalcy reclaimed its throne, yet the echo of that timeless morning lingered, a whisper in the corridors of memory. To this day, the mystery of that peculiar morning eludes me. The grandfather clock ticks on, a faithful century of time's passage, while I catch glimpses of that other self in the mirror's depths. Perhaps in a parallel universe, I still wander through a world frozen in serene stillness, a testament to the beauty of each suspended moment. Story 50. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my rustic country home, creating a soothing melody that intertwined with the gentle creaking of the hardwood floor beneath my steps. It was on one of those autumn nights when the line between reality and imagination blurred, when the leaves outside swayed in the darkness, casting ever-changing shadows on the cream-colored walls through the misty panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, holding a cup of chamomile tea now cooled, I absent-mindedly watched as the light from the floor lamp formed a golden halo on the ground. There was a subtle shift in the air that night, a persistent feeling that eluded definition. It could have been the thickness of the atmosphere, or the profound silence of the house, almost tangible in its depth. Rising slowly, I was drawn by a flicker caught in my peripheral vision. The corridor leading to the bedrooms appeared elongated, as if stretching beyond its natural boundaries. The shadows in the alcoves appeared denser, darker, almost alive. Pausing at the threshold of the living room, I gazed into the deepening darkness at the far end of the hallway. The chills seemed to intensify with each step I took. The floor seemed to echo differently beneath my feet, as though I trod upon unfamiliar ground. The ancestral photographs adorning the walls seemed to regard me with a new intensity, as if the familiar faces had undergone subtle alterations. Midway down the hallway, I halted. A peculiar scent drifted to my nostrils, an ancient fragrance of old tomes and damp wood foreign to my abode. I turned to the window on my right, observing how the rain had painted intricate designs on the glass, patterns that followed an enigmatic yet precise scheme. And there it was, a shadow darker than the rest, gliding with unnatural grace along the opposite wall. It cast no visible source, seeming to possess its own substance, like solidified mist. Moving with a hesitant, deliberate rhythm, it appeared sentient, almost acknowledging my presence. My breath deepened as I watched, not with fear, but with a curious sense of recognition, as if that presence had always lingered, awaiting notice. The shadow paused by the guest room doorway, assuming a vaguely humanoid shape. Taking a step closer, I sensed a subtle reaction from the shadow, a slight wavering. The rain's pitter-patter transformed into a steady murmur, as if conveying a message. Straining to listen, I almost discerned words in an unfamiliar, yet strangely understandable tongue. The air grew cooler around me, though not unpleasantly so, like being enveloped in a cool silk sheet on a balmy summer eve. The shadow resumed its motion, gliding towards me in a slow, fluid dance. I stood transfixed as it drew nearer. When it stood a few paces away, it halted. Amidst the house's silence, my heartbeat sounded calm and steady. The shadow inclined slightly, as if in greeting. On impulse, I raised my hand. Mirroring my gesture, the shadow seemed to extend a hand, a vague appendage emerging from its misty form. Though no physical touch occurred, a warmth enveloped me where our hands nearly met. Then, with the same grace it had arrived, the shadow began to dissipate, dispersing like smoke carried by an unseen breeze, leaving behind a faint hint of jasmine and a profound sense of tranquility. I lingered in the hallway for what felt like an eternity, listening to the rain's gradual fade. Returning to the living room, I found my tea still warm, as if time had paused during my encounter in the corridor. Since that evening, whenever I traversed that hallway on rainy nights, I keenly observed the shadows. Sometimes, I catch a glimpse of that familiar figure, dancing just at the edge of sight. I never unraveled the mystery of that shadow, but its presence instilled in me not fear, but an understanding that some enigmas need no solving. The hallway of my home now harbors this secret, and on quiet nights, when the rain taps against the windows, I await, with a mix of curiosity and serenity, a new rendezvous with the shadow that dances beyond the corridor. Story 51. The gentle rustling of paper, like whispers in the night, filled the attic as I sifted through the relics of the past. Sunlight, waning and soft, filtered through a small dusty window, painting the air with hues of gold that swirled in the stagnant quiet. Amidst the trove of old family documents, a treasure emerged, a weathered envelope, its edges tinged with time, sealed with a touch of faded crimson wax. My name, penned in a script unknown to me, graced the rough surface in elegant strokes. I settled into a weathered wooden chair, its ancient frame groaning beneath my weight. The scent of bygone years, of aged books and seasoned timber, wafted around me, carried by a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves of the ancient tree outside, its branches swaying in a dance with the wind. The envelope rested heavy in my hands, hinting at secrets beyond mere words on parchment. With care I broke the seal, the crackle of aging wax echoing through the hushed space. Inside awaited several delicate pages, as thin as gossamer, adorned with the same mysterious script. The date at the header spoke of a time 50 years before my own existence began. The words that unfolded before me captured my gaze with a magnetic pull. My dear future grandchild, the letter began, its ink a bridge between the past and the present. As I delved deeper into the narrative, the daylight in the room dimmed imperceptibly, yet I made no move to illuminate the shadows. The script seemed to emit a faint glow, illuminating the path of forgotten stories. The tale woven on those pages spoke of a lineage tinged with a peculiar gift, one that surfaced rarely under celestial whims. It whispered of nights veiled by the full moon and winds from the north, nights when some in the family could glimpse through the veils of time, though hazily, like shadows in a rippling pool. My grandmother, a stranger in my world, chronicled her visions of my yet-to-be life, of this very moment in the attic, reading her missive. A chill tiptoed down my spine as her words unfolded a tapestry of legacy and foresight. She detailed how she had wielded this gift to protect and shepherd the kin through trials, yet each vision exacted a toll on her very essence. In the stillness of the attic, time seemed to pause, allowing shadows to waltz with memories etched in the aged pages. The letter unfurled prophecies, some realized, others awaiting their turn in the grand play of existence. The script, once steady, now wavered, as if each word bore a weight unspoken. At the final page, where uncertainty mingled with fate, my grandmother penned of a pivotal choice that would beckon to me, a moment when the gift would stir within my own being. I paused, eyes lifting to the window, where the moon, a silent sentinel, cast its glow through gathering clouds. A gust of wind, pregnant with the scent of impending rain, rattled the panes, a harbinger of change. Returning to the letter, the last lines gleamed as freshly inked. "When you hear the call," it whispered, "you will know your path. The gift is not a curse, but a mantle to bear. As I have done for you, so must you craft a letter unwritten, yet destined to reach its recipient when the stars align." With reverence, I folded the pages, returning them to their sanctuary within the envelope. The wind, now a chorus of whispers, urged the floorboards to voice their ancient tales. Standing by the window, I beheld a reflection that seemed to blur with the moon's glow, a dance of light and shadow that gave pause. In that fleeting moment, a specter, an elderly woman with a gentle smile, overlapped with my own reflection. Blinking, she vanished, leaving behind on the desk a blank canvas and a waiting quill. Seated once more under the silver gaze of the moon, I accepted the pen, its tip poised to inscribe the future, my dear future grandchild. Story 52. In the soft glow of twilight, the antique shop exuded a captivating allure. As I wandered along the narrow aisles, the aged floorboards whispered beneath my steps, and specks of dust pirouetted in the warm light that filtered through lace curtains from a bygone era. The air was a tapestry of scents, leather-bound books, polished wood, and the lingering remnants of forgotten memories nestled within forgotten treasures. It was in that moment that a faint, delicate melody reached my ears, like a secret whispered in the stillness. The notes, though distant, carried a clarity that harkened back to a time when music was etched onto vinyl and released through brass horns into the world. Intrigued, I followed the ethereal tune, drawn by its haunting familiarity that eluded my memory. Beyond shelves adorned with tarnished silverware and porcelain dolls with unblinking eyes, I discovered a majestic mahogany gramophone standing proudly in the far corner of the shop. Its brass horn arched elegantly towards the heavens, capturing the fading light in a dance of shadows. The turntable spun gracefully, devoid of any visible record, yet the music persisted, neither growing louder nor fading away, maintaining its spectral presence. Beside me materialized the shop's owner, an elderly woman with silver hair and eyes that held a wisdom beyond her years. "A beautiful piece, isn't it?" she murmured, her voice a soft echo of the phantom melody. "It arrived last week as part of an estate collection. A curious thing, we've never wound it up." I observed the gramophone closely, its winding key motionless, while the turntable continued its mesmerizing rotation. The music, be it a waltz or a nocturne, entwined itself in the air like threads of silk, beckoning me deeper into its enigmatic embrace. With a gentle smile, the shop owner offered, "Would you like to take it home? Some objects have a way of choosing their companions, you see. And this one seems quite taken with you." That evening, the gramophone found its place in my study, bathed in the moon's silver light that caressed its brass horn. Hours turned to moments as I explored every inch of its intricate design. The ornate scrollwork on its base, the faded maker's mark, the delicate arm awaiting a needle that never came. The music persisted, a ghostly serenade from a bygone era, weaving tales of joy, sorrow, and hope through its timeless melodies. As nights passed, subtle changes whispered through my home. Books shifted imperceptibly, curtains danced in the stillness, and hints of lavender and vanilla lingered in the air, though no one else resided within those walls. One quiet evening, with rain tapping a gentle rhythm on the window panes, the music shifted its cadence. Clearer now, more present, it painted visions of moonlit waters and whispered secrets of the night. Debussy's Clair de Lune filled the room, its notes a brushstroke on the canvas of my senses, evoking images of lovers under gaslit skies and leaves rustling in the midnight breeze. As I surrendered to the music's embrace, a gentle weight settled beside me, as if a spectral companion had joined in the reverie. The perfume grew stronger, the air thick with anticipation, like the hush before a snowfall. Opening my eyes, I found only shadows playing on the furniture, yet the presence lingered, a silent witness to the magic unfolding in that quiet space. The music ebbed back into its ethereal distance, but a shift had occurred. The gramophone had transcended being a mere relic. It had become a conduit between realms, a keeper of untold stories, yearning to be heard. Each evening thereafter, I would sit in my study as darkness descended, enveloped in the enigmatic melodies that emanated from the gramophone. Sometimes I would lose myself in books, other times I would simply listen, attuned to the whispers of a bygone era. The music, veiled in mystery, carried emotions that transcended time, a symphony of joy, longing, and melancholy woven into its unseen threads. The presence beside me, though intangible, brought a sense of solace and understanding, a silent companion in the dance of shadows and moonlight. I never attempted to record the music or unravel its mysteries with words or explanations. Some enigmas, I realized, were meant to be felt, to be embraced without the constraints of understanding. The shop owner's words echoed in my mind. Some objects indeed choose their custodians. And in selecting me, the gramophone had bestowed upon me a gift beyond measure, the revelation that music, memory, and magic converge in ways that defy logic and rationale. As a new melody unfurled in the air, I smiled, knowing that within those notes lay a truth that transcended the confines of time and space, a truth that whispered directly to the heart, bypassing the need for words or logic. And in that timeless symphony, I found peace, cradled in the arms of a melody that carried the echoes of 1,000 stories, waiting to be shared with those willing to listen. Story 53. The journal bound in soft leather materialized on my nightstand one cold winter dawn, its deep crimson cover capturing the faint sunlight seeping through the drawn curtains. It appeared as if by magic, a silent visitor in the quiet of my room. There was a familiarity in the weathered spine and the creamy pages, a familiarity that whispered of secrets long forgotten. The morning air carried a hint of frost, crisp and invigorating, while a distant wind chime danced with a gentle, haunting melody. My fingertips danced over the intricate designs etched into the cover, tracing each curve and line with a sense of recognition that eluded my conscious mind. The leather felt worn, softened by time and touch, though how I knew this remained a mystery. Upon opening the journal, a delicate fragrance of lavender and aged paper wafted from the pages, stirring memories just out of reach. The initial sheets lay blank, pristine and unmarked, beckoning me to explore further. Slowly, as I turned the pages, elegant handwriting shimmered into view, illuminated by the soft morning light. The words were mine, unmistakably mine, yet I could not recall penning them down. Dates foretold events that had not yet come to pass, weaving a tapestry of the future in the present moment. Day after day, I found myself drawn to the journal, drawn to the words that painted a picture of days yet to unfold. Simple prophecies manifested before my eyes, chance encounters, lost treasures found, ethereal sounds in the still of the night. Each prediction unfurled with a quiet precision, like whispers carried on a gentle breeze. The entries grew more detailed, revealing conversations before they took place, describing sunsets with uncanny accuracy, and predicting the touch of raindrops on my skin. There was a comfort in the mysteries unveiled by the journal, a sense of quiet revelation that wrapped each day in a soothing embrace. The entries spoke of mundane wonders, the aroma of fresh bread, a mysterious melody in the garden, gifts from unseen benefactors. Each moment felt like a dream, a gentle fantasy blending seamlessly with reality. Time itself seemed to shift in the presence of the journal. Mornings became a dance of anticipation, evenings a symphony of reflection. I became attuned to the subtle nuances of existence, The play of shadows, the prelude to rain in the air, the silence that enveloped me in the dead of night. Pressed flowers appeared between the pages, remnants of future days preserved in the present, their colors vibrant and alive. As the weeks passed, the entries faded once their events came to pass, dissolving into the pages like dew under the morning sun. New prophecies emerged, written in the familiar script that had become a part of my daily ritual. The journal remained a source of solace, a beacon guiding me through the ebb and flow of time. I never unraveled the mystery of the journal's origins or its purpose in choosing me. Some enigmas, I realized, were meant to linger, their allure lying in the unknown. The journal taught me to embrace uncertainty with curiosity, to find tranquility in the unfolding of each moment. On nights draped in silver moonlight, I caught glimpses of words materializing on the pages, letters forming gracefully like notes in a silent melody. I resisted the urge to decipher them, preferring to let the future reveal itself in due time. The journal became my constant companion, a portal to the mysteries that dwelled between reality and dreams. In its subtle revelations, I found a profound sense of wonder, a reminder to seek magic in the ordinary, to cherish the moments that slip between the cracks of time. As I write these words, I sense tomorrow's entries taking shape in my mind, waiting to be inscribed on the blank pages. The journal rests beside me, a silent guardian of secrets untold, ready to unveil a new chapter of gentle mysteries. Beyond the window, the wind chime's ethereal melody drifts through the night air, a reminder of the unseen threads that weave through our lives. I smile, knowing that tomorrow's song has already been sung in the journal's pages, in the script that dances between reality and imagination, in a world where dreams and destinies converge. Story 54. The pitter-patter of raindrops on the roof weaved a hypnotic melody, signaling the onset of another tranquil evening in my rustic country abode. Serpentine patterns formed on the window panes as raindrops cascaded down, dancing in the soft glow of the candlelight I had kindled to dispel the encroaching darkness. The gentle breeze swept through the garden, rustling the leaves in a soothing lullaby. Nestled in my beloved armchair, cradling a cup of steaming tea, I gazed absent-mindedly as wisps of vapor spiraled gracefully into the air. The house murmured its familiar tunes, the gentle creak of the wood, the rhythmic ticking of the entryway clock, the faint whisper of the wind slipping through crevices. All seemed ordinary, yet an indefinable sense of unrest crept into the tranquility of the evening. It was during a sip of tea that I discerned an anomaly. The upstairs bedroom window, reflected in the hallway mirror, emitted an eerie glow, akin to a candle flickering within. However, I knew for certain that no light source occupied that room. Setting down my cup on the nearby table, I rose unhurriedly and made my way towards the staircase. Each wooden step groaned underfoot, a sound familiar from years of inhabiting this dwelling. Yet that night, every creak felt distinct, as if the house itself sought to convey a message. The air grew cooler as I ascended, a thin veil of moisture clinging to the walls of the upper corridor. Upon reaching the bedroom door, I hesitated briefly before turning the icy brass handle. With a slight squeak, the door swung open, revealing the room shrouded in shadows. The window, the same one I had glimpsed in the mirror, stood shut. Yet, to my astonishment, the lock began to shift on its own, inching open slowly, propelled by imperceptible forces. The gradual widening of the window defied logic, with no visible entity orchestrating its movement. The breeze that entered lacked the vigor to account for such action, carrying with it a nostalgic aroma of dried blooms and ancient timber. Approaching the window cautiously, I observed raindrops pirouetting into the room, forming intricate circles as they alighted on the windowsill. Amidst this inexplicable display, a peculiar sight unfolded. Ghostly writing materialized on the misted glass as if an unseen hand traced letters upon its surface. Though the words materialized gradually, they remained too blurred to decipher clearly. As the curtains swayed gently, mimicking the rhythmic breaths of a slumbering being, I sensed an ethereal presence enveloping the room. Moonlight, filtered through rain-laden clouds, cast dancing shadows that seemed to narrate silent tales upon the walls. Extending a hand towards the window, I felt the chill of the outside air caress my fingers. Just as I neared the glass, on the verge of contact, the window closed with a gentle hush, mirroring its earlier unhurried motion. The latch clicked softly, dispersing the ancient fragrance that had pervaded the room. Motionless for several moments, I listened to the persistent patter of rain outside. The room had reverted to its usual state, yet an intangible shift had occurred. It felt as though the house had unveiled a fragment of another realm, one that coexisted parallel to our own, visible only in those rare instances when reality and mystery melded as seamlessly as gossamer. Since that fateful night, whenever rain descended, I would settle in my armchair, observing the hallway mirror's reflection of the window. Sometimes it remained motionless, while on other occasions it opened gradually, in a silent ritual that had integrated into the fabric of my existence. The source of this phenomenon eluded me, but I accepted it as a testament to the enigmatic nature of my abode, a clandestine pact shared solely between myself and these ancient walls. On the hushed nights, when the wind whispered through the trees and rain cascaded gently, I almost sensed a familiar presence watching over me, a silent guardian manifesting through a window that unfailingly opened on its own accord. Story 55. The hush of the night enveloped me, broken only by the soft hum of the refrigerator and the rhythmic ticking of the clock in the kitchen. Seated on the plush couch in my apartment, I relished the tranquility of 2 a.m., a time when the world seemed to hold its breath just for me. The gentle glow of the reading lamp painted delicate shadows on the walls, while wisps of steam from my chamomile tea waltzed lazily through the air. It was in one of these serene moments that my gaze wandered to the neighboring apartment, catching a peculiar detail that had eluded me until now. For 6 months, I had never witnessed anyone entering or exiting that door. No sounds emerged, no lights flickered within. Yet on this particular night, a faint light seeped out from beneath the door, akin to the flicker of a candle in the dark. Intrigued, I set down my cup and rose from the comfort of the couch, drawn to this anomaly. Approaching the dividing wall, I leaned in, pressing my ear against the cool surface, hoping to detect any hint of activity. The silence was profound, yet a subtle shift lingered in the air, a weightiness that stirred a sense of unease within me. Resuming my seat, I found myself increasingly fixated on the enigmatic apartment next door. Details that had previously escaped my notice now beckoned for attention. The absence of accumulating mail, the pristine doorknob amidst a dusty hallway, and on the quietest nights, a faint rustling that hinted at elusive movements. Curiosity crept through me like a vine, prompting me to delve into the building's history. I unraveled tales of the apartment being routinely leased for 2 decades, yet its occupants remained shrouded in mystery. The elderly janitor, his face etched with wisdom, recounted receiving rent in anonymous envelopes left in his mailbox each month. One fateful night, as sleep danced on the edge of my consciousness, the ethereal notes of a piano wafted from the neighboring wall, evoking a haunting melody steeped in sorrow and longing. Stirred from slumber, I pressed against the barrier once more, only to be met with silence, save for the rapid thud of my heart. Dawn brought a chance encounter with the woman from the upper floor, and I inquired about the phantom music. Her gaze held a mix of pity and understanding as she revealed a family secret. Her father, the building's architect, had designed that apartment smaller than the rest, rendering a piano an impossibility. Rather than quelling my intrigue, her revelation ignited a fervor within me. I observed more anomalies: the door that withheld warmth on chilly nights, the doormat that defied rain's touch, remaining dry when all others succumbed. And then, on a late evening returning from work, the apartment's door stood ajar, a silent invitation beckoning me closer. Heart pounding, I hesitated on the threshold, the same soft glow beckoning from within. Caught in a moment of indecision, I grappled with the desire to unravel the mystery and the dread of the unknown. Ultimately, I retreated, a whisper of intuition reminding me that some enigmas are best left unsolved, some questions left unasked. Stepping into my own abode, I closed the door behind me, and when morning dawned, the neighboring door was once again sealed shut, concealing its secrets. Since that night, a ritual formed within me. Each late return home prompted a pause before the enigmatic door. Sometimes a distant melody teased my ears, other times a flickering light danced in the periphery. Yet I refrained from delving deeper, content to embrace the enigma, finding solace in the silent presence beyond the divide. In a world obsessed with explanations and classifications, perhaps there is solace in acknowledging that some mysteries endure, evading our grasp, and offering a reminder of the vast unknown that lingers just beyond reach. Story 56. The November wind gently brushed against the dry leaves scattered on the driveway as I gazed at the outline of the forsaken mansion silhouetted against the somber sky. Known as the never-inhabited house, it held a mysterious past, whispered by the crumbling walls and overgrown garden. Approaching the rusty gate, the cold touch of the wrought iron sent shivers down my spine. The air carried the scent of moss and damp stone, enveloping me in a cloak of forgotten memories. In my role as a real estate agent tasked with assessing the property, I ventured into the neglected grounds. Among the tangled weeds, I noticed faint paths as if someone had recently wandered through, yet the neighbors claimed no one dared to step foot on the premises. Pushing open the front door, it groaned softly, revealing an interior veiled in a bluish haze seeping through the closed shutters. The heavy air bore the weight of time, mingled with the essence of aged wood and stagnant dust. As I explored the rooms, the antique furniture stood frozen in time under ghostly sheets, casting eerie shapes in the dim light. The mirrors on the walls played tricks with their veiled reflections, distorting reality in their cloudy depths. Climbing the creaking staircase, each step resonating with whispers of the past, I found a series of empty rooms until I reached the final chamber. This room, a feminine sanctuary, seemed untouched by time except for a subtle disturbance in the layer of dust. A silver brush lay on the dresser beside strands of dark, fresh hair, defying the stillness that enveloped the space. The immaculate bed hinted at recent occupation, a faint impression left in the delicate lace cover. A fleeting movement in the mirror caught my eye, a phantom figure seated on the bed, evaporating upon my gaze. Retracing my steps, a soft melody, ancient and sorrowful, drifted from the upper floor, barely audible yet hauntingly present. Was it the wind whispering through the cracks or a figment of my imagination? Exiting the mansion, the garden stood silent, the wind hushing its secrets as I glimpsed a pale glow from an upstairs window, a flicker of a presence long gone. In the days that followed, I compiled my report on the property, omitting the peculiarities witnessed within those walls. Instead, I noted its unique allure, captivating a discerning buyer with its enigmatic charm. The mansion lingered on the market, a beacon of mystery and solitude. Each passing glance revealed a spectral figure moving through the empty rooms, a silent sentinel of a bygone era. Perhaps the true essence of the never-inhabited house lay not in its vacancy, but in the lingering presence of a soul unwilling to depart, forever haunting its desolate halls. Story 57. The soft glow of moonlight seeped through the sheer curtains, painting ethereal patterns of light and shadow on the weathered wooden floor of my tranquil sanctuary. Nestled in my cherished armchair, enveloped by the hush of the night, my gaze alighted upon the ancient mahogany box perched delicately on the mantelpiece. A relic from my grandmother's time, it had always been a fixture in this house, yet its contents remained a mystery, untouched and unexplored. Bathed in the moon's gentle caress, the box exuded a subtle allure, its polished surface capturing the light in a dance of reflections, while its intricate carvings seemed to stir ever so slightly in the shadows. I could not recall a time when the box had been opened, not even by my late grandmother. It sat there, a silent sentinel of the past, blending seamlessly into the background of my everyday existence like a forgotten heirloom. But on this particular night, a subtle shift in the air stirred my senses. Was it the play of moonbeams on the ornate inlays, or the profound stillness that cloaked the room in a cloak of mystery? Rising from my seat, the wool of my sweater brushing against the armchair, I felt a reverent reverence settle over the space. Each step I took towards the mantelpiece echoed softly on the aged wooden floor, the atmosphere thickening as I drew closer to the enigmatic box. A faint, unseen mist seemed to encircle it, heightening the intrigue of the moment. Running my fingers along the warm mahogany surface, I sensed a pulse beneath my touch, as if the box itself held a secret heartbeat. The intricate patterns etched into the wood depicted a tapestry of intertwined leaves and branches, so delicately wrought that they appeared to stir with a life of their own. And then, for the first time, I noticed a minuscule detail hidden amidst the carvings, a tiny eye nestled at the heart of the lid, watching, waiting. As I delved deeper into the box's mysteries, a hauntingly familiar scent wafted through the air, its tendrils stirring long-forgotten memories within me. A fragrance redolent of sandalwood, yet imbued with an elusive, enigmatic essence that defied description. Closing my eyes, I let the scent carry me back to a realm of blurred recollections. A vision of a woman's gentle smile as she tenderly placed something within the box, her whispered words lost to the mists of time. The howl of the wind outside brought me back to the present, my hands trembling slightly as they traced the box's contours. Though devoid of a visible lock, I knew instinctively that it had remained unopened, untouched, or had it. Memories of my childhood in this house flickered like shadows in the dim light, the narrative of my past suddenly fragmented, as though a veil had been lifted to reveal hidden truths. Sinking into the plushness of the couch, I cradled the box in my hands, surprised by its lightness, as if it held naught but whispers of secrets long kept. A subtle shift within hinted at a presence within, intangible and elusive, akin to a fleeting shadow. The warmth radiating from the box intensified, drawing me closer, and for a fleeting moment I felt the gaze of the tiny carved eye upon me, a recognition stirring deep within my soul. A shiver not of fear but of a curious recognition coursed through me, akin to the fleeting recognition of a dream. And in that moment, my grandmother's cryptic words resurfaced in my mind, a riddle wrapped in enigma. Some questions find answers only when we stop seeking them. The shadows in the room seemed to waltz and weave, mirroring the box's intricate designs, while the scent enveloped me in its hypnotic embrace. Contemplating the generations that had come before me, each harboring their own unspoken secrets, I pondered the significance of unraveling the box's mysteries. Was it truly necessary to unearth its concealed truths? Placing the box gently back on the mantelpiece, the carved eye now seemed to twinkle in silent approval. Returning to the embrace of my armchair, a newfound tranquility settled over me, a realization that some enigmas, once understood, need not be deciphered but cherished. The moonlight continued to bathe the room in its silvery glow, the night's silence deepening, resonating with hidden meaning. Drifting on the cusp of wakefulness and slumber, I fancied I heard a faint whisper from the mantelpiece, a sigh, a murmur of acceptance, or perchance the wind's tender caress of the curtains. The box remained, a guardian of its own secrets, a testament to a mystery best left unsolved. And in that moment of quiet revelation, a serenity unlike any I had known descended upon me, cradling me in its gentle embrace. The scent of the box lingered, a lullaby of the ages, guiding me towards the realm of dreams, where mysteries whispered and shadows danced in eternal harmony. And as sleep claimed me, I knew that some secrets are meant to be safeguarded, their truths veiled in the mists of time, waiting to be discovered by hearts open to the whispers of the night. Story 58. The ancient house had always murmured its secrets to me, but on that winter night, a new tale unfolded. Snow drifted down in hushed whispers outside my window, each flake shimmering in the silver glow of the moon before settling softly on the earth below. Wrapped in a cozy wool blanket, I sat in my favorite reading chair, lulled by the soothing crackle of the fireplace. The familiar creaks and sighs of the old house, once a source of comfort, now carried a different cadence, a melody of whispers that danced on the edges of my consciousness. As I lowered my book, the subtle murmurs grew, like echoes of voices carried on the wind through time-worn walls. I strained to catch their elusive words, my hand brushing against the rough texture of the vintage wallpaper beside me. The walls seemed to hum beneath my touch, a gentle vibration that spoke of hidden stories waiting to be heard. Despite the winter chill that seeped through the house, the wall felt strangely warm, pulsing with a life of its own. Leaning closer, I pressed my ear against the wall, closing my eyes to better discern the phantom voices within. They ebbed and flowed, weaving a tapestry of sound that meandered through the house like a spectral river, connecting one room to another. Sometimes the whispers faded, only to resurface from a different direction, like ghosts flitting through the shadows. With silent steps, I followed the ethereal voices, guided by their elusive trail. In the kitchen, they seemed to emanate from behind the gleaming copper pots. In the hallway, they reverberated beneath the faded landscapes that adorned the walls. Each time I thought I grasped a fragment of their meaning, the whispers shifted and morphed, teasing me like a half-remembered dream. The grandfather clock told midnight, its deep chime merging with the ghostly murmurs that filled the air. Standing in the darkness, bathed in the flickering light from the street lamp outside, I noticed a peculiar bulge in the wallpaper of a corner. As I drew near, the whispers crescendoed, and the wall seemed to breathe, the bulge pulsating gently as if concealing a heartbeat. Trembling, I reached out to touch the warm, pulsing surface, the voices swelling around me in a symphony of sound. For a fleeting moment, I heard my name whispered with tenderness before the bulge receded, leaving the wall smooth once more, though the lingering warmth remained. Throughout the night, I wandered from room to room, discovering more of these enigmatic bulges that appeared and vanished like ripples on water, each accompanied by the soft susurrus of voices. Laughter, snippets of song in unknown tongues, the whispers held a mysterious allure, never straying into darkness, but instead embracing me in their hypnotic embrace. As dawn approached, the voices gradually waned, melting into the morning light that filtered through the windows. The last echoes seemed to envelop me in a cocoon of sound, a final caress before fading into the silence of daybreak. The walls cooled, returning to their slumbering state as the world awakened anew. The source of the voices remained a mystery, an enigma that lingered like a half-remembered dream. Perhaps the house harbored the echoes of past lives, the conversations and laughter of bygone residents etched into its very bones. Or maybe, on certain nights, the veil between worlds grew thin, granting us a fleeting glimpse into the hidden realms that coexist with our own. One thing was certain: the whispers had become a strange comfort, a lullaby that cradled me in moments of solitude. They whispered of connection, of unseen bonds that spanned time and space, reminding me that even in the stillness of the night, I was never truly alone. The walls held their secrets close, sharing them only in the soft whispers of winter nights when reality blurred and the boundaries between the known and the unknown faded like the patterns on old wallpaper. Story 59. Night had embraced the old countryside house in a cloak of profound serenity. Nestled in my cherished armchair beside the crackling fireplace, I observed the shadows waltz on the walls as the flames leisurely devoured the logs. The warmth enveloped me like a comforting embrace, while outside, the autumn breeze tenderly brushed against the tree leaves. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sound caught my attention. A crystalline, childlike laughter drifting from the upper floor of the house, a laughter that seemed to be woven from silver bells. Pausing to listen, I let the sound intertwine with the fire's gentle crackling. There was an air of innocence to it, a joyous laughter that almost seemed melodic. However, having dwelled alone in this house for over 2 decades, children had never graced its halls. Intrigue began to trickle through me like a serene stream, gradually dispelling the drowsiness that had nearly overtaken me. With deliberate movements, I rose from the armchair, relishing the sensation as my feet met the ancient Persian rug. The floorboards murmured soft creaks as I made my way towards the staircase. The flickering candlelight in the living room cast a warm and inviting glow, casting my shadow in a silent dance upon the walls. Ascending the stairs, I noticed the air growing cooler, not chilling, but rather a gentle caress on the skin, akin to the breeze near the ocean. The laughter echoed once more, now closer, emanating from the guest room. A room seldom utilized, adorned with antique furniture draped in white sheets that swayed ever so slightly, moved by an unseen breath. The door to the room stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to filter through, unlike any other light in the house. Not moonlight, too warm for that, nor the glow of electric lamps. It was a light of its own, pulsating softly, akin to a tranquil heartbeat. Pushing the door open, the aged wood sang a familiar tune. The room unfolded before me, bathed in that ethereal luminescence. The draped furniture formed gentle, reassuring shapes, resembling clouds in a clear sky. And there, perched on the windowsill, I beheld a sight that stole my breath. Not a distinct figure, but a play of light and shadows resembling a child. The laughter chimed once more, clearly originating from that radiant presence. No fear coursed through me, only an intense curiosity and wonder. The light child seemed to frolic with the rays it emitted, painting luminous patterns on the walls, as if crafting with light itself. Drawing near, the room's temperature oscillated between cool and warm, akin to ocean waves caressing the shore. As I approached, a sense of familiarity dawned upon me. In its fluid movements, I recognized echoes of my childhood gestures, as if reliving moments of solitary play. The realization dawned upon me with the sweetness of a forgotten memory. That crystalline, pure laughter belonged to my childhood self. Time seemed to stretch as I witnessed that surreal spectacle. The light child continued its silent play, punctuated by the melodious laughter that now reverberated like a whisper from the past. I refrained from speaking or interfering, fearing to disrupt the tranquility and nostalgia that enveloped the room. Gradually, the silvery light began to wane, akin to the sun setting on a winter evening. The child's form grew increasingly faint until all that remained was a faint glow. The final laughter I heard was a soft murmur, a tender farewell before dissolving into the darkness. I lingered in the room for what felt like an eternity, enveloped in a serene silence. The draped furniture ceased their swaying, and the air reverted to its usual temperature. Yet something had shifted. The guest room, once a repository of dusty memories, now held a precious enigma. Returning to my armchair by the fireplace, the flames flickering steadily, I acknowledged that the events of that night would forever remain shrouded in mystery. Was it a dream, a recollection, or perchance something deeper, a message from the past manifested through a child's laughter in the shadows? Since that night, whenever I passed by the guest room, I paused to listen. On the stillest of evenings, I catch a faint echo of that crystalline laughter, akin to a gentle lullaby guiding me towards slumber. and with a smile, I allow the mystery to linger, a cherished secret shared between myself and the child who laughs in the dark. Story 60. In the heart of our residential neighborhood, the autumn nights hold a mysterious allure. The crisp air carries whispers of fallen leaves and the hushed cadence of footsteps on the dampened streets. Lately, on my evening strolls back from work, a peculiar occurrence has captured my attention. It revolves around the streetlight at the intersection of Maple Street and Rose Avenue, a light unlike the others that bathe the sidewalks in their golden glow. This particular light behaves in a most intriguing manner. As I draw near, its luminance begins to wane, almost as if it wishes to conceal a secret from my gaze. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere malfunction, an aging streetlight in need of repair. But as the nights passed, I couldn't ignore the pattern. The light would dim solely in my presence, unaffected by the passing of others. Curiosity piqued. I decided to investigate further. Standing 60 feet away, leaning against the weathered facade of the Art Deco building, I observed the streetlight's steady beam casting elongated shadows and illuminating dew-kissed grass in the neighboring garden. With each step towards it, the light faltered, as though holding its breath in anticipation. At 15 feet's distance, it flickered into a faint glow, barely outlining the surroundings. Stepping directly beneath it, I found myself enveloped in a twilight realm, where even the city's usual clamor hushed to a whisper. Peering up at the streetlight's glass, I discerned peculiar markings etched upon its surface, faint and enigmatic. Eager to investigate further, I reached for my phone to shed light on the engravings, but a sudden gust of wind stirred the foliage above, sending a shiver down my spine. It felt as though something stirred within the confines of the glass. Subsequently, I made it a habit to pass under that streetlight, each encounter unfolding in a ritualistic dance of dimming light and heightened senses. During these encounters, I began to notice subtle nuances, the slight shifts in color, the almost imperceptible messages conveyed through its luminosity. One full moon night, amidst the familiar twilight circle, a melodic hum resonated from within the pole, vibrating through my touch. It was as if the streetlight sought to communicate, to share a tale lost to time. Documenting each visit meticulously, I unraveled the streetlight's secrets. Its behavior ebbed and flowed with the lunar phases, dimming to darkness during the new moon and maintaining a steady glow under the full moon's watchful eye. The return to normalcy, a precise 23 seconds, never deviated. Intriguingly, the streetlight's influence extended beyond mere observation. It shaped my movements, guiding me into a silent communion with the mystique that enveloped it. Often I found myself pausing beneath its dimmed glow, absorbing the faint hum that whispered ancient stories into the night. Resisting the urge to seek rational explanations, I embraced the mystery that unfolded with each passing evening. The streetlight, a silent sentinel, awaited my return, ushering in that fleeting moment of twilight serenity, their shared secret. Night after night, I partook in this enigmatic waltz, where shadows and light intertwined to unveil a realm beyond comprehension. Whether an electrical anomaly, a cosmic enigma, or something beyond human understanding, I surrendered to the enchantment that bound me to the streetlight's whims. In that transient darkness, where the world paused and shadows danced, I found solace in the grandeur of the unknown, a language spoken in whispers of light and shadows. Story 61. The rain whispered gently against the windows of the old establishment, creating a soothing lullaby that intertwined with the soft clinks of cups and the hushed murmurs of the few lingering patrons. I sat perched at the bar, observing the play of dim lights pirouetting on the glossy surface of the mahogany counter. Jack, the bartender, meticulously polished a set of glasses with a slow, entrancing rhythm. There was a newfound depth in his gaze that night, a hidden layer I had never glimpsed in my routine visits. His dark eyes seemed to carry unspoken tales as he prepared my customary lavender tea. His movements retained their usual precision, yet a subtle quiver grazed his hands as he placed the steaming cup before me. The fragrance of lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of coffee and the aged wood scent that saturated the space. Jack surreptitiously stole glances towards a solitary figure seated in the farthest corner of the bar, their presence almost melding with the surroundings. With deliberate steps, Jack approached to replenish my cup. Controlled breaths accompanied his actions, though a hint of tension tinged his voice when he inquired if I desired anything more. It was then that a disquieting detail caught my eye. A faint reddish stain marred the cuff of his typically pristine white shirt, barely discernible in the dim ambience of the establishment. Time ebbed away leisurely, the rain maintaining its hypnotic cadence outside. Gradually, the remaining customers dispersed, leaving behind vacant seats and forgotten cups. Solemnly seated in the corner, the enigmatic figure lingered as if in anticipation, as if awaiting a signal. Jack meticulously organized the counter, his movements meticulous to the point of obsession, aligning bottles with meticulous care and dusting already spotless surfaces. His demeanor betrayed mounting unease, while the pendulum clock's ticking delineated the passage of time. Amidst this silent ballet, my attention was drawn to a weathered notebook clandestinely nestled beneath the counter amidst the bottles. As Jack attended to the final patron, my gaze alighted on the yellowed pages of the journal. The minuscule, precise handwriting chronicled an array of names, dates, and locations in meticulous succession. Yet, it was the final entries that captivated my interest. A series of cryptic notations, unfathomable numbers, and alongside them, intricate symbols etched with meticulous precision. The resonance of footsteps diverted my attention. The mysterious figure had finally stirred from their secluded table, making their way towards the exit. A fleeting exchange of enigmatic glances transpired between them and Jack as they passed by the counter, laden with palpable tension. The bartender nodded imperceptibly, and the stranger vanished into the rainy shroud of night. Jack resumed his tasks, his demeanor altered. His once steady hands now trembled faintly as he stowed away the glasses, his gaze adrift in contemplation, grappling with distant memories, perhaps seeking solace in forgetfulness. As I readied to depart, Jack detained me with a gentle gesture. "You know," he uttered in a tranquil, almost reverent tone, "there are truths that linger within these walls, veiled in silence, yet the burden of these secrets grows too heavy to bear alone." He paused, contemplating his next words with measured consideration. I pivoted towards him, the flickering lamplight casting ethereal shadows upon his fatigued countenance. The notebook lay half concealed amidst the bottles, a silent sentinel of untold revelations. A feeble smile graced Jack's lips, failing to reach his eyes. "Return tomorrow," he murmured. "Perhaps I shall regale you with a tale, or perhaps not." Stepping into the obsidian night, the rain persisted in its gentle descent. Through the bar's window, I glimpsed Jack resuming his meticulous routine, a symphony of orderliness and precision. Yet now I comprehended that beneath those daily rituals lay a profound enigma, a mystery destined to elude complete understanding. The establishment's lights dimmed as I ventured forth, shrouding the secrets concealed within those walls in obscurity. I pondered how many similar narratives lay veiled beneath bar counters, how many silent sentinels akin to Jack harbored burdens too weighty to disclose. The answer, however, dissolved within the rhythmic patter of rain, a steadfast companion in the encompassing night devoid of stars. Story 62. The rain softly tapped against the windows of my study, creating a soothing symphony that intertwined with the crackling of the fireplace. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I gazed absent-mindedly at the latest addition to my collection hanging on the wall, an antique painting portraying an autumn scene. Discovered in a quaint antique shop, I was drawn to its rich hues and the enigmatic aura it emitted. The aged golden frame shimmered in the dancing firelight, casting playful reflections on the walls. On that stormy evening, as the tempest outside grew fiercer, a peculiar occurrence captured my attention within the painting. The painted leaves seemed to stir ever so gently, as if tenderly brushed by an unseen breeze. Initially, I attributed it to the flickering shadows cast by the fire, dismissing it as a trick of light. Yet, the longer I observed, the more apparent it became that a profound alteration was unfolding. The colors took on a heightened vibrancy, their depths seemingly bottomless. The path meandering through the canvas, once concealed by trees, now appeared elongated and winding, stretching beyond the confines of the frame. Rising from my seat, I approached the painting. An unusual chill enveloped the air around it, starkly contrasting the warmth of the hearth. Running my fingers lightly over the canvas, I encountered a texture unlike that of an oil painting. Smooth, almost velvety. A faint fragrance of damp earth and wet foliage wafted from the frame, so palpable it challenged my senses. Intrigued by these discordant details, my gaze was drawn to a movement in the upper corner of the painting. Amidst the branches of an ancient tree, something stirred. This was no mere interplay of light and shadow, but a deliberate motion, as if a hidden presence lurked among the painted foliage. My heart fluttered with not fear, but a burgeoning curiosity. Stepping back, I sought a clearer view, only to witness the brushstrokes shifting direction autonomously, crafting new pathways and forms within the landscape. The trees swayed gently, as though swayed by a breeze known solely to them. In the distance, where mist had shrouded all before, the contours of a small structure began to emerge. The rain's patter outside morphed into a soft murmur, harmonizing with the painting's movements. Sinking back into my armchair, I became wholly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. The room expanded, as if the painting were gradually extending its boundaries into reality. Through the night, the painting underwent a gradual metamorphosis. Autumnal hues intensified and waned in a mesmerizing cycle, unveiling shades hitherto unseen. The distant dwelling grew more defined, a stone abode with a chimney emitting wisps of smoke, windows aglow with a golden radiance. I pondered whether inhabitants dwelled within that painted dwelling, and if they beheld me, ensconced in my armchair, peering at them through that enchanted window masquerading as a painting. Curiously, the notion did not unsettle me. Instead, a tranquility settled over me, as though I had chanced upon a clandestine passage where reality and reverie intermingled. The hours drifted by, and the painting divulged its mysteries with patience. Figures seemed to wander the path at times, only to dissolve like fleeting shadows among the trees when I focused too intently. With the break of dawn tinting the sky a rosy hue, the painting gradually reverted to its original state. The leaves stilled, the colors normalized, and the distant house vanished into the morning mist. Only the lingering fragrance of damp leaves remained in the room, a solitary reminder of the nocturnal marvels I had witnessed. Since that night, I have sat in my armchair each evening, watching the painting, awaiting its revelations. At times, it unveils its secrets. At others, it remains silent, like any ordinary artwork. Yet I am certain that beyond that canvas lies an entire realm, one that awakens only when the world slumbers, for those patient enough to observe. Story 63. The ocean that night lay still, a tranquil mirror reflecting the shimmering moonlight. I sat on the creaking porch of my wooden abode, enveloped in a cozy woolen blanket, hypnotized by the rhythmic melody of the waves caressing the shore. The full moon cast a silvery path upon the water, beckoning me to follow its ethereal trail to the horizon. Lost in contemplation, a peculiar sight captured my attention. A soft, greenish glow, almost otherworldly, swaying amidst the gentle waves near the coastline. Intrigued, I rose from my weathered rocking chair, the salty breeze tenderly brushing against my skin as I descended the worn steps. Beneath my feet, the sand retained a comforting warmth, despite the lateness of the hour. Drawing closer to the water's edge, where the ocean whispered sweet nothings to the land, the enigmatic glow grew more defined. There, nestled among the waves, lay an ancient glass bottle, its long, elegant form concealing a yellowed piece of paper within. With careful hands, I lifted the bottle, surprised by its weight and the salt-encrusted patina that obscured its transparency. Moonbeams danced through the glass, casting mesmerizing reflections upon its surface. The cork stopper, sealed with cracked black wax, remained intact, a relic of time's embrace. Returning to the comfort of the porch, the soft glow of the oil lamp illuminated my discovery. Placing the bottle on the weathered table, I settled into my favorite armchair. The symphony of the sea now seemed to speak with heightened urgency, as if carrying a message meant for me. With deliberate motions, I began to peel away the ancient sealing wax, its remnants crumbling like whispers of the past. The cork, surprisingly well preserved, released a fragrance of seaweed, aged ink, and a mysterious essence that lingered in the air, an aroma of forgotten tales. Within the bottle, a delicate paper scroll awaited, bound by a faded blue silk ribbon. Untying the knot with trembling fingers, I unfurled the resilient parchment, its sepia ink narrating a story of ages past. The script, elegant yet distorted, hinted at a realm beyond comprehension. In the intricate patterns and cryptic phrases, the ink revealed glimpses of a world where time flowed erratically and light held secrets untold. Constellations unknown to earthly eyes, intertwined with lunar diagrams, forming a tapestry of cosmic mysteries. At the heart of the message, a perfect spiral beckoned, its motion imperceptible yet hypnotic. As I delved deeper into the text, the oil lamp flickered erratically, casting elongated shadows that danced to the ocean's haunting chant. The sea's voice had shifted, no longer a gentle murmur, but a rhythmic whisper in a forgotten tongue. Time itself appeared to falter, as if the very essence of existence ebbed and flowed with the tide. The final paragraphs, clearer than the rest, foretold of a realm where dreams intertwined with reality, where time slipped through fingers like water. A chilling revelation awaited. If you read these words, you too have been chosen. Behold the sea tonight, for it reveals its altered face. Gazing beyond the parchment, I beheld a transformed landscape. The moon, a looming guardian, cast its geometric gaze upon the ocean below. The bottle on the table pulsed with a dormant energy, its green glow akin to a slumbering heartbeat. Carefully resealing the message within its glass confines, I left the cork aside, drawn to the horizon by an invisible force. Had others before me unearthed similar relics, felt the siren call of the sea's mysteries. As the night waned, a subtle shift enveloped the world around me. The stars cast ethereal reflections upon the tranquil waters, and I, a mere observer, saw the universe through altered eyes. Until the break of dawn, I remained upon the porch, entranced by the sea's ancient lullabies. The bottle, its luminous glow fading with the sun's ascent, bore witness to a night of revelations. Though the message's meaning eluded me, a profound change stirred within my being. And on nights of the full moon, a spectral green glow still dances amid the waves, a silent invitation to uncover secrets better left undisturbed in the ocean's depths. Story 64. The autumn rain whispered softly as it descended from the heavens, enveloping the world in a gauzy mist that blurred the boundaries of reality. The night lingered, stretching its fingers into the late hours, while my workday extended beyond its usual limits. Each step I took on the damp pavement harmonized with the gentle percussion of raindrops cascading onto the roofs of motionless cars. The air hung heavy with the unique fragrance only rain can conjure, a symphony of damp soil, decaying foliage, and that elusive crispness that always accompanies a storm. Approaching the bus stop, I espied a solitary silhouette perched upon the bench beneath the translucent shelter. Utterly motionless, They donned a dark coat that seamlessly melded with the encompassing darkness, their countenance partly concealed by a broad-brimmed hat. What seized my attention in that moment was the anomaly of their coat, dry as bone amidst the deluge. Halting a few paces away, I endeavored to maintain a discreet presence while scrutinizing this curious detail. The feeble glow of the street lamp cast peculiar shadows upon the figure, momentarily blurring the contours of their form, as if viewed through frosted glass. In the presence of this enigmatic stranger, the rain's melody seemed to hush, cocooning us in an unnatural quietude. Consulting the time on my phone, I noted 20 minutes remaining until my bus's arrival. Tentatively, I drew nearer to the shelter, seeking refuge from the escalating downpour. Unperturbed, the stranger neither stirred nor acknowledged my presence. Seating myself at the far end of the bench, I strived to maintain a respectful distance. It was then I discerned another disquieting peculiarity. Though we shared the same shelter, raindrops near them swerved off course, as though repelled by an unseen force. The rain's cadence altered in their proximity, emitting a nearly imperceptible hiss. Minutes dragged languorously, each moment stretching into eternity. I attempted to distract myself with messages on my phone, yet the stranger's allure continued to ensnare my gaze. Occasionally, from the corner of my eye, I glimpsed a subtle inclination of their head, as if beholding a sight invisible to all but them. A gust of wind swept through, causing the street lamp to sway, casting deeper shadows momentarily. At that instant, the stranger pivoted slightly in my direction. Beneath the hat's brim, where eyes ought to reside, gleamed two faint points of light, akin to moonbeams dancing upon tranquil waters. My heart thrummed in my chest, a steady yet fervent rhythm. Though the impulse to flee tugged at me, an insatiable curiosity anchored me to my seat. Gradually, the stranger resettled into their original stance, and the moment ebbed like a tide receding from the shore. In the distance, the familiar rumble of the approaching bus shattered the silence. Headlights pierced the darkness, casting elongated shadows upon the slick pavement. As the vehicle halted before us with a sigh of brakes, I rose swiftly, stealing a final glance at the bench. Yet, the stranger had vanished, leaving no trace of their departure. No sound of movement, no echo of footsteps, simply an absence. With legs slightly unsteady, I embarked upon the bus, selecting a seat proximate to the driver. As the vehicle commenced its journey, I stole a glance through the misted window. The shelter stood vacant, yet for an ephemeral instant, I fancied I glimpsed a shadowy figure dissolving into the rain, akin to smoke borne by the wind. In the ensuing days, whenever I ventured to the bus stop at night, an altered ambiance enveloped the locale. The street lamp's radiance dimmed, and the rain's resonance bore an uncanny echo, as if the very air retained the memory of that cryptic presence. Never again did I encounter the stranger, yet since that fateful night, on rainy evenings, I occasionally observed certain raindrops meandering inexplicably from their ordained trajectory, deviating without cause or explanation. Story 65. The initial feature that captured my attention upon entering my new abode was the peculiar arrangement of doors lining the hallway. Each one unveiled the expected space: the bathroom with its quaint vintage tiles, the bedroom cloaked in faded wallpaper, and the kitchen adorned with a well-worn linoleum floor. However, the final door, painted a shade darker than its companions, held a secret beyond the ordinary. Behind it lay a semblance of a basement, yet no staircase descended into its depths. This anomaly revealed itself during my inaugural week in the house, as the whispers of winter winds seeped through the crevices in the aged windows. Standing at the threshold, I peered down at the concrete floor approximately 8 feet below, bathed in the glow of a solitary pendant bulb that seemed to illuminate of its own accord. The space below appeared immaculate, almost unnaturally so, with sleek walls and corners that melted into shadow despite the light. My real estate agent had neglected to mention a basement, and the property listing made no allusion to such a space. When I questioned her about it, a perplexed tone colored her voice as she insisted she had exhibited every room in the house. I detailed the mysterious door and the view of the space below, yet her confusion only deepened. She pledged to investigate the original blueprints and revert to me. In the ensuing days, I felt a magnetic pull toward that enigmatic door, finding myself drawn to open it at various times. The light remained constant, unwavering in its luminance regardless of the hour, casting a steady glow across the concrete expanse below. Occasionally, I would fetch a chair and perch in the doorway, legs safely on the upper level, observing the interplay of shadows in the basement's corners. The air wafting from below carried a subtle fragrance. Not the expected musty dampness, but something crisp and clean, reminiscent of fresh linen or the chill of early morning. One evening, while seated in my customary spot with a cup of chamomile tea, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled in the center of the basement floor lay a wooden toy block, akin to those children play with, adorned with a faded letter A. I was certain it had not been there during my previous observations. The presence of the block posed an obvious question. How had it materialized there without a staircase? I commenced documenting changes in the basement. Some mornings, I would find the block had shifted a few inches from its prior position, while other times it would be rotated to display different facets. Never did I detect any noise emanating from below, not even the creaks typical of old residences. The light maintained its steadfast vigil, never flickering, never dimming. After 3 weeks of vigilant observation, a call from my real estate agent interrupted my routine. There was an edge of unease in her voice as she disclosed her discovery of the original blueprints. According to the schematics, there was no basement door in the hallway, only a solid wall. As I stood by the door conversing with her, I confirmed that it remained in its place, its dark hue a stark contrast to the surrounding walls. That night, the block invaded my dreams. It multiplied, forming inscrutable words on the basement floor below, words that teased comprehension but remained just beyond reach. Upon awakening and hurrying to the door, the basement contained only the original block, yet it had shifted once more. Now it sat directly beneath the pendant bulb, casting a perfect square shadow on the concrete. As winter persisted outside my dwelling, the basement remained a constant, neither warm nor cold, neither bright nor dark. On particularly serene nights, I fancied I could discern a faint humming emanating from below, only for the sound to dissipate whenever I endeavored to focus on it. The block continued its deliberate migration across the floor. I harbored a suspicion that it was forming a pattern, though its significance eluded me. Mapping its positions on graph paper, I connected the dots where it had rested. The resulting shape seemed familiar, yet remained elusive in my attempts to identify it. With the passage of months, I acclimated to the presence of my inexplicable basement. I refrained from attempting to venture into it, a quiet but firm intuition advising against such a course of action. The mystery morphed from a source of unease into a source of solace, akin to a tale unfolding at its own leisurely pace, unperturbed by the reader's curiosity. Spring arrived, ushering in lengthening days and warming temperatures, yet the basement lingered in its perpetual twilight state. One morning, upon opening the door, the block had vanished without a trace. The floor below stood bare, as pristine as the day of my initial discovery. I sat in my chair for hours, awaiting a change that never materialized. That night, stairs invaded my dreams. They descended gracefully into the basement, fashioned from dark wood that seemed to consume light. In the dream, I took a single step downward, and the air filled with the ethereal melody of distant wind chimes. Upon awakening, I found the basement door ajar, though I distinctly recollected closing it before retiring for the night. To this day, the basement remains devoid of stairs. Occasionally, a movement catches my eye as I pass the door, perhaps a mere shadow, or perhaps something more. The block never reappeared, yet on tranquil nights, I catch the faint sound of wooden toys clicking against concrete, resonating from the space below. I've learned not to investigate when these sounds manifest. Some enigmas, it seems, prefer to remain unsolved, content to exist in the realm between reality and dreams. Story 66. The weariness from a long day lingered as I stepped into my study. The soft glow of the desk lamp created gentle shadows on the walls adorned with shelves of books. The familiar scent of aged paper and ink enveloped me like a warm embrace as I settled into my worn leather armchair. My grandmother's gift, my old diary, lay on the polished wooden desk where I had left it earlier. Its brown leather cover and yellowed pages held my deepest thoughts. As I reached out to open it, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The last page, once blank, now displayed elegant handwriting unlike my own. The ink appeared fresh, as if just penned. Intrigued, I leaned in, feeling my breath slow. The words painted a picture of an autumn evening, detailing the very room I sat in. Rain tapped gently on the window, creating a soothing rhythm that blended with the rustle of pages moved by an unseen hand. The lamp's light flickered, casting dancing shadows around me. Spellbound, I read on as the mysterious prose seemed to anticipate my every action. Curiosity urged him to turn the page, the script beckoned. Almost involuntarily, my fingers obeyed, flipping to a new sheet. My heart raced as words materialized before me, as if an invisible force guided the pen. Every sensation I felt, the warmth of the lamp, the heaviness of my breath, the shiver down my spine, was captured in real time on the page. Unable to tear my gaze away, I watched as the narrative described books on the shelves I didn't recall owning, yet there they stood. The writing flowed with a hypnotic cadence, marking time like a silent clock. I moved to the couch, but my eyes remained fixed on the diary, witnessing pages fill with a narrative that seemed to transcend reality. The rain's melody grew louder, cocooning me in a barrier of sound. The room transformed, exuding a welcoming aura as the mystery unfolded its own realm. Closing my eyes, I let the rain's symphony lull me into a tranquil state. Upon opening them, the diary had evolved. The words now delved into forgotten memories, intimate moments I believed buried. Approaching the desk once more, the conversation-like prose drew me in. It felt as though the book communicated through my own recollections. The night progressed, unveiling a deeper understanding shrouded in curiosity and peace. Each word unveiled a hidden truth I struggled to grasp. As midnight struck, I realized hours had slipped away in silent communion with the diary. The final words appeared, cryptic yet profound. Some mysteries don't need solving to be understood. Closing the diary gently, I felt the leather's familiar touch. The rain outside now felt like a companion rather than mere background noise. Preparing for bed, a glance back at the study revealed the diary resting innocently on the desk. Yet a transformation had occurred within me. The pages had unlocked a profound revelation, a glimpse into the undefined. Nightfall draped the study in silence, the lamp's amber glow bearing witness to a mystery beyond explanation. With a final thought, I closed the door, understanding that some enigmas are more precious left unsolved. Story 67. As the gentle wind whispered through the night, carrying the scent of moist soil and nocturnal blooms, I found myself nestled in my cherished armchair, attuned to the ancient house's soft breath. The aged wooden frames murmured faintly, as though harboring tales of yore within their very fibers. Amid the hush, a rhythmic, deliberate thud resonated from the upper hallway, a sound akin to a door knocker swayed by a breeze, yet its regularity held a mesmerizing quality. The warm glow of the reading lamp painted shifting shadows on the wallpaper, conjuring dancing silhouettes that seemed alive. Setting aside my book, I remained motionless, fixated on the persistent beat. Far from grating, it possessed a melodic charm in its steadfastness. Rising languidly, My slippers sinking into the plush Persian rug, I gravitated toward the staircase. Each aged step emitted a faint groan, as though the house itself responded to my inquisitiveness. The thudding persisted, unwavering in its cadence, beckoning me through the dimly illuminated corridor where moonbeams filtered through tall windows. The elevated floor exuded a coolness, carrying hints of aged timber and beeswax. Tracing the sound, I reached the antique library door, perpetually shut, yet the brass knocker continued its rhythmic dance against the sturdy wood. No draft stirred the air. All windows along the hallway remained sealed. Enthralled, I observed the weighty knocker move autonomously, as if an unseen force employed it with infinite patience. Drawn almost hypnotically, I neared the door. The sound grew clearer, revealing subtle nuances in its rhythm, akin to an enigmatic musical motif. Extending my hand to the brass handle, I felt the chill of the metal beneath my fingertips, worn smooth by generations of contact. Though unlocked, the door resisted my push, not obstructed but seemingly held back by a gentle force from within. Ignoring my presence, the knocker persisted in its motion, executing an ancient, ritualistic performance. Seating myself on the floor, my back against the adjacent wall, I surrendered to the lulling beat. Time eluded me as I absorbed the wordless narrative woven by the sound. Gradually, my eyelids drifted shut, ushering my mind into misty realms of antiquated libraries and forgotten lore. The thud melded with my breath, with my pulse, harmonizing with the nocturnal cadence. Upon reopening my eyes, dawn painted the hallway in ethereal light. The knocker lay still, silent as if it had never stirred. Rising slowly, my limbs tingling from hours spent on the floor, I reached for the handle once more. This time, the door yielded without impedance. The library appeared unchanged from the day prior, every tome in its appointed spot, dust suspended in the morning air. Yet upon the antique desk, bathed in the first light of day, lay an open book I did not recall placing there. Its pages gleamed pristine and blank, as if anticipating a tale yet untold. Since that night, the brass knocker has remained dormant, but on tranquil evenings, a faint echo of its rhythm seems to linger in the air, as if the house strives to recall a forgotten melody. Story 68. The old grandfather clock in the hallway chimed softly as midnight arrived, its deep tones echoing through the silent house like a lullaby. Nestled in my cozy armchair, enveloped by the warmth of a woolen blanket, I listened to the winter wind whispering outside, a gentle symphony that seemed to lull the world to sleep. The soft light of my reading lamp cast a soothing glow around me, while the shadows danced in the corners, creating a sense of mystery and comfort. Reading before bed had become my cherished ritual, a time of solace and reflection, especially on these long and quiet winter nights. The house settled into its familiar creaks and murmurs, like a gentle presence breathing softly in the night. However, tonight, there was a subtle shift in the air, a whisper of something unknown stirring in the silence between the familiar sounds. Setting my book aside, I raised my gaze, allowing my senses to reach beyond the circle of light cast by the lamp. The atmosphere had changed imperceptibly, a slight chill in the air that hinted at secrets untold. It was as if the quietude held a hidden message, waiting to be deciphered. My eyes wandered to the partially open hallway door, a portal to the unknown that I always kept ajar to hear the comforting chimes of the clock. The door stood as it always did, revealing a slice of darkness beyond. But tonight, that darkness seemed to possess a life of its own. It appeared denser, more tangible, as if it had coalesced into a form that defied the norms of shadow. The radiator murmured softly, filling the room with warmth, yet it avoided that particular corner, as if respecting the presence that lingered there. Intrigued rather than afraid, I leaned forward in my chair, drawn to the enigmatic shadow that seemed to pulse with a silent energy. It reacted to my attention, shifting and morphing, teasing my perception with its elusive nature. Marking my place in the book, I set it aside, surrendering fully to the dance of light and darkness that unfolded before me. As I observed, the shadow behind the door swayed gently, as if moved by an unseen hand, creating patterns that mesmerized and captivated. The room remained still, save for the rhythmic ticks of the grandfather clock, which now seemed to harmonize with the shadow's fluid movements. My breath slowed instinctively, aligning with the tranquil cadence of this silent communion. The shadow seemed to breathe, to pulse with a life of its own, a silent language of shapes and forms that spoke to something deep within me. It was a conversation without words, a dance of shadows that conveyed emotions and thoughts beyond the realm of speech. Time ebbed and flowed, a river of moments and memories merging into one seamless tapestry. Detail by detail, the shadow revealed intricate designs and fleeting images, a canvas of darkness painted with ethereal strokes. There was a sense of intimacy in its gestures, a feeling of connection that transcended the boundaries of the tangible world. It was as if the shadow was sharing a part of itself, inviting me to explore its hidden depths. When the clock struck 1, a subtle shift occurred in the air, and the shadow began to recede, gradually fading back into the darkness from whence it came. A sense of tranquility lingered in its wake, a feeling of completion and understanding that filled the room with a rare serenity. I picked up my book once more, but this time I simply held it in my hands, savoring the peace that enveloped me like a gentle embrace. Sleep beckoned, its soft tendrils weaving through my consciousness, promising dreams woven with the memory of the mystical shadow that had graced my solitude. To this day, I leave the door ajar each night, inviting the shadow to return and share its silent presence with me once more. In moments of quiet contemplation, I catch glimpses of its familiar form, a reminder of the mysterious bond we share. And on those tranquil evenings, I sit back in my armchair, ready to embrace the gentle visitor from the depths of shadow, welcoming its company with a knowing smile. Story 69, The Rain's Reflection. The gentle symphony of raindrops tapping against my window had become a constant companion during my late-night writing rituals. Each droplet painted shimmering paths down the glass, crafting a fluid tapestry of light and shadow. The soft amber glow from my desk lamp enveloped me in a cozy embrace, casting the rest of the room into a soothing darkness. I found solace in observing the rain's dance, tracing intricate patterns in its meandering journey. Sometimes, lost in thought, I would envision tales woven within the crystal-clear trails left behind. But on this particular night, a subtle shift in the rain's rhythm caught my attention. The water seemed to flow with a purpose, moving in mysterious ways as if guided by an unseen force. Initially, I attributed it to my weary eyes playing tricks on me. The rhythmic lullaby of the rain almost succeeded in luring me into that tranquil realm between consciousness and dreams. Yet as I continued to gaze, the unusual patterns grew more defined. Droplets avoided certain areas on the glass, forming dry patches that gradually outlined a figure. Intrigued, I leaned closer, my breath hitching at the sight. The reflection not only mirrored the rain, but also captured the dimly lit interior of my room behind me. Within that layered reflection of glass and water, a peculiar detail caught my eye. My own reflection appeared slightly out of sync with my movements, lagging behind as if in a delayed response. The rain's gentle melody intensified, filling my ears with its hypnotic rhythm. Mesmerized, I watched as my reflection extended a hand to touch the glass, an action my physical self did not mirror. The movement was graceful, fluid, as if following a choreography unknown to me. A subtle warmth enveloped me, contrasting the cool air near the window. Slowly, the features of my reflection began to shift, undergoing subtle transformations that rendered it simultaneously recognizable and alien. The eyes that met mine held a depth of wisdom, a timeless gaze that transcended generations. Motionless, I observed as my reflection continued its enchanting metamorphosis. The face blurred the boundaries of gender and age, embodying a timeless essence. The rain encircled it in a delicate frame of silver, droplets defying gravity in perfect, mesmerizing circles. A flicker from my desk lamp briefly dimmed the room, and in that fleeting darkness, a presence brushed against me, tender as a mother's caress. As the light steadied, my reflection reverted to its usual mimicry of my movements. Yet, the rain persisted in its magical dance, reminding me of the extraordinary encounter that had transpired. Throughout the night, I remained rooted by the window, contemplating the ethereal visitation. The lingering presence felt like a cherished melody, neither unsettling nor intrusive. With the approaching dawn, the rain gradually dwindled, leaving behind a window adorned with ordinary streaks of water. Since that night, I am drawn to the window on rainy evenings, abandoning pen and paper on my desk. In moments when the rain crafts a perfect mirror, under the right conditions, I catch fleeting glimpses of that other self observing me through the looking glass. A silent understanding binds us, my reflection and I, acknowledging that certain mysteries are meant to be embraced rather than unraveled. The rain continues its gentle descent, each drop carrying the promise of another encounter. In those tranquil interludes between observation and being observed, I ponder if in a distant realm, another iteration of myself sits by their window, yearning to glimpse my world through the glistening threads of rain. Story 70. The night draped the house in a profound hush, broken only by the soft patter of rain on the window panes. Nestled in my cherished armchair, I observed the shadows waltzing on the walls, in sync with the flickering fireplace flame. The warmth enveloped me like a snug quilt, while the aroma of burning wood intertwined with the fragrance of vanilla tea cradled in my hands. In that moment of utter tranquility, a peculiar sight caught my eye in my niece's toy room, peeking through the slightly open door. An antique porcelain music box, a gift from Grandma, seemed to radiate a faint bluish light. I couldn't recall it ever gleaming like that before. Slowly, I stood up from the armchair, placing the teacup on the wooden side table. Each step on the floor elicited a gentle creak, blending with the rain's rhythm, creating an almost hypnotic tune. Drawing closer to the door, the glow intensified yet remained soft, akin to moonlight dancing on calm waters. The toy room embodied a sanctuary of memories and enchantment. Wooden shelves cradled porcelain dolls in Victorian attire, vibrant toy trains, and plush animals with gentle gazes. The music box occupied a special spot on the central shelf, encircled by tiny crystals my niece had gathered during her garden strolls. The porcelain ballerina perched atop the music box, usually frozen in her eternal pose, swayed ever so slightly, as if touched by an unseen breeze. Moving nearer, I noticed the room's temperature was notably cooler than the rest of the house. My breath materialized in the air as wisps of vapor, while the crystals encircling the music box seemed to react to its light, casting miniature rainbows on the walls. The ballerina continued her subtle movements, and I could almost hear a distant melody, a musical whisper from a bygone era. Extending my hand towards the music box, at that instant, the blue light pulsed gently. The other dolls on the shelf seemed to have turned their heads slightly in my direction, but with a blink they returned to their original positions. The melody grew clearer. It was a lullaby Grandma used to sing, a tune I had believed long forgotten. The music box commenced turning on its own, ever so slowly. The ballerina pirouetted with an eerie grace, her motions fluid as those of a genuine dancer. Now, the crystals projected intricate patterns on the ceiling, weaving designs that seemed to narrate tales of eras long past. The room's atmosphere became thick with memories, as if time itself had condensed around that small, enchanting object. I stood transfixed, spellbound by the spectacle. The music from the box intertwined with the rain's melody, crafting a symphony that whispered of nostalgia and concealed truths. The shadows in the room appeared to dance to the music's beat, and for a fleeting moment I sensed I wasn't alone in witnessing this private show. Slowly, the melody began to fade, like a dream slipping away upon waking. The blue light of the music box dimmed to a faint gleam, and the ballerina halted her dance completely. Silence enveloped the room once more, but it was a different silence, laden with significance and enigma. Returning to my armchair, I lifted my now tepid tea. Observing the final embers in the fireplace, I pondered Grandma and her affection for objects steeped in stories. I contemplated if she had ever encountered something akin, if the music box had always possessed that magic, or if it was a special gift, reserved for specific moments and observers. Since that night, whenever I pass by the toy room, I steal a glance at the music box. Sometimes I believe I catch a fleeting blue glow or hear the initial notes of that forgotten lullaby. Yet perhaps it's merely memories pirouetting in my mind, akin to that porcelain ballerina on that rainy night.